Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for PUBG Mobile's Asian Games Edition. My name is Contra, alongside with Choo Choo. We'll be your casters for the entirety of the evening, as this is, of course, the most prestigious event of the year, I must say, Choo Choo, where we are having some of the finest of Asia to contend to secure their tickets to Aichi, Nagoya for the 20th Asian Games.
Now, not everybody do have that slot, but when we look at the journey here, Contra, all the years we've been in PUBG Mobile, and back in the days, esports now part of the Asian Games. This is huge milestone, by the way. Speaking back about, Asian Games, you only have like 4 years once for this event, and not everybody do have a shot at this as well. Not everybody do have the opportunity to present themselves, to represent their nation, to be that pride, and to compete at a high level where you bring the sense of national pride to cheer and rally behind your national teams as well. For you guys watching at home, don't forget to give your best support, because imagine this, from esports player, used to play a lot of games, now one day you are representing your own region to, have to showcase your passion, your determination. It's not something that we can think of back in the days.
That's right. They definitely have come a very long way, and that imagination is right now a hard reality. And overall, we're looking at some of the finest from the entire continent of Asia, which have played with years of experience, and now they get to showcase it to the rest of the world as well. Of course, we're having this broadcasted to you live from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, where we're preparing ourselves for the opening games of Group A, as we are definitely getting some perfect bird's eye view of what's happening right now in Ho Chi Minh City, as they do drop in their hand signs. Loving the fact that we see a lot of familiar faces, as well as a lot of new up-and-coming names that have been present throughout the 2026 circuit in PUBG Mobile.
Speaking of this circuit, this is also one of the unusual superstar teams getting united together to represent their own sense of national pride. And this is not something we can see every day. Now, we do have the Pro League, we do have the global stage, but when it comes to representing behind your national teams, it's a total different story. And we can see all the players from different teams before united to go against a different region. Now, speaking of the group stage, we at the 19th June. This is going to be the group stage qualifiers day number 1, but it will be cut into half. Coming up from Group A, only half of them can make it through for the finals on the 21st of June.
That's right.
21st of June.
That's right. Only 6 teams will be able to make out of the respective groups A as well as Group B. Of course, brought to you live from Ho Chi Minh City. This is definitely going to be a night for them to remember, or an entire weekend for them to remember, for the very least. So that being said, though, we're keeping our eyes set onto the representatives of Vietnam, who will be playing in Group A, which will be starting in a moment's time. So that to be said, make sure you guys lock in your calendars, because it will be happening from today all the way till Sunday for us to witness the glamour, the glory. Imagine all of the culmination of their efforts throughout the year, and they finally get to represent their home nation in the grandest stage of it all. We have a total of 23 teams separated into 2 different groups, and they will play 6 matches per group. And after the 6 matches, they get to accumulate points to qualify to the finals, where only 12 teams will be battling in order to secure themselves a ticket to Aichi, Nagoya for the 20th Asian Games.
Yep, joining in as well, not just these 8 teams coming up from the finals within this qualifiers. They'll be joining as well for the 2022 medalists. 3 teams coming up, which already booked themselves the slot before. I think it's 3 teams, including if I'm not mistaken, coming up from China. Team China, we have Team South Korea, Team Chinese Taipei, and Team Indonesia already got themselves the 2022 medals before. But when it comes to the point system for this time, it's going to be the league point system that we all familiar with. There's going to be the chicken dinner with 10 points, second place with 6 points, third place, we deduct every single point coming up to the 8th place, but the 8th placement will get only 1 point, and as well as 7th place, 9th place onwards towards the 12th place will have no point when it comes to the position ranking. But we do know it's going to be the same one elimination for 1 point, so basically it's pretty much standard for the players. It's not too shocking for them, but we do know it's quite a different system, not entirely a whole system, but we do know this version of the Asian Games version for PUBG Mobile is slightly different, but I assure you it's going to be super exciting because we saw a little bit of tiny pic of it. It was beautiful, man.
It definitely is, and I'm really hoping to see a whole lot more for everyone to eventually enjoy this Asian Games edition of PUBG Mobile. And also, fun fact for all of you viewers watching, this is the very first time, a big milestone for not only esports itself, where the Battle Royale category is being played. Now, that being said though, we've talked about the 23 teams. These are the list of nations and region that will be competing in both Group A as well as Group B. In Group A, we've got Team Hong Kong, China, Indonesia, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Philippines, Saudi Arabia, Sri Lanka, Tajikistan, Thailand, Turkmenistan, as well as the host nation, Vietnam.
For Group B, which they will be competing tomorrow, will be comprised of these 11 teams: Brunei Darussalam, Iraq, Laos, Malaysia, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nepal, Oman, Pakistan, United Arab Emirates, as well as Uzbekistan. Now, we do know today is going to be Group Stage A, but if you compare the group stages here between Group A and Group B, man, I don't want to be in Group B. Okay, I'm not discrediting or not saying that Group A is not tough. They are tough, but we do know a lot of high achievers apparently in Group B.
I certainly do agree, where I do think that there is a lot of showcase of tenacity as well as grit coming in from that state group. But Stage A right here is going to be filled with a lot of talent pool as well. We have some of all these veteran players coming in from Saudi Arabia, from Thailand, who have played globally before. We've also seen a lot of stars coming in from the host region of Vietnam as well. So they're definitely hoping to make a mark in the city of Ho Chi Minh to have a very stellar start. But not only that, we also do have some uprising names who are competing in the 20th Asian Games Qualifiers for the very first time. So I'm definitely hopeful to see names like Sri Lanka as well as Tajikistan to really show up when it matters the most, because in each respective match, you only get 6 matches to accumulate the maximum amount of points. And in the usual format, you'll see players having a couple of days to rack up points. So every game will matter on how well they perform.
Oh, I do know if they perform well, they have a very bright future ahead for all these players. Of course, they're very young players. It's not just that, they have a lot of potential that we are looking forward when it comes to the main event itself one day. Now, when it comes to the Group A, I agree with you. They are teams that we are very familiar with. Example, some of the teams coming up from the Indonesian teams did mention they have high hopes or high expectations coming up from probably teams from Thailand. But don't forget, the teams that we barely get to see them, that the teams that never before we've seen them around the global stage in the Pro League. Example here, Turkmenistan or Kyrgyzstan or even Tajikistan, Sri Lanka, Jordan. These are the teams that nobody knows what they can do yet in the map. So it's so hard to read them out. We're talking about their rotations, their navigation throughout the entirety of Wrangel and Miramar. It's going to be totally different than the usual, pro scene or the Pro League that we saw before. So they're probably going to give us some surprises in the game here.
Indeed. Overall, this is the beauty of the Asian Games in general, right? You unite all of Asia in this very prestigious event, and overall, this whole diversity that we're getting here gives us the imagination, the creativity of play, where you see that diverse culture now emerge right before our eyes. So that being said, there's going to be a lot of adaptation coming from all of our athletes who are competing for the entire course of this weekend. And on top of that, this is also a moment for them to showcase on how well they could basically path a bright future ahead. And of course, I absolutely do love the tagline for the entire Asian Games. Imagine one Asia. This is what we're playing for. It's all about unity, imagination, and a bright future for all that is involved. So that being said, though, Choo Choo, this being the very first event for Battle Royale, we've definitely have come a very long way. We've, of course, casted for 8 years, this long journey, and now it leads up to such a huge moment, not only for the players themselves, the people behind the scenes, the analysts, the coaches, and the people that have been able to groom these athletes to what they are right now. So this is definitely a big step forward, and also a big path to the future of what this beholds for all these aspiring youngsters who's hoping to one day join the Asian Games in this event.
Hey, it is just the start, by the way. And this is the only Battle Royale event for this Asian Games. And this is just the start for the teams as well. Now, we talked about a bright future, because whatever they start to shape here now will set the tone for the entirety of the future Asian Games as well. They're going to set the standard. Yes, we had that 2022 Asian Games, and we only had it like, what, 4 years once. So you cannot actually read out like certain teams' pattern or this region pattern in a certain way, because you only get to see them playing together 4 years once. And for me personally, I'm super stoked about this, because there's a lot of, superstar players that I wish they can actually play together, and we finally get to see them in the same team for once. But I'm not sure whether they're going to reserve the star player or not. The powerhouses that we had, like Indonesia teams, or like Vietnam, Thailand, these are the usual, the common ones that we heard when it comes to back in the birth time of PUBG Mobile. During that time, they have been part of that. They're one of the pioneers too. But we do know, when it comes to new blood coming in, when it comes to new teams giving a different perspective sometimes, that some of us never see the game in that perspective before. They might give us a different approach to certain aspect during the game itself, right? For example, during the CQC or long range that we don't see too often these days in the pro league scene. Probably we get to see more in this tournament.
Yeah, certainly so, because when we talk about different regions now emerging as one, you're talking about very various play styles that can be implemented into what their strategies could actually be countered. Could they actually go for their usual rush play style into, taking spaces in some of all these territories in general, in order to find advantages for them moving forward. So definitely, where somebody say that, hey, these couple of names we've seen a lot before, we've seen them on the global stages, they are probably going to do well. But when you are dealing with some anomalies like players that you've never faced, you can never, of course, overestimate their potential, or even underestimate as well. So that is definitely one thing that each players have already gotten accustomed to. And, we've also had a little bit of a chatter before we even begin the show where, with certain players, they've always looked up to those who have played in big stages, and now they also get to share that same stage as well. So I think that this is definitely a very special moment for all of the nations as well as regions involved, where they get to, of course, exchange ideas on how to improve. They get to also connect with one another. This is how esports unite everyone together.
Yeah, I like the fact that you mentioned about the unity between the players, and not just, even though they are competing for the slots to get into the main event, which going to be probably around a couple of months to go for the main event, by the way, in Japan. We mentioned about this before. And speaking of that, you know, it's so hard for them to actually be on the same, sort of in the same venue to meet each other out. Like you mentioned, some players do idolize a certain other players from a different region, and they hardly get to meet each other, because even during the Pro League stage, they will probably not be playing the same regional qualifiers for that league stage, for the Pro League stage. So this is the only time they can actually see each other and get to exchange knowledge at certain point. You know, remember when it was the first time we casted the PUBG Mobile Pro League that time, where everybody never know about anybody yet. Everybody just go into the lobby at you know, the evening time. Everybody just exchange idea, and everybody just show how they actually landed themselves, teach each other. That sportsmanship that we kind of miss for a long time. I mean, everything sometimes shifted to online, but it's nice to see when all the players are huddled up together and seems to be sharing, exchanging their knowledge, and also regarding the game technique itself, maybe during their break time.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to really uncover as we move closer and closer to our first matchup. So we'll definitely get there in moments time. And, you know, usually when we go into tournaments, they like to use their IGNs. We also do see, of course, now with them representing the nation, some of them are actually utilizing their, of course, real names instead, because you are representing not only, you know, the nation itself, you want people to remember your name. One such prime example is, of course, Team Indonesia, who's holding a all-star roster. You have Yummy, who's now known as Haikal.
Oh, you're spoiling it for this, guys. I was reserving for, you know, for the introduction later.
Just a little bit of teaser. Just a little bit of teaser, right? Because, like, I guess, like, some people will be wondering, like, okay, who exactly is this? Let me search it up online so that, well, we got you guys covered. Because overall, I think, like, there's so much to play for. More importantly, everyone's here sharing the same love for the game itself, which is a stuff of beauty, right? And speaking of beauty, you talked about the, you know, this Asian Games version where there's so many inclusion of you know, new sceneries involved, as well as updates to the game, where you also get a very polished field of view, as well as all these new itemizations that comes in. It also takes a little bit of adjustment for the players. Hopefully it will be able to get on track in the past couple of days for them to really put in the practice. So that being said, all the practice is over. Now the 6 games is where it matters for them to stamp their mark and make history to book that qualification to Aichi Nagoya, Japan.
Yep, and I mean, that's a free flight going to Japan. Everybody loves Japan. We all know that. I love Japan as well. I wish we can actually fly there one day, hopefully. But speaking of which, okay, we cannot spoil too much because we're gonna have the team walk-ins afterwards. We actually wanted to surprise you guys who's gonna be playing, because these are big names. We're not even joking here. We do know all the world-class players will be playing here as well, a lot of them. And you guys know, whenever we introduce the Group A and Group B just now, you can get an idea. But I love the fact you mentioned about Indonesian team players. They don't really use the IGN. At first, when I look at it, I'm like, who are these guys? You know, and then I look detailed into, oh, this is his real name. So I'm kind of curious whether they're going to use their IGN or their real name in game. That's one thing for sure. And another thing is that you guys have to anticipate this, because what happens in the game, yes, we're gonna have the rotation, only 2 maps. We don't have Render, we don't have Sandhawk, but you guys will be happy to see. We haven't seen Mirama yet. We've seen Erangel yesterday when it comes to our you know, rehearsal yesterday. So we actually get to see a glimpse of Erangel, the Asian Games PUBG Mobile version. So it's very beautiful.
It's
I can tell you that. It's just amazing. But I do have some questions later when we get into the game. If you know, gamers. We are gamers. So sometimes you want to go beyond what you're supposed to be doing. What if we try to jump on top of this structure that just newly formed in the Asian Games version? Will it change anything? That kind of stuff. I do want to see if any of the players try to experiment on that. And not just that, when it comes to the players as well, do note that, Contra, these players coming from a different club before, and now they merge into together to play alongside, even though they fought against each other in their Pro League stage. But this is where they have to put aside, you know, whatever they have, their banter or anything that happened, their history during the Pro League stage, and everybody have to be on the same page just to make sure they can get the slot into the main event.
Yeah, I'm very sure that when they basically sift through the list of, you know, what makes a great national team, of course, you need to talk about chemistry. You need to talk about, you know, working with a certain form of synergy. So it's pretty interesting that, of course, you mentioned about, all these players, they may come from different clubs. They may come from the same clubs altogether. It's more important that they have pretty much the same one-track mind of securing themselves victories moving into each respective round. Even if you do not secure that chicken dinner, it's gonna be okay. You want to maximize your points. How do you do so? So of course, it's all about team effort as well as how well they work together, which I think that is a very good point that you brought up, because some of these gentlemen who are going to be taking this stage, they will have maybe a lot of adjustments to make in the form of how do you really synergize with a teammate that you have never spent like years practicing with. But all in all, if they played in the same league, they've seen their play style, they kind of know each other. More often than not, they're already friends with each other, as much as sometimes things do get a little bit competitive when it comes down to playing in leagues. So I think that definitely we will have a very stiff competition coming in from both respective groups. Since our focus is on Group A, I think there is definitely a lot to talk about you know, potential of names that we might see qualifying to the finals.
But we do have some expectation of certain players to play, and we didn't see them as well. So don't get surprised here, guys, because I think when it comes to the selection of the players, it's not easy for the players to be selected to be in the Asian Games in the first place. So I'm looking forward how they work around together when it comes to getting the slot to the main event first, because the medal, imagine this, Contra, have you ever thought about, you play games your whole life. For in the case of PUBG Mobile, these players have been playing this pretty much their career, their lifeline as well, right, for the players. And back in the days, nobody even bet an eye for esports players. And now they're representing the nation to even get one day.
Well, those days
we ourselves never have the opportunity before.
Yeah, I wish I was 10 years younger so I could actually get my opportunities to join some of all these amazing athletes that will take the stage. And finally, we do get a glimpse of the beautiful stage here in Ho Chi Minh City as the Asian Games will commence very shortly. As within a span of a minute, we will welcome them to the stage. Choo choo. This is their moment. This is their time, their opportunity to show the world what they're made of.
Yep, and also the time for them to really put their gears on, because we do know there's very limited amount of maps they get to play. Only 6 maps for every single team that's competing to represent their own nation and region. So like it or not, they have to give it all out, because we'll be cutting off the trim for the group quite fast and quite big. We're talking about half of the group will be gone by end of today.
That's right. And also, for the fact of the matter is that you have teams separated into a group of 13 or even 12 squads entirely. There's also plenty of spaces that they need to strategize on which city will they try to occupy or try to take good control of. And of course, moving into zones after zones, it will all obviously be a arduous task for them to overcome. But of course, only the best will prevail. And lo and behold, we're getting things underway for 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version, and it begins now.
Chí Minh, nước chủ nhà Việt Nam, chúng tôi xin được gửi lời chào đến toàn thể quý vị đại biểu, quý vị khách quý và các bạn khán giả đang cùng đến với vòng tuyển chọn Asian Games 2026. Nội dung PUBG Mobile.
From Ho Chi Minh City, the host nation of Vietnam, we extend our warmest and most heartfelt welcome to all delegates, distinguished guests and viewers everywhere. Welcome to 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, PUBG Mobile Asian Game version.
Năm 2026 đánh dấu một cột mốc quan trọng với thể thao điện tử khi eSports tiếp tục được đưa vào chương trình tranh huy chương chính thức của Asian Games, khẳng định vị thế ngày càng vững chắc của eSports trong hệ sinh thái thể thao khu vực và quốc tế.
2026 marks a significant milestone for esports as it continues to be included in the official Asian Games medal program, reforming its place within the regional and international sports ecosystem.
Là nội dung Battle Royale duy nhất thuộc chương trình eSports của Asian Games, PUBG Mobile mang đến một phiên bản thi đấu được thiết kế đặc biệt dành riêng cho Asian Games. Trong phiên bản này, tinh thần của giải đấu được thể hiện qua 3 giá trị cốt lõi: trí tưởng tượng để không ngừng sáng tạo và thích nghi, tinh thần đoàn kết để cùng nhau vượt qua mọi thử thách và niềm tin vào một tương lai tươi sáng dành cho thế hệ vận động viên thể thao điện tử tiếp theo.
As the only Battle Royale title in the Asian Games Esports lineup, PUBG Mobile brings a special competitive version developed exclusively for the Asian Games. This version embodies 3 core values: imagination to keep innovating and adapting, unity to overcome every challenge together, and a belief in the bright future for the next generation of esports athletes.
Ngày hôm nay cũng sẽ đánh dấu một khởi đầu cho hành trình tìm kiếm những đại diện đến với lại Asian Games 2026. 23 đội tuyển đến từ các quốc gia và vùng lãnh thổ sẽ chính thức bước vào vòng bảng diễn ra trong 2 ngày 19 và 20 tháng 6 và chỉ có 6 đội tuyển xuất sắc nhất của mỗi bảng mới giành quyền vào chơi ở trận chung kết diễn ra vào ngày 21 tháng 6. Và trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay, 12 đội tuyển thuộc bảng A sẽ chính thức ra quân, mang theo khát vọng, niềm tự hào dân tộc và quyết tâm chinh phục tấm vé đến với đấu trường thể thao giành giải nhất châu Á.
Today marks the beginning of the journey to find the finest representatives who will grab a ticket to the 2026 Asian Games. 23 teams from nations and territories across Asia enter the group stage, taking place over 2 days, June 19 and 20. Only the 6 best performing teams from each group will advance to the finals on June 21. In today's opening day, 12 teams from Group A officially take the field, carrying their ambitions, national pride, and the determination to grab a ticket to Asia's most prestigious sporting stage.
Và giờ đây xin được kính mời toàn thể quý vị sẽ cùng với chúng tôi hướng mắt về sân khấu để cùng chào đón những đội tuyển sẽ tranh tài trong ngày mở màn ngày hôm nay. Đại diện cho các quốc gia và vùng lãnh thổ khắp châu Á, họ đã sẵn sàng bước vào vòng tuyển chọn Asian Games 2026. Nội dung PUBG Mobile.
And now, please turn your attention to the stage as we welcome to the first team who appear in today's competition. Representing nations and territories from across Asia, they are ready to compete in the 2026 Asian Game Esports Qualifier, PUBG Mobile Asian Game version.
Xin được chào đón đội tuyển đầu tiên bước lên sân khấu, đội tuyển Hồng Kông, Trung Quốc.
Please welcome the first team to take the stage, Hong Kong, China.
Với các thành viên Xiao Cha, Rare, Monkey và Zero. Một trong những quốc gia có nền PUBG Mobile mạnh nhất Đông Nam Á, xin được chào đón đội tuyển Indonesia.
One of the strongest PUBG Mobile nations in Southeast Asia. Please welcome Team Indonesia.
Với các thành viên Shaman, Jeremy, Pratama và Haikan. lần đầu tiên góp mặt ở giải đấu. Xin được chào đón đội tuyển Jordan.
Making their first appearance at the tournament, please welcome Team Jordan.
Với các thành viên Led, Ragnarok, Clever và Tome. Xin được chào đón đội tuyển tiếp theo bước lên sân khấu, đội tuyển Kazakhstan.
Please welcome the next team to take the stage, Team Kazakhstan.
Với các thành viên Westron, B6, Red League và 3TN. Tiếp theo xin được chào mừng lên sân khấu đội tuyển Kyrgyzstan.
Next, please welcome team to the stage, Team Kyrgyzstan.
Với các thành viên Derich, Like Effect và Warrior. Đội hình với những chiến binh kỳ cựu, xin được chào đón đội tuyển Philippines.
A lineup of seasoned veterans, please welcome Team Philippines.
Với các thành viên Ian Yulo, Bandove, Kushigan và Parode. Với bộ khung dày dặn kinh nghiệm, xin chào đón đội tuyển Ả Rập Xê Út.
A roster built on experience, please welcome Team Saudi Arabia.
Với các gương mặt British, Bob, Amori và ID7. Một trong những thế lực mới đang nổi lên ở tựa game PUBG Mobile. Xin được chào đón đội tuyển Sri Lanka.
One of the rising forces in PUBG Mobile, please welcome Team Sri Lanka.
Với các thành viên Gila 31, Perfect, Shadia và Astro. Tiếp theo là một đội tuyển được đào tạo bởi những bậc thầy kinh nghiệm. Họ đã sẵn sàng bước ra sân khấu. Xin được chào đón Tajikistan.
A team built on experience, mentorship and seasoned guidance. Please welcome Team Tajikistan.
Với các thành viên Anonim 07, Major 77, Ispa và Otoha. Đến từ xứ sở chua vàng và là cái tên đáng gờm trên đấu trường quốc tế. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Thái Lan.
From the land of smiles and formidable forge on the international stage, please welcome Team Thailand.
Với các thành viên Moman, Tonic, Swap và Joker. Một tân binh đang trỗi dậy từ khu vực Trung Á, sẵn sàng đối đầu với những thế lực đã khẳng định vị thế trên đấu trường quốc tế. Xin chào đón đội tuyển Turkmenistan.
A new challenger emerging from Central Asia, ready to take on the established powerhouses. Please welcome Team Turkmenistan.
It's YZ, Lezo 7, Commander X và Chappy X. Và đại diện cuối cùng bước lên sân khấu, những chiến binh cờ đỏ sao vàng mang theo niềm tự hào quốc gia và khát vọng chinh phục tấm vé đến Asian Games 2026. Xin được chào đón đội tuyển Việt Nam.
The final team to take the stage, the Warriors of the Red Flag with a golden star, carrying the pride of their nation and the ambition to grab a ticket to the 2026 Asian Games. Please welcome Team Vietnam.
Zeus, Bozet, Win và Top Set.
There you have it, ladies and gents. Spoilers spilled when it comes to the players that will be participating in the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Do tell us which team is going to be your favorite, or you can cheer to support and rally behind your national teams as well, and showcasing your passion and also the determination and sense of your national pride. Do shout out in the comment section. I do see a lot of players, names out there that are being called on, especially the GOATs, I mean the greatest of all time, like Tops or the Mongolian players as well. But for me personally, I finally get to see two things. I want to see Tony K and Tony K actually get in the same lineup, but we didn't see Tony K just now. I don't know if he's going to play here today. Plus, I always want to see Yummy and Rosemary to be in the same lineup as well. Finally getting that in the Asian Games. Plus, it's also, speaking of unity, right? They reunite with Potato for Rosemary in this tournament as well, but there's so many stories behind it, including the teams coming out from example here, Philippines, even the ones coming up from Vietnam, this time coming up from a lot of Team Flash players instead of the usual Xaviers we've seen before.
That's right. I really do think that the selections have been made really well from each respective nations as well as regions, where they're feeling right now the current best players of their home nation. So, of course, there's a lot on the line right now as each respective regions are basically fighting for their chance in order to represent their entire region even further when it comes down to the main event itself, which will be happening in about 3 months time from now on. So, of course, this is what they've been preparing for. We've seen a lot of all these familiar faces that you pointed out. We've got a lot of superstars and also rising stars that we're going to be keeping our eyes closed on. We also saw, you know, even from Central Asia, from South Asia, there's just so many lists of names out here that we could also recognize. Well, I've seen Anonym walking the stage. I've seen, you know, some of the players from Hive International representing the Philippines for the very first time as well. This is definitely a big milestone yet again for all of the ones who are currently involved to be the athlete for this Asian Games event. So, of course, there's a lot of firsts for many. And later when we move into the first Wrangle matchup, I really do wonder, you know, because most of the time when you take a look at international tournaments such as this, you likely than not will see a little bit of a clash of ideas when it comes down to moving into a certain area to really take control of. We might even see, you know, some of all these very early contests to happen. And perhaps this is what we might expect for the first couple of games. And once they get adjusted to things, then maybe they'll be making some drastic measurements in order to secure a whole lot more. But overall, I think like we've seen, you know, the entirety of Group A, and looking at, you know, the players with their calibers, I definitely think that we're in for a treat. We're definitely also in for a lot of surprises.
Yeah, I'm looking a lot of fans coming out for Tajikistan as well as Turkmenistan. I think it's more towards Tajikistan for today. So I'm looking forward how they'll be performing, because we rarely get to see certain regions performing at this level as well. We don't get to see them too often, because for us, for me and Contra, we probably casted more to a Southeast Asia region as well as, you know, the global stage sometimes. So we are familiar with those names, but these are the ones that nobody know about the strategy yet. They're not familiar with their rotations yet. So I'm looking forward what they have to offer for the teams coming up from, especially Turkmenistan, Jordan, including coming up from Kyrgyzstan, Sri Lanka, Tajikistan as well. Now, speaking of the schedule for today, we do have 4 Erangles map back to back here, and we ended up with 2 Rama map as a close. And it means that this is ample of opportunity for the players to get used to, you know, the rotations of all the other teams, provided it's the same 4 maps before and it's the most comfortable map for all the players out there as well.
Absolutely. And of course, it's great to see that we're getting the players into a territory where they're pretty much comfortable to begin with 4 back-to-back rounds of Erangel to be played out, and then moving into Miramar. That's where they will be tested with their ability to, of course, get themselves accustomed to long-range exchanges as well as close quarter exchanges at the very same time. Of course, we're looking at the rising stars. We have Team Vietnam on our screens right at this moment, and of course they've been able to show us exemplary plays in the international runs in the PMGOs, PMGCs, even over the past. But I believe that Team Flash, this is also the few times that they get to once again take the stage in the international circuit. And of course, you've mentioned about the gentlemen coming in from Thailand as well, which we are seeing names like Schweppes to be taking the stage, who will also have a significant impact of play. And of course, the rising star of Tony K, who will be playing. And in substitution, we're hoping to see eventually if Tony K will also get a couple games or so.
Yeah, speaking of the game itself, Contra, this is different ball game entirely. We're talking about, playing for your nation's pride instead of playing for your club this time. There's a lot at stake here, a lot of pressure for the players as well. And speaking of pressure, they have to resynchronize the chemistry between themselves as a team. Now, you talked about they might have clashes of idea regarding how they used to play with their old teammates, and now they have to recalibrate once more for the players regarding this tournament. Now, we get to see, how about those players that have the same role IGL before? What if we have 2 IGL in a team right now? How do they work with each other? Everything will be unfold itself once we step into the first map of our first day in none other than Erangel.
Here we go into the very first round here in match 1, as all of our players are jet set and ready to take on the challenge, as we do have a very neutral pattern of a flight path that will start from the hospital grounds heading into Yasnab Polyana. So this will definitely allow majority of all the teams in order to secure a lot of space in the mainland. But speaking of spaces here, it will be a little bit of a stretch for teams that like to play on that southern side, which means that they will have to secure themselves some early vehicles should they need to move into areas like the Sonoska base, or maybe even over on the corner of Novorobnoye. But overall, I'm liking what we're seeing here. A little bit of that open space that they can actually get them some hold of. Meanwhile, inside of South George, we're already seeing a battle between Saudi Arabia as well as Team Thailand to kick things off with. And it looks to me Thailand is only left with 1 member remaining to try to hold out.
Oh boy, this is not great. Mormon, he's bleeding out. No, not yet. He's still hugging the corners. They're the first one to get eliminated. This is unprecedented. We didn't see this one coming. Thailand to get eliminated. This is a big powerhouse. This shows what level of ball game we are looking at the Asian Games Qualifier for this time. And I did not see that one happening that too soon. And we talk about stage 1, barely even a minute into the game. Unfortunately, at least good news for Thailand. They do know now, probably going to change or maybe fight back for map number 2. We got to wait and see for map number 2 here. Now we do have 11 teams left, but the KSA, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's one solid start for them.
Absolutely. And we're to talk about some really huge names coming in from Saudi Arabia themselves that have really opened up their accounts here with all of the 4 points being gained and no casualties whatsoever in the form of receiving any form of damage overall. So very clean start. And we're looking
So
at
cool.
some of the precarious areas to be mindful of is that they got to make this 50-50 choice, right? Do you go into the Sonoska base or do you actually play around the mainland? I think the safe call right now is to maybe hug around that ferry pier so you could still get the best of both worlds for the time being. But wow, going back into that situation, right, Choo Choo? Like, I think that the side of Saudi Arabia has assessed this from the get-go, that they've plotted if they were to move into a same area, they want to ensure that they drop very quickly, secure those items, and just basically get that strong lead. And that's how they basically finished off the entirety of Team Thailand in a full sweep. So that being said, though, the rest of the party, they're definitely feeling very happy about a clean start as well. As Turkmenistan, they're in this brand new area. A little bit of a good update over on the top of Mount Stabur, as we're seeing, all these new locations.
Wow.
And take a look at how beautiful the scene is up in the skies.
Wow. It's floating LEDs, I guess. That's super cool. I wonder if you actually have a glide in, will you fly through it, or were you actually able to jump right on top of those structures though?
I believe you'll just fly through it in that sense, because you have like the beautiful, of course, logo of the Asian Games that will be happening in Aichi, Nagoya. I'm looking forward to that. Of course, we're also looking forward for the 8 teams that will be representing the entirety of the Asian Games here throughout the qualifiers. So Indonesia, this is one team that a lot of fans are very excited to watch. And of course, the names may not seem too familiar right now, but you will definitely remember them. Shaman's going to be playing, as well as he was Potato, who has played for teams such as Voy Esports.
The thing is, do we call out their names there? Do we call their IGN? That's quite confusing for me, because Shaman is Potatoes. So do we call him as Potato or Shaman here?
I think we'll just follow with the names as described on screen, just to ensure that everybody's pretty much, well aligned in that sense. And overall, if you guys really want to know who else is in the lineup, we got Rosemary, we got Zeta, we got Snake, as well as Yummy.
Yeah, I'm so going to call these guys by their real name one day if we get to see them face to face once more. I'm not going to call them IGN name no more after this. But you know what? This is what we talked about before regarding teams that have been a powerhouse before, like Thailand, like Team Indonesia, even in the case of Vietnam, including Philippines. Those names are the teams that we used to have the players play in the club. A lot of them has been studied by the other teams, including like how we saw just now, Team Saudi Arabia do know exactly where to find these guys. They know their usual drop spot. They know how these guys rotate. Whilst the teams that we rarely get to have a glimpse of them before, that's not exposed to the global stage yet, it's actually a huge advantage for them at this point, because nobody knows too much about them.
I absolutely do agree. One prime example is right here on our screen, Team Hong Kong China, who is representing the region of Hong Kong China in general, where they have only played in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League, which this team has been led by Mankey. Overall, they are a team that has very good burst of energy in some of all the skirmishes that they actually enroll in. So you will expect them to have some really good control if they do actually have good survival time into the late game. And overall, I really do like that they also added another player onto the list, which is currently on substitute right at this moment. So of course, once we actually do get him in play, we'll highlight about him a whole lot more. So Manki, of course, with his veteran experience, he will try to see if he could basically make a big mark here in the international stage. And another squad that has been pretty interesting here is Tajikistan, because we got the world famous Anonym that has played in multiple teams prior to this in the global stages, and right now leading with the entire squad of Autohard, Maisie, as well as Isma. I definitely think that they have a very good aggressive style play when it comes down to going in for battles. But overall, this is a team that knows how to really play a conservative style in the early game, which you can already see on that mini map that blue zone is slowly and closing through, so they don't really want to linger way too long by the edge of the map. Whereas Jordan, I believe this could be one of their first time that they are sinking into this Battle Royale format in the global stage, but they have definitely joined the 19th Asian Games prior to this 4 years ago, as Clever, Liv, as well as Ragnarok, they've been playing together ever since.
Yeah, I mean, they are no strangers, actually, for the players coming from Jordan's side. Ragnarok, we know these guys for quite a bit now. We've seen them play before. Coming up from GK Esports, Ragnarok, definitely somebody that knows what to do when it comes to Battle Royale. This is their forte when it comes to all the teams, especially the one that we just mentioned just now. Even though they are not as well under the spotlight like the teams coming out with the powerhouses like the Indonesian teams, the Thai teams here, but they are fearless. One thing about these teams, they really are fearless when it comes to taking those fights. You can see how they just did not have second thought when it comes to making those rush just now. But speaking of the circle, it will shrink down in between. It's going to be a bridge circle. We get to see the beautiful bridge of the Asian Games version of PUBG Mobile. Now, I'm looking forward for this so much. Based on the graphic, the odds is just incredible. But when it comes to the rotation, the upper end of it, the main peninsula side of the bridge end seems to be a bit too crowded for now.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I think Team Hong Kong China might actually gain some advantages depending on how well will they defend that lighthouse territory, because they were the ones getting the first dips into that area of play, so they get to have a say of who gets through the bridges or who gets to stay put in the mainland. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that, as teams are definitely preparing for that mid-game scenario where it will get a little bit more chaotic. As we move over to Team Philippines, overall, this is a squad that consists of teams such as Hive International, as well as a few members of Misfits International as well. And finally, of course, with both of the clubs having international in their names, they are absolutely playing in the global stages right here. So a team such as the Philippines, they have very high ratio of hit rates, so keep our eyes peeled out for that. Meanwhile, that's going to be the first loot crate being picked up from the side of Sri Lanka.
I did know that some of you guys are cheering for the teams that's not playing it today. For the other group, we do have a different set of it, 11 more teams it's going to be playing for tomorrow. Today is just going to be focusing on Group A, and only top 8 from Group A will march to it. The finals later on. Was it top 8? If I'm not mistaken, it's top 8, yeah. So
I believe it should be top 6.
Is it really now? We're cutting it short?
Because we're only having 12 teams in the finals. So
yeah, that's true. It's going to be top 6. Yeah. Oh, man. Make it even lesser. Now it's going to be half of them gone. So they have to make it a good momentum, as a good tone for the start of the day, and they cannot even have a mistake in a single map. That's just how tight when it comes to the format and the Asian Games Qualifiers. Yeah, but coming up from Vietnam teams, you do have tops and probably both spotted out the players just rotating, migrating. Well, a lot of teams having some migrations, yeah, due to the circle itself kind of favors around the bridge area. The only couple of teams, I'm surprised, only around 2 teams just now we saw going towards SMB from the right side of the bridge. Majority of them do favor the left side, which seems to be, like I mentioned before, a bit slightly stuffy now.
Yeah, it's really vital for them to secure some compounds to really hold out, just like what Sri Lanka is doing. Great to also see Destro right now playing in the big stages as well, as I've been able to have some fancy opportunities to also cast for the South Asia region of PUBG Mobile. And right now, we finally get ourselves some confirmation, which will be a very dire situation for Jordan as well as Kazakhstan to make it over the bridge unscathed. So HKG China, they will have a lot of work to do to try to keep some of these teams at bay. Meanwhile, of course, the host nation, Vietnam, they're planted directly into a spot where they could actually farm up with some good elimination numbers, so long as they could preserve their spot right here, right by the hillside, which we initially saw some massive sprays over onto Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka had to basically find a spot to defend, which Team Vietnam have assessed the situation and said, you know, it's not worth it to challenge inside the compound. You don't want to have risky moves, because if you were to lose out in that battle, then you might actually crash out very early, not receiving maximum points. So, of course, we saw that happen to Team Thailand initially, which means that you're going to be lagging behind from the pack with only another 5 more rounds to play out. Kazakhstan, thankfully for them, they've been able to get a little bit more of that wiggle room to try to get some field of view across the hillside, but they do know that Team Jordan is still lurking around, so we may even get a battle started before even seeing them getting across the bridge. But finally, that's going to be a hovercraft that allows one member of Jordan to get by.
Oh, can they make it through for Kazakhstan team? We do know the other end, Hong Kong China team has been waiting just to farm those eliminations. The moment they're just going to cross over this bridge. Jordan team, it's going to be clever. It's being very clever indeed, trying to wait it out, but a bit too late now. Zero managed to get one on Kazakhstan player. 3TN seems to be having a bit of a problem. They got himself secured for that one elimination, Zero's hand, but he couldn't spot the rest of them and quite scattered about, making sure their rotation is pretty fast to navigate into the circle. But next we do have Kyrgyzstan versus Team Indonesia. Now this is what we want to see of a grab. Just splat them down. Oh no, Shahman, what can he do at this point?
There we go. Jeremy going in close quarters and is down to fly with that DPS. He goes in, trading 1 versus 2, and they did manage to eliminate Team Indonesia in one big swing, gaining themselves 3 points of advantage. And Indonesia, they walk away with only 1 point game.
Oh, here comes one flying over to a side of Zero. For Hong Kong China, they have been waiting this out for a long time, but I'm surprised that they actually wait around the end of the bridge. They could have just stopped the entirety of Jordan teams from reaching in, but now they managed to get themselves squeezing into around this structure, around that compound, but Circle happened to be shrinking at the same time. But look at Team Saudi Arabia. They definitely look so much confident after they definitely flatten out the rest of Team Thailand early on. They are spreading out quite far between themselves, but this is just beautiful. Imagine if it's nighttime. Just gonna have a segue here. That's a beautiful bridge, but the nades is more even beautiful at this point. Hong Kong China, they're losing a lot of men too fast, so they need some help, but who else can help at this point? And that holographic just shows they got eliminated a couple of their players, down to only one, I think, that's left on this side.
Yeah, that perfect usage of troubles coming in from Jordan have been able to gain themselves safety net in order to defend this compound, and they're also being marked from that gas station from across. So Team Hong Kong China right now, they are really putting quite the hole up against all the teams that are struggling to get across that bridge. And Jordan seems like they're pretty much stuck in this situation as well. So they really have to buy some time. Here comes Team Tajikistan as they are moving across. Excuse me, it's actually Turkmenistan that's arriving to the scene. Loses one member due to the sharp precision aim coming in from Ragnarok. And once again, we saw this before up against those members of HKG China and Jordan. So long as they still have some utility involved, that is going to be a tough place for Turkmenistan to actually play it out.
I didn't see this one coming. I did not expect Turkmenistan is actually pushing all their way out just to finish off a couple of players around the bridge area, because they were quite inside of the circle just now. And I'm surprised as well how Team Jordan and Kazakhstan didn't manage to survive a bit much longer, despite they were on the other end around the SMB as quite early in stage number 2 and number 1. But back to a side of Turkmenistan, Lazo tried to find any sort of information that can actually try to squeeze across Kazakhstan team. But like it or not, they have to pick their poison here. They have to fight and grind their way to get into the inner side of the circle. We haven't seen the other side of the circle just yet. The southern part of this circle is just too much clashing between the teams here. So like it or not, all the fights happening around here somewhere. And last we've seen Team Saudi Arabia, the only team coming up from the northern side. That's why it's a bit quiet on the northern side for now, because everybody just focused on trying to get the points as much as they can. Back to a side of Kyrgyzstan. Fly spotted out a very long shot, bold and brazen, very ambitious indeed with his M416. But I think he needs to switch it to tap. The spray seems to be not connecting so far for Flight.
Yeah, they're just trying to deter them from moving deeper into the area. So breaking down that hovercraft will be really huge for Kyrgyzstan to deal with the situation later on. And they're just trying to full send it up against Kazakhstan, and they got stranded in between, and that opens up opportunities for Kyrgyzstan to also look for some points to stash away. And it seems like there is a trade back as Sykes gets knocked down with Ragnarok arriving to the scene. This four-way battle looking very congested as this rally is intensified. And there we go. Shandar going for a little bit of that spray down, and he takes it up close and personal. And that will be the last of Turkmenistan as they ran out of that space. And it is Kyrgyzstan that has been able to receive 4 points out of the battle happening all the way down south.
Very well fortress defended by the side of Kyrgyzstan here. But Kazakhstan, they're still waiting at the other end. Ufak is trying to read around. I love the... By the way, if you guys notice, when it comes to cosmetics as well, they have their own sets of outfits when it comes to the Asian Games. This time it's exclusively only during this game, and you guys do note a couple of changes. There's a lot of the players do need to recalibrate themselves when it comes to how they play the game. It's a very different ball game when it comes to the Asian Games Qualifiers. Back to it, the host nation here. We do have Team Vietnam. When try to give some warning shots quite far, that's going to be around 200 meters apart. Well, they spotted out that roofless small shack for Team Tajikistan. They still have all 4 well and alive, but no Nemo is still there. I think he's probably... I'm not sure. We're not sure who's the IGL, but it feels like Isma trying to go for the flank side. But they need to get in here, and unfortunately for the side of Team Tajikistan, they probably have to compete against Team Saudi Arabia and another team, and that's going to be Team Philippines. That's gatekeeping them from the inner circle. And not just that, Team Vietnam as well. Oh my god, all eyes set on Team Tajikistan. Oh, left, right, center, being surrounded by so many teams.
Yeah, it is a really tough position to play out, especially when you're on flatlands in the open space Gatka. So both the Philippines as well as Vietnam, they're marking onto the rest of the squad all the way up north, and that will be pretty much the last of it for Tajikistan. Ran out of space as well to even find cover of, which is rather unfortunate, but of course the rest of the party will go on with Saudi Arabia arriving right below the hills to take on this challenge up against the rest of Kyrgyzstan. Here comes the throwables into the smokes, lands perfectly to secure it up against ID7. Amuri did manage to dodge the flames for the moment as effect. He's trying to draw the exchange, but he could not see anything at all, and he soaks in all of the brunt of the troubles coming in from the side of Marv. Perfect execution with this battle that they got themselves engaged with, where Warrior tries to hold back, and they are now sending in more of their men right across the field for them to try to wrap up this battle. There we go. Prestige now going up against Flight, as he does have a couple of troubles of his own to try to hold out. And on the side, Kazakhstan is trying to make a flank happen here. DBS now in play as he brings it all the way up front. Flight secures another big 6 points for the side of Kyrgyzstan.
Oh, but Warriors on the ground. Flight can actually save any of his teammates. Team Saudi Arabia seems to be very bold coming in with that kind of rush, but they have no choice when it comes to the circle. With less than 5 seconds on the clock, stage 6 is going to head, but at the same time, Moth is doing whatever he can. I'm surprised at how Moth just holding himself so well despite the rest of his teammates already waiting in the lobby. He has to carry this one solo, but back to his side of Team Philippines. Baldov, they're still having a full squad here, and all 4 of them still not looking so healthy for Linilo, but the rest of them seems to be slightly okay. But as long as Baldov managed to just reset himself, he's going to be A-okay for now. But for how much longer? Because they are not inside of a circle. Back to his side of Team Philippines. They're taking on the left side. But Team Vietnam do have a very solid position here. We're talking about those high grounds. They have quite themselves a vantage view, and not just that, they definitely have a lot of information regarding all the teams surrounding at the edge of the circle. Back to his side of Bose. He got a flash Nate just now, but when it comes to ammunition, their resources seems to be running pretty dry for the teams in the center of the circle right now.
Yeah, that's the issue about holding on to the high ground. You don't really have access to loot inside the compounds, which is why they have to be on the reserve of whatever utilities that they will have in their chamber. So overall, we're still seeing a couple of a tussle coming in, and that grenade coming in from the side of Hong Kong, China does connect over onto Ragnarok. Then only down to Tome to try to make this exchange happen. Kazakhstan holding on the far end as well. Jordan now comes to the wide wraparound, quickly gets sniffed out by Westron as Kazakhstan was holding all the way to the far front, and that helps out this exchange between Hong Kong China versus Jordan right at this moment. Big utility toss towards the side of Mankey could not actually take him out of that position as he slipped right back into the back of the walls just to find himself a little bit more of that cover right now. I'm just really surprised on how well Hong Kong, China as a region so far has been working so well in this area where they're still having two members to fend off, and they finally have been able to eliminate Jordan from the equation, making it to the top 6.
As long as the star player Mankey's still alive, I guess Hong Kong China will stay. I mean, this is quite a very overextended fight between Team Jordan and Team Hong Kong China, by the way, around this area. We've seen them quite in stage 1 as well. We just tried to pass through that bridge early on. But back towards the side of a team in the center of the circle. That's going to be Team Vietnam taking the lead with 4 eliminations. But when it comes to eliminations, lead, you have to give it to Team Saudi Arabia. They got himself 10 eliminations already by now. While the twins, Zeus and Bo, try to gain information, we're looking at the circle shrinking as well. Team Kazakhstan left with only 2 of their players down there. The only team with a full squad is going to be Team Philippines and Team Vietnam. I think Team Sri Lanka seems to be very healthy with 4 players as well. But with teams running low, down to only 6 teams left, we do know when it comes to the high grounds, Team Vietnam do have the sweetest spot compared to Team Kazakhstan, and Team Hong Kong China seems to be at the edge of it, but at least Team Sri Lanka and Team Hong Kong China do have a very solid compound. But once the circle shifts away, if it goes towards the high ground, feel like high chance Team Philippines or Team Vietnam do have a better shot at winning this chicken dinner.
Well, we'll really have to see about that, because right at this moment, Team Philippines, they have 3 members hunkered down by the edge of the zone. So escaping the sights of Team Vietnam will be the biggest hurdle for the rest of Team Philippines. But for now, they are playing it really safely. They've also got a couple of vehicles for them to relocate, and they're driving towards the direction of the sole member of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the moment, Marv, just remaining quiet because he does not want to draw any form of attention. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Vietnam, they're absolutely occupied, landing some really big chunk of numbers up against those out of Team Philippines. 2 knocks and 2 more perhaps to follow suit, with Zeus right now leading the charge, trying to really find a little bit more of that angle. And you can see they're just trying to recoup coming into the corners of this compound for the safety net. They only got a couple more seconds left before the blue zone kicks in, and they're slowly running out of space.
Oh, speaking of space, there's no space at all for Team Philippines. Like it or not, they have to stop the budge now. But Team Vietnam will try to deny the entry into the circle by giving so much pressure on the side. Worst case scenario, Team Philippines, they are having quite a tough hike from that perspective. It's almost impossible to get out from where they at. They couldn't even pick each other up at this point. Wind just kept on giving the troubles to the point they don't have a room for a breather at all. Now, Baldov, what can you do about this? Those smokes will try to block the vision of Team Vietnam temporarily, but the moment the smokes dissipate, we do know it's going to be a clear as day, and he's running low with his resources as well. No troubles anymore for Baldov, and the Blues have stopped to hit. And it's going to be a goodbye for Baldov for now. And the last member of Team Philippines, where he's at. There's 2 more players to go, but they managed to squeeze in. They have to sacrifice 2 of their members just so the other 2 can get such a slow exit out towards the southern side where we witnessed just now. But Team Vietnam will not let them slip by. They are chasing and tailing it very closely behind, not even giving them any chance to score that chicken dinner here.
True enough, and overall, quite the statement coming from the whole ground favorites of Vietnam. Of course, they're looking to make their countrymen all proud by winning out a chicken dinner here. They're definitely sitting in a very comfortable spot for the moment. Sri Lanka, they've held out for this defense for the longest of time. And for the fact of the matter that Team Vietnam does know that there are those members of Sri Lanka who are seeking refuge here inside of this real estate, it will be a contest for later on, but the nades are now dropping very closely towards the side of Mankey. Luckily, that trouble does not really connect towards that member of Hong Kong, China for the moment. It's a top 4 finish, to say the very least, and they've been able to acquire 5 points. The Philippines barely hanging on, only 1 member remaining. There is going to be another member that did manage to find recovery, so it's actually 2 members left for the side of the Philippines who secured 5 points to equalize together alongside with Sri Lanka right now. It's all about survival at the moment, and right now, another challenge comes through from Win. The Prodigy coming in from Team Flash, who's looking to put a dent towards the squad of the Philippines right now. But of course, Fusingan is not going to let that happen all too easily. He's got a couple of tosses left, and he gets the knock onto Win. Makes this absolutely possible to challenge up against Team Vietnam.
The Team Vietnam is fighting two-way fighting. We're talking about dealing with Philippines and Team Sri Lanka at the same time. They divided themselves into 2-2 formation at the same time, making sure they are dominating, capitalizing over this circle right now as much as they can. While Team Philippines, all eyes onto them just now, but at least the moment Team Sri Lanka start to engage with Team Vietnam, here comes Zeus coming in for the rush, but Zeus couldn't actually pin down on Fusingan. Team Philippines have a breather, but unfortunately, they have to bow down at number 4. We're down to top 3 teams right now with only 8 players remaining. Unfortunately for Mankey, he's the last man standing. This small shack will not be in the circle. Like it or not, it's either he's denying his own points or he tried to get one more point before, you know, the inevitable will actually enclose him by the end of the day. So Mankey, there's going to be a tough hike. The blue zone seems to be calling him and just getting closer.
Yeah, it is pretty much undeniable that he's in one of the toughest spots to play out with the majority of Team Vietnam, who's overlooking from the top end, and that provides some field of view as well as some space for the rest of Sri Lanka to open up that area of play. Now they go in for that 3 versus 4 contest up against, of course, the host nation of Vietnam. Right now, these 2 regions battling out for a historic chicken dinner. Some chunk of splashes have been able to connect towards the side of Sadia, but nothing too substantial for the time being. There's only a couple of trees for them to take cover of, which is a little bit challenging. And the problematic situation for the rest of Sri Lanka is that they're hiding right behind that ridge. The moment that they have to move across, that's where they are absolutely exposed to the rest of Team Vietnam. So they have to be very precise on every measurement of utility that they toss out from now. If they still have some smokes, that will be really helpful for them to close the gap between them as well as Team Vietnam.
Well, they do have 2 more, but they're not popping up just yet. Down to only 1 for each of their utilities there. But for the side of Team Vietnam, they have only 1 more, but they have 10 eliminations by now. And Zeus keep on giving it. This duo, this twin, Zeus and Bose, know exactly how to dance around Team Sri Lanka right now. It just shows. But Team Sri Lanka, we do know they are not going to go down easily here. At least try to score 2 more points. I mean, they still can score a chicken to outwit, but unfortunately, no more troubles. It's all a matter of time now. Sri Lanka down to only 1 last player. Can Destro do anything about it? Winner chicken dinner is going to be Team Vietnam, the host nation team. What a great start to kick off our Asian Games Qualifiers 2026 for the PUBG Mobile right now.
And that is one way to welcome everyone to their turf here, kicking it off really strong, having the entire squad surviving towards the tail end of the match is how well they've been able to work in tandem to bring this victory home to make Vietnam proud.
Oh man, what a huge number of points to kickstart the day here. There's definitely a lot of work for the other teams at the very bottom. But here comes MVP. It's going to be Win. I mean, Win always going to be the setter, and Top's always going to be the setter for the team. Win always going to be the one to translate it into the point to eliminate as long as the setter's done their job. What a good teamwork. They're working like a well-oiled machine coming out from the side of Team Vietnam here. But we do know when it comes to chemistry, these guys definitely have been playing together for a long time, so it's no trouble for them to have their communication goings. But at the same time, it shows that these teams, they cannot relax, not even a bit here, Contra. I mean, we're talking about the powerhouses being taken out quite early just now.
Yeah, we saw a lot of contests happening around that hillside. I think like teams such as Indonesia had the right ideas of where to plant themselves at, but the problem is that entire region was so congested that it was unsafe to move, whereas Team Vietnam, they were willing to take that risk. They were also having the early movers advantage in order to really get a good grasp of holding out in that space, and they've absolutely dominated in that terrain to really get an edge up against teams such as Sri Lanka or even the region of Hong Kong, China in general. A great showing overall, as we do have our top four within our sights, as we saw plenty of utility usage coming in from Vietnam in order to secure this victory, and also coming in from the rest of the regions of Hong Kong, China, as well as Philippines as well, with at the very least 20 over frags being used over onto some of all these grounds. Where Sri Lanka, this is quite a massive debut here in the Asian Games, where they're securing themselves a top 2 moment with plenty of points to book out with rankings altogether.
And speaking of the rankings there, if you look at Vietnam, it's well-deserving win as well. They've been traveling quite a number compared to all the other teams down there. But when it comes to the team stats, we like to compare the first and second place of our finale teams just now between Team Vietnam and Team Sri Lanka. It's a very huge difference when it comes to the eliminations. Team Vietnam do have their mindset that we're going to get as much point as we can from the start of the day, and they have been showing. But when it comes to Team Sri Lanka, I think they're still testing out the waters. We can see when it comes to outside of the blue circle team, I love to have that stat. We never get this stat ever before. Props to the production side. But when it comes to Sri Lanka, they have to play a bit of outside circle. The outside of the circle kind of give them too much damage at first when it comes to tanking out the blue, and it means that they might get gatekept by a lot of teams. So a lot of time they're trying to avoid themselves from those early conflicts. Hence that's why they didn't have time to get those eliminations. On the side of Team Vietnam, they know how to read the circle flawlessly. They've been waiting in the center of circle and just farming those eliminations from afar, and they have been delivering quite a number with total points of 23 as a start of our first map here today.
That's right, and we saw quite a massive hit start coming in from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well, with a total of 8 eliminations where they did manage to knock out 2 squads entirely. We started off with Thailand. I do believe that there was some of all the skirmish that happens on that hillside, which have gained them 11 points to try to match up against Hong Kong, China with 10 points. Unfortunately for Sri Lanka, despite that second place finish, they did not have enough elimination points. Therefore, they slide down the pecking order into that 5th spot, where Kyrgyzstan have also been able to churn 7 points of elimination, which is absolutely impressive. So I do believe that certain teams, they're still trying to get adjusted to the tempo of play, which is starting to build up. As for, of course, Thailand, Tajikistan, as well as Turkmenistan, they definitely are looking to try to shake up what exactly they will do in the upcoming rounds, because for Thailand especially, they have that shared space together with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and if in the long run they continue with the same plan, this is going to be a very huge problem.
Now we can see two different play between teams right now that's playing in this lobby. Here we can see one team seems to be a bit more strategic with their rotations, a bit more avoiding those conflicts early on, whilst the other just, you know what, we don't care, we just want the points. And Team Saudi Arabia is one of those teams that just bulldozing people from behind. They've been doing it very well. I mean, there are many ways to play PUBG Mobile. There's no wrong way. You can just wait things out, play a bit more strategic, a bit more conservative, and try to be consistent around the top 5 every single time. That's how you get more points. But there's also the side of you can go as much as aggressive as you can. But in case you guys missed the first map of the day and the first match just now, let's rewatch the highlight and we get straight heading into the break afterwards.
And that was a poetic opening match coming in from Team Vietnam, which have scored the very first chicken dinner, being the host nation of the Asian Games Qualifier for this main event of 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games Edition. Of course, Choo, we've seen a glimpse of a brilliant moment coming in from Team Vietnam, where they've definitely assessed the risk to reward ratio of holding on to that hill. Many teams have contested for that spot, and of course it was Vietnam that prevailed till the very end.
I think the only team that can actually stop Team Vietnam just now was actually Team Philippines, because they are the only one with the full information regarding the positions, because nobody else will actually free enough to scout out the rest of Team Vietnam's position. They were a bit busy, those coming out from the bridge side, the south side of the bridge. But I do love what Team Saudi Arabia is actually playing. They're actually playing aggressively, trying to hunt people down, trying to find those outside of the circle and slowly bulldozing from behind and slowly creeping in as well, trying to steal those points from afar. But unfortunately, they didn't make it through, because I think they got quite far from the stage 5 onwards circle. So it's a bit tough for them to get into it, since the circle was very small. But the first, you have to give the fact that Contra, that first circle just now was quite hard to predict where it would go in the first place, whether it's going to be the main peninsula or the SMB. I did not see the circle in Asian Games Esports Qualifier will be that tricky as a start for our day here.
Yeah, it can only get more challenging from here on out, Choo. That I could definitely guarantee. But overall, we still have like pretty much 50% of the teams to actually predict the correct area of play, which, you know, led up into a very interesting battle between a lot of the teams, especially from the get-go, the ones that were contested around that bridge area. Hong Kong, China, as a region in themselves, have done wonders to not only hold out, but to defend themselves towards a top 4 finish. And I think that was a really respectable run, considering that this is definitely one of their debut in a form of battle royale, playing internationally as a squad. Of course, their roster, they played back in the PMCL, so that kind of helps a little bit when it comes down to the synergy, where we take a look at exciting teams though. Like, there's just so many lists of squads that were really showing up huge. When take a look at the numbers of elimination points gathered, of course, the side of Vietnam has gotten the most out of the win with 13 points earlier. And of course, the bulk of their income was coming in from their superstar Win, with 664 damage being done in the span of the match.
He's called Win for a reason. He's winning a lot of them, especially in this tournament right now. But when it comes to the points, just to recap for you guys, watch out for the teams at the very top, the ones that only score themselves a double digit. Especially, I think everyone should be aware about Team Saudi Arabia's how productive they can get into the game. But also when it comes to the teams that got eliminated quite early just now, that was Team Thailand. They were testing out the waters. They were trying to test out the close quarter combat, the CQC for the other teams if they were to force early fight, and it did not turn out well for them. But coming up from Team Indonesia, now we do have Rosemary. Yummy is not playing. We do have Potato on the left side, far left. Rosemary do have a new haircut, it's Seta here as well as Yummy. Now Yummy, we didn't get a lot of the action just now on the side of Team Indonesia, but we do know there's going to be a superstar lineup as well coming up from this team right now. And I think the problem that they are facing for the teams that are well known by the other teams in this lobby right now is that a lot of people already familiarize themselves with their rotations. So it's easy to counter them instead. It's all about the firepower that they have to really wrap it around, that they have to rely on for the teams like the powerhouses, like Team HKG or Hong Kong China just now. Was another team that I did not expect them to hold their stance for so long, despite there's two teams trying to take them down simultaneously just now.
Yeah, there were the list of squads around them. Team Jordan was around. There was also Kazakhstan, and much earlier they were battling up against Turkmenistan, and they did actually get a bulk of exchange that actually favors them. So I'm really loving the look of how they've been able to really take good control of those regions in particular. Now, of course, we have the hit-to-hit records now being displayed on our screen as we compare both Westron from Kazakhstan as well as Win from Vietnam. We've already seen some of all the stellar plays coming from the side of Win, where Kazakhstan, they were also holding their own, playing over on the gas station and terrains as well to try to hold back the side of Hong Kong, China in general, and he's been able to dish plenty of damage and also keeping himself pretty steadily, soaking only about 144 damage coming in from those really tricky scenarios. So overall, we're hoping to see a whole lot more coming in from the rest of the team. And what's scary about Team Vietnam is that Win, with those massive stats, his contribution was 31%, which means the rest of his teammates are doing just as well. So they're definitely a team that will always be in our highlights for sure.
Now, speaking of the highlight just now, it was also a highlight to win. It's super important to win in the first map because basically you are giving a statement who's the bigger alpha in that compound. In the case of Team Dai, of course, now do they still want to go around Jogo Hall area now, or do they have to switch over the initial drop spot afterwards? Because we do know whoever wins the first map, since we don't have a lot of maps here, Contra, for them to actually experiment and try to familiarize themselves with the other team's rotation. Like it or not, if you cannot compete in that certain compound at the start, you have to switch a different place entirely, because it's too much at stake here when it comes to getting those slots to get into the main event from these qualifiers. And when it comes to the teams that having a tough time, majority of them just now was coming up those powerhouses, that big names we do know around the global stage. They have a lot of difficulty to read out the rotations of each of the teams that they have never exposed themselves to too much. So that's a lot to ponder on for the teams like even Indonesian team, even teams like Thai teams. I mean, Vietnam, they definitely are prepared. They're well read when it comes to the circle. And despite of that, Team Vietnam, this is not their strongest map. Their strongest map is actually Miramar. So will they get themselves a back-to-back chicken dinner, or will somebody else try to take the lead and might get into the slot in the very last minute? Let's head into our second in Wrangle.
And once again, we take flight into match number 2 here in the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. And of course, the one leading the charge right now is Team Vietnam with those 23 points being gained. And that definitely is a solid hit start for the host nation that is gonna be having a little bit more of a comfort moving into these upcoming matches. But overall, this is gonna be an entirely different flight path that begins from the corners of Novo Rupnoi, allowing a lot of teams a consideration of an access into the islands, which we last saw Kyrgyzstan. They started initially around that SMB base, and Jordan's going to accompany them by the edge of Novo Rupnoi. The rest of Turkmenistan, they're opting to move towards Milta Power, whereas Kazakhstan is also playing around that southern region, considering Farm as well as Milta. Meanwhile, I will expect maybe a little bit more changes when it comes down to those drop locations, because right now, Thailand, this is going to be a little bit of a stretch for them to extend all the way to Georgopol. They can still get that access so long as they do get those vehicles. The big question remains is that does Kingdom of Saudi Arabia follow suit by taking that space as well, because from the north point they're already getting that access for those vehicles in order to get by into Georgopol, but the zone is telling otherwise, that this is going to be an eastern centric play area, which will be a little bit of an adaptation for some. And like we expected the outcome, Thailand, they opt for plan B, which sees them moving around the outskirts of School and Rozak.
But there are chances they might let themselves a couple of vehicles for the side of Thai teams. They might still go into the side of Georgopol just to get themselves, their usual looting destination. But I feel like it might be too late if they want to go there right now. I agree with you. They're probably just going to take around School, and that's going to be probably the switch over the initial drop spot, since they were having trouble to fight against Team Saudi Arabia just now. Probably not going to put the same, experiment twice in a row now, since they know just now it didn't work out for them. And we talked about how little games they actually have to play in the entirety of the tournament. Now, for today's group A only, tomorrow is going to be totally different group B. And out of Group A and Group B, only 6 teams will get into this Sunday finals, which only 6 teams will actually advance through for each of respective group. Now, which means they now only have 5 more maps, including this one. It's whether you go big or you go home at this point, really. So for Team Thai, Team Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, they have to do something about this to catch up their game.
Yeah, I would also say the same about Team Indonesia, who's only guarded at 1 point. But I definitely will be very hopeful for the names that you did mention, because these kind of teams who have definitely shown up back in the past in global rounds as well as regionally, they can have one really good game, and whatever losses that they suffered in the past matches, that could basically be neutralized in one big round. So that being said, you saw Vietnam, they have massive control. They took over the hillside, being pretty much uncontested for the entire time, and that gained them 23 points. So if you could see a good round going in the favor of Indonesia or Thailand, Jordan, or anyone else, it could also rock up the standings later on, depending on how well the current top 5 is going to be holding to those spots. Meanwhile, Team Philippines, we talked about, their opportunities moving into match number 1, where there were instances that perhaps there could be a better challenge up against the rest of Vietnam, but they kind of run out of space the moment that the blue zone really corners them into a space where they can't exactly find a little bit more of that opening. Contesting up against those members of Vietnam up on the high ground is definitely a tall task. So hopefully with this new playing area of the eastern corner, you have, plenty of consideration. Is it going to end up in shelter? Is it going to end up somewhere in the fork roads in between Yasna Polyana? So right now, there's no telling in the early stages as to where it's going to end up. And of course, we had some beautiful view across the entirety of Wrangell. Earlier, I just kind of happened to notice how nice it was with the update going into Power Plant, where you got, of course, the entirety of the sky being lit up as well. I hope that this update stays here, and the rest of the public also gets to enjoy this in the coming weeks to come. But overall, it's just massively different in so many ways. There's also those hollows that it's just beautiful to see. All these graphic updates that allows players to play smoothly.
love the animation. The holographic animation is just amazing, especially when the player's being taken out. I mean, it's bad news for the players to be taken out, but the animation is amazing, man. You have to give props to the production side and also our developer side to actually dedicated themselves to make this version, and it's a flawless version so far. I love everything about this version, and I wish we could actually have it in all our pro leagues as well. Not gonna lie, it's really cool. But back to us about the team you talked about before. Now we're back to the initial question. Was it really the team's really good? Because from my experience, and we both know Team Vietnam, most of them coming up, majority, all of them are coming up from Team Flash, right? And Team Flash, back during the pro stage or the pro league, they are not into Erangel too much compared to the Miramar. Now, if even at this stage right now, it feels like they have been rectifying themselves with their Erangel map. And it feels like they really polished their place in this map right now compared to their league season. And imagine how much they can actually gain in Miramar map, which seems to be their forte map.
Yeah, and overall, we gotta also remember that they are the grand champions of the PMGO Southeast Asia. So I think like they are just making sure that they stick to their usual modus operandi. You don't really want to shy away from playing proactively, because their main playstyle is to really get an advantage, hold on to that advantage for as long as you can. And that has so far worked out for Vietnam, despite this not being their most favorable map. And with big delivery of results, you know, like there's only better news to come for Vietnam, I do hope. But of course, every match is unique in essence when it comes down to, you know, the playing area, and there's just so many circumstances that these teams will have to navigate their way around. But of course, this is a better news for Team Thailand as well, just to, of course, redirect the conversation onto, you know, we have the victors, but we also do have those that have suffered losses in the early rounds, which didn't really gain much out of. So with a started squad such as Thailand, which consists of majority of E-Arena, they have definitely shown up really strong in the Southeast Asian region for many, many years, alongside with, you know, a couple of stars coming from the rest of these organizations who also partake in. I just felt like their potential needs to be harnessed in a certain way. So we're still gonna see what about the activation of other teams. So once they get the hang out of the momentum of how this lobby goes, then they will feel a little bit better of how to play this one. Now, once again, we get ourselves a bird's eye view of the minimap, as we have Vietnam being in the direct center to share that space alongside with Hong Kong, China, but it does shift away as it will be relocated into the high grounds of the farm terrain. So this is going to be rather interesting for teams to contest that space, and the Philippines have the head start.
Is it going to be the Potato Hills of Pochinki fight for the last few circles? Feels like it. It does centralize around that area. But the thing is, what's interesting for me right now, I'm watching how Team Jordan and Team Kazakhstan seems to be taking almost the similar rotations. But it's just the difference is going to be this time is the right side of the bridge instead of the left side. So they might bump into each other once more. And I was hoping Team Hong Kong China will actually bridge camp them once more on the right side this time. But unfortunately, they didn't do so, because I love how Mankey outplayed a lot of those moments, even though he was by himself just now. He did so much work. But this time we do have a lot of teams playing a bit more careful. You can see a bit of a slower pace compared to the first stage just now that we saw the entire team of Thailand being eliminated early on. Now, a lot of the teams know the fact that, hey, we have to tread this very carefully. These guys are not to be underestimated at all. But coming up from Team Philippines, it shows they won the fight. They're challenging this guy straight ahead up front, while Team Indonesia tried to hike up towards the side of Team Sri Lanka, happy to be around the Potato Hills of Pochinki. Now, I think a lot of teams will want to take these Potato Hills right now and try to take those high ground as long as they can, because you can farm so many eliminations from this vantage point, by the way. And a lot of teams might actually passing by here around stage number 3 as well. So if they can defend this area for themselves, as long as they have enough resources, they can gain a lot of elimination points. And this is the perfect team to actually do that right now. Team Saudi Arabia, we saw how aggressive they get in the last game.
Indeed, and overall, this is a place where you will also be extremely mindful of positioning, because there's a lot of blind spots when you were to challenge a said team, and you will expect other teams to also come in as a third party. So there are a lot of consideration as to how well do teams actually defend a space such as what we have always called the Potato Hills of Pochinki, right? So yeah, being there early might not be, you know, the best option, but it might be the only option sometimes, where if you were to be late, you're just going to be losing out on some of all these perfect field of view where you could just basically catch a couple of free pointers. When I say free, it's not exactly free. I mean, it's still effort coming in from all these players overall, but you get the drill. Like, if you get perfect angles to just land opportunities onto other players, you will absolutely do so. And of course, Saudi Arabia, they've always been keeping their eyes onto any opportunities that arises. They definitely spot out some movements, but once you're taking into these spaces where you don't really have air compounds to really loot from, you want to be a little bit conservative as well into how many items you have in your equipment, how many utilities you are holding out. Can you last out for one battle? Sure, one battle is for sure, but what about 2 to 3 battles? That's where you will have fatigue. So hopefully things will work out for the side of Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, take a look at Mormon out of Thailand. He's trying to navigate around the abandoned school, and thankfully he did not poke and prod for all too long, because the rest of Indonesia, they're keeping watchful eyes within that vicinity, and we're already getting ourselves assigned to the first battle that takes place. Kyrgyzstan versus Jordan.
Or in fact, taking those very long shots, giving cover fire, while the rest of them going in for the rush. Here comes Eric. He is cooking it up, but it's going to be exchange of hands for those throwables between these two teams. But they managed to take down Tomb on the ground. That's not great for Team Jordan. They couldn't afford to lose. Clever's going to be last man standing. He soaked in quite a number of damage from that hand grenade. But back to us, Clever. He needs to reset, but there's not enough room for him at all for recuperation. Here comes Flight. We know how aggressive Flight knows how to see the off angles. He's trying to open up the angle for the rest of the team, but Clever is being very clever. When it comes to timing, he got it perfectly well done. But back to a side of Clever with an S12K. He tried to make it a CQs around the walls. Can he actually clutch it by himself? Clever couldn't make it through. Oh, Team Jordan. But that was a great fight. It's just a matter of who gets to see who first.
Yeah, indeed. Overall, it was a valiant effort coming from Team Jordan, but the tenacity, the pace that the rest of Kazakhstan's operating, or should I say Kyrgyzstan, was immense. You see, they were just flooding through left, right, center. They got all of the angles covered up. But despite all of that exchange, Kyrgyzstan did lose 2 members throughout that eruption of a battle, which sees them gaining 4 points, but also might have lost out on the late game opportunities with only 2 members remaining. Also, mind you that there's still the rest of the party that has about 10 squads with full strength. So the other squad who's currently getting haggled by the rest of these other teams is that Turkmenistan is also left with 2 members remaining. Jordan, they walk away with 1 point, so that's something that they could still keep their heads up for them to still look for more opportunities in the future. But we carry on forward. Sri Lanka on the move as the rest of Kyrgyzstan does not rest for the slightest. They're still looking for another strike opportunity where they did manage to find a knockdown member of Sri Lanka. Perfect, needing a little bit of helping hand here, hiding within the smokes. It does seem like he eventually will be compromised by Amuri, and this one's coming in from Saudi Arabia instead.
He got the knockdown first. Flight, we see that you try to steal that way in the very last minute. Nowhere to hide. You can see he's trying to play a very cheeky play down there just now for inside of Team Kyrgyzstan. But back to it, Team Saudi Arabia. Unfortunately for them, every single time the circle seems to be shifting away, but they are touching the rim of the circle. Or Team Vietnam will try to compete for that high grounds of Potato Hills and Pachinki. But when it comes to the rotation, we do see Tajikistan coming up from the northern side seems to be having a very clear pathway in. The only contender they have to fight against is probably going to be Team Thailand. Well, the majority of the team seems to be already inside of a circle. Only a couple of them seems to be outside. And that's going to be tough to entering in, because last time we saw every single area of the edge of the circle seems to be very occupied right now. But back to the side of Sri Lanka. Last man standing. He wants to go. At least he will go, if he wants to go down, at least he's secured himself a double point elimination here for Dila. So I think he's been discovered by the rest of Team Indonesia. You can see how they've been cooking up their troubles right now. It's just a matter of time for Team Sri Lanka. If he got himself a smoke, this is going to be the perfect time for him to pop it out.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that smoke's gonna defend him up against a massive flurry of troll balls into that vicinity, though. But thankfully, it does not lop into the tiny little windows of the shack for the meantime. Perfect dodging opportunities as he does actually squeeze in some space in order to keep himself pretty much healthy for the time being. But the rest of Indonesia, they're also keeping their eyes onto what's happening around the edges of the map. So they don't really want to full commit despite Sri Lanka being left all alone. That was just going to be one point you don't really want to maybe put a couple of members in a loss by storming through. So very proactive moves as well as playing very diligently ever since Indonesia. They didn't manage to score all too much back in round one. And with a lot of movement coming from the side of Kyrgyzstan, they get punctured down as Mac is going to be the one that takes that point away from the hands of Turkmenistan because they were just defending that ground. And right now, Turkmenistan, they're also worried about the arrival of Team Thailand. Same goes to Kyrgyzstan, having Zaric defending with only a rock and nothing else.
Seems he's running low for his HP right now. Not looking so healthy for Zaric. Last man standing, and that's going to be the end for Kyrgyzstan. It got eliminated at 11 play with down to only 10 teams, yeah. While Turkmenistan now down to only 2 players as well. Same goes for Sri Lanka down to solo player. But back to a side of Turkmenistan who's being showered by a lot of throwers by the Thailand team. Now Team Thai definitely want to redeem themselves after that first map. Too soon lobby back. Just now they have to make a lot of work for this round. But for the circle, centralizing it's going to be Team Philippines for now. Now, Team Philippines seems to be very interested to take the fight between Team Vietnam and Team Saudi Arabia. Now, can they sandwich Team Saudi Arabia between them and also Team Vietnam? And the circle shifted and they got the circle.
That's a forced maneuver coming from the side of Team Vietnam as they were trying to squeeze their way in between this high valley of the hills. And it's going to be Zeus now being brought down low, being absolutely flustered by the arrival of the rest of Saudi Arabia. But Bowles, who trades back now, Prestige barely surviving. Bowles lands the final tag. And that will take out Saudi Arabia as they surge up ahead, leaving Saudi Arabia to hold on to that number 2 spot. They did manage to draw an exchange. However, that's only 3 points for this match too.
6. Seems to be having some issues there as well. It's going to be Yami, aka Haikal, who seems to be fighting against 6 just now from Kazakhstan. But Bose, they managed to get himself an upgrade of loot from those boxes laying around. But for Team Vietnam, seems like they want to stay. Even though they lost tops before, but they're down with 3 players. I mean, it's very doable for them. With Bose guarding over those off angle, I think that's no problem. But for Kazakhstan, it's a different story. 6 is still not being picked up, and Westron is down on the ground as well. Here comes Zeta, aka Pratama. Now, I won't call him Zeta, but his name is Pratama right now. Here comes the Nate flying over, trying to finish off the knock. What a perfect angle. That was absolute clean play by Zeta, aka Pratama, down to the last player. Redlick, what can he do at this point?
He's just trying to hold on for his dear life right now. Meanwhile, Zeus comes in from the other angle, stashes the final point away, deny it from Team Indonesia. And right now, the Southeast Asians might just collide right here by the edge of the map. They're hoping to at least cover the edges of the zone. Meanwhile, Indonesia, they don't really have too much of a defense, so I think it's wise of them to currently hold back and look for a future altercation up against Vietnam later on. Mormon now dealing with the pressure coming from Tajikistan as well, while Team Philippines overlooking onto both sides of the squad, seeing if they could find that perfect opportunity to also land a strike of their own. Baldov, he's only got 2 frags for him to eventually draw an exchange. For now, he'll hold on to that in his baggage, whereas Tajikistan has spotted some driving patterns coming in from the side of Team Vietnam. Gonna be a one-on-one duel up against Win, the MVP of match 1. As Mazet, he's got that AUG with 4x scope equipment as well. Lands attack, and that is a critical strike that brings Win down to 50% of HP. So he's going to hold back for the meantime. Tajikistan consider that trade pretty much well won for the meantime, as they will now have a few members of Tajikistan rushing towards Thailand with Big Nate now sent towards Turney K with the help of the Philippines.
Perfect nade by the side of Baroque just now. Tenny K is now screaming for help. Mormon will try to reach him up and will revive, but Otto Hart will not give any leeway at all for the side of Team Thai to recuperate himself. Despite this going to be the fight outside of the circle, they will try to take every opportunity possible to get themselves those points. Mays have to regroup back once more, try to go for a retreat. They reposition themselves, so it's a bit far from them. It's going to be a 4-team fight here, right on the northern side of outside of the circle. Maze, he's trying to figure out what to do now. Ote Hart was overpeaking himself too much. He might get knocked down, not get saved since the Blues is arriving as well. They have to try to make a decision as fast as they can, but here comes the rest of the Thai teams. They will try to splat them down with that vehicle. Missed just a tiny bit of it, but Tajikistan seems like biting back their own medicine here. It seems to be in a painful end on the side of Team Tajikistan, but no, don't count him out just yet. Moments on the ground.
Yeah, he's trying to keep his health bars up because the Blues was already closing right through. Now, can he actually close up this battle up against the rest of Thailand? They're trying to scale up the high grounds, but this opens up the opportunity. Out on him, goes in for the last tag, secures one up against Joker, but that is all to it. Thailand somehow went in for that big reset, and the moment that they've got that reset through, you saw they went from 0 to 100 as they won out that clash. Now we see a lot more between Thailand, the rest of Hong Kong, China versus the Philippines. Swarm right through. Perfect coverage from Barrow with a 1 versus 2 victory. And now here comes Thailand. Big Nick send across, and it will still be Thailand that will be able to conquer the entirety of this compound.
When they managed to come back after, they're definitely redeeming themselves compared to their first map just now. That's plenty of points as well in their bag. But when it comes to Team Vietnam, this is quite a consistent team. Now we're finally having a bit of the Pro League's kind of a vibe here when you have the Indonesian team fighting against Vietnam. Pratama aka Zeta alongside with Shaman. That's gonna be a potato. Zeus going in, trying to save his mate, but unfortunately giving away his position freely, willingly away, giving their body. That's gonna be potato securing another point. But can the rest of Team Vietnam now give 8 to their friends? Bose, the last man standing. He's the last man to do the work by himself, but he's being sandwiched between Team Thai and Team Indonesia at the same time. This could be a tough game for Bose.
It is a tough game for all 3 of these squads right now, but of course, advantage given towards the side of Indonesia with all 4 members remaining. As the exchange goes through, Bo still wins out the duel. 1 versus 1 up against Webs, and he's got it done. And here comes Tony K as he connects that shot. Beautiful execution coming out of Vietnam, and that was pretty much the last one remaining, and it will certainly be Indonesia with all of the members intact towards the tail end to triumph up against Vietnam to secure themselves their first winner chicken dinner.
I have to give credit for Bose. That looks like a very casual swing in the last minute. Despite his being surrounded by so many teams, he's so composed in that condition. That just shows the mental strength of a player. Despite he has to solo carry for his team in the very last minute, he still can push it through. But we have to give it to Zeta, aka Pratama, his real name. Did manage to get and score himself the MVP this time with 800 over damage with 4 eliminations. I mean, if you compare with the average stats in the previous map and this one, this is a totally different Zeta, aka Pratama, for the second round.
Indeed. Overall, it's been quite a massive showing from Indonesia where they bounced back from 0 points, or should I say 1 point from the first match, into gaining maximum points. You're in round 2. Of course, we see that composure in that early game where they led it up into that control of that open space area, which they've been able to catch certain teams off guard. And that was pretty much the wise move. Vietnam, they were basically putting themselves into some risky situations where they won out the duels up against Saudi Arabia. And you saw them going up against Thailand. And then Bose, that last stand up against Thailand was quite incredible, like the swing that you've just mentioned. Thailand also got themselves that huge recovery ever since they had that plan B executed into this round 2, not dealing with Saudi Arabia, and then having that great recovery where we saw they were set back by the Philippines, they were set back by Tajikistan as well in some of all these scuffles, and they actually come up on top. That is definitely the good sign coming from the teams who are mainly consisting of Southeast Asia here in the top 4.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it feels like very nostalgic and very deja vu time when it comes to the finale just now. But when it comes to the next match, we do know it's getting less and lesser points for them to gain for the teams at the very bottom. But good news for Team Vietnam, especially. Quite a consistency they are showing off here today for their performance. Yeah, 2 maps in a row of Erangel. They got themselves in the top 4. And Team Indonesia now slowly firing up their engines and warming up to this lobby with a total healing of 606 compared to Team Vietnam at 429. But the eliminations do favors more towards Team Vietnam. You can see, even though there's only 1 player left from Team Vietnam, he still can pull through. I mean, he still managed to score another point at least. Just casually sings it over. It doesn't look so. He make it look so easy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fighting spirit that all the athletes of Team Vietnam has. And you could say pretty much the same about Indonesia, Thailand in that match that transpired. And it was just a stuff of beauty overall here in the Asian Games of how well these athletes have been able to really bring that game plan back to life. And you saw what I mentioned early on when I talked about Indonesia, they can always have like a very big game and they will admittedly recover some of the early losses that they had back in game 1. And it rings true here with that chicken dinner secured. That's 17 points to match up against Vietnam with a total of 13. And of course, to follow suit on third, we have 11 points for Team Thailand, Team Philippines, as well as Team Hong Kong, China as a region. They've got themselves 9 points apiece. The rest of the party, I think they have some struggles because you saw the space were not entirely all too safe, not many compounds to play with, which leaves a lot of these players very vulnerable to get snagged from across the map.
But speaking of players being snagged across the map just now, we do notice that players being snagged in the first map do learn their lesson very quickly. They didn't do the same mistake. They didn't actually do the same twice mistake compared to the second map here. I think that everybody's just testing out the waters and trying to read out and be familiarized themselves regarding the team's rotation here, because it's quite unpredictable when it comes to the teams that you mix and match and do have different mindset coming into the Asian Games Qualifier. But when it comes to the overall ranking, you have to give it the host nation, Team Vietnam, do still stand tall with a lot of gaps in between them. That's over, it's almost 20 points, slightly less than that, around 17 points. Of a gap between Hong Kong, China and Team Vietnam, but still a lot of work to catch up to Team Vietnam. They have been showing such consistency here for the past 2 maps.
Yeah, overall, I think that has been a tremendous effort being displayed by Team Vietnam in general, where we saw they were just making sure that they plan themselves in the most opportunistic areas of play, where you have a huge crowd to eventually move towards your direction, and then you get to farm out all these points. And also, we can definitely see a trajectory on who gets to make it into the top 6, right? You want to at least get yourself a target, like how many points do you want to earn per round? I think like the save number that teams are aiming for will be 35 and above. So there's definitely a lot of work before they get there. So we'll take a little bit of a break. And for now, we'll be right back for more here at the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games Edition.
He's on the move. His contact is like they're not even there. What a brilliant piece of skill.
And we're back after that very short break. Welcome back to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games, a version with me, Choo Choo, and we joined by Face on the casting desk. It's an honor and a pleasure, bro. I get to cast with you. Wow.
Stop that. Stop that. Enough. Yeah, it's gonna be my first time officially casting some PUBG Mobile. So I'm super excited here for not just us but also the viewers. You know, these guys, the players on the server right now are playing for their nations, for a slot to make their way to the Asia Games in Japan. So that is going to be super awesome, and I hope you guys at home are going to be rallying behind your countrymen and cheering for them, and, you know, just uniting here as a nation here to support your players. But yeah, this is the qualifiers, and so far, just looking at the first two maps, it has been action packed, especially for the host nation of Vietnam. First and second place finish with so many eliminations as well, and they are just racking up the points right now at 36 points is incredible.
You know, there's a saying in the Battle Royale that you don't praise a team too much.
Wow, a little bit too much glazing there. My bad.
I mean, it's Battle Royale. Anything can actually happen in the game, especially with the circles, so unpredictable. But just now, I personally, this is my own dream lineup. Especially, we do have Haikal, which called Yummy, his IG, and the normal IGN called Yummy, and we have Jeremy, aka Rosemary, one of the best Terminator and player when it comes to Southeast Asia, probably arguably also at the world stage as well. But not just that, to have Potato, I think Potato aka Shaman is actually the IGL. I think that's going to be a perfect lineup for this, and they just starting up the engine here, and they show what a turnaround compared to their first map to the second map. When it comes to the first time you're facing against this team that you never met before, with the different everybody fought against each other when it comes to regional qualifiers or during the professional league stage qualifiers, right? When you are representing your club. But when you are representing your nation, it's a mix and match from different clubs. And it's so hard to call out their rotation because everybody's trying to relearn the game with the, you know, sort of a new teammate. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's with the amount of experience that these guys have, you know, I'm sure when they play at a high level, they're able to kind of have the same mindset, the same kind of energy heading into these maps. So I'm sure these guys have also, you know, since they're from the same country, I'm sure they speak to each other, they play with each other. So there's definitely a little bit of chemistry there already, but definitely different strats, of course. Maybe they might butt heads, you know, as maybe there might be two IGNs all of a sudden in a team where they have to kind of bow down to one guy. So it's interesting to see, but it's definitely working out here for Indonesia, you know, being able to go from the bottom spot in that first game, you know, not really achieving too much, but jumping and slingshotting their way to second place. And here we have Team Jordan so far not looking too great here in the first two maps, but as you said, it's a battle royale. You know, it really comes down to how those circles kind of turn out and whether or not you are in a favored position. And so far, Jordan, you know, they still got time to heat up because there are still 4 maps remaining.
Yeah, but when it comes to the 4 years ago, that's going to be the 19th Asian Games. They played themselves, not really the best spot down there. Hopefully, it's not going to be a repeat of their history once more when it comes to the 20th Asian Games Qualifier this time. They have to make a different outcome. And like, you know, imagine that you've waited another 4 years to compete the qualifiers for Asian Games. Imagine if you happen to be stuck around the same result again. Now that's going to be devastating for the players. So that's why it's super important for you guys in the chat to cheer and give your best support and rally behind your national team, because it actually gave them so much how do I say, so much motivation and drive to actually, it's a total game changer if you guys actually cheer up for your national teams. But when it comes to the team Saudi Arabia, I love how they actually played today. But when it comes to strategy and rotation, we do see there's some aspect that can polish it down, because we can see timing wise during the shift of the circle, it seems like a bit of your time seems to be slightly off compared to the teams that always be presented themselves in the top 4 in the last few circles. But we do have a head-to-head between very good players, both coming up from Team Vietnam. This is Pratama, aka Zeta, also one of the best Terminator in Southeast Asia. Arguably, this is actually a very good comparison between these two players.
Yeah, I was looking at the final circle of that previous map. Bao's, you know, pose, even though he was the last player from the Vietnamese squad. He was in what, a 1 versus 2 situation, managed to take down one of the Thai players. There was one more driving across with the car, and he was just able to mow him down with ease before he got taken out himself, you know, before Indonesia was able to. It just shows the incredible mechanical skill that these guys have in the server, and they are not to be, you know, messed around with at all. You cannot give them a little bit of hope, a little bit of a chance, because when it comes to those chances, they will take it and they will try their best to eliminate you.
Oh yeah, they're very, very good at taking opportunity, I agree. And the thing is, it's not just about how great as individual technicalities in the game, but how can you be so calm despite being surrounded by so many players and just casually swings for another elimination, just casually doing that, making it look so easy. I mean, you're probably going to be, you are one of pro players as well. You've been in the kind of a shooting game quite a bit, but for me, my hands are probably going to be shaking and I couldn't target anybody at that point. I mean, that's the difference. That's why I'm still here talking and they are playing. That's a huge reason for that. But we're going to head over to the same Erangel map. Will things change? We'll be the same team at the top 4. Not less. Head into our third map of the day.
Vietnam sitting on top right now, followed closely by Indonesia. This is going to be our third map. Can any of these other regions come close to these two? Flight path from the top of the map down towards the bottom towards SMB. We can already see a couple of these teams jumping up very early on here. Tajikistan looking to get as much loot as possible early on. Very, very spread out. It's going to be mostly towards the western side here for these players, especially with this flight path. It's going to be tough to see where this circle ends up as well. If it's towards the right side of the map, towards the east, towards the north, it's going to be a little bit tough here. But man, look at the views. Look, you can see he is just admiring the Asian Games Edition map here, and it's just beautiful. Shout outs here to the devs, to the production team for having this set up.
Yep, the graphics team and the production team is just amazing. With a lot of information that we didn't get during the professional league stage being presented here. So, like example, the teams that have been stayed out of the circle for how long? We don't have that. And this time we do have it. But this time, speaking of the circle, if I do want to see whether Team Thai is still around the jogger. Oh, they swap with... Due to KSA or Team Saudi Arabia early on the first map, it forces the Team Thai to actually switch over to around school area. And because of that, this might be in their circle if they actually did not switch over to the other side of the map. So apparently whoever actually can defend Jogopol as much as they can, in this case it's going to be Tajikistan. This is their time to shine. They have the opportunity here. But Vietnam coming in. Wow.
They're just rolling up with their vehicles, and already they are just taking down players here with ease, making it look so easy. A drive-by. Can Turkmenistan stay alive here? Chappie doing his best to kind of just stay out of trouble, trying to find on whether or not he's going to be able to. He's going to be the one to be able to take him out, but no, they just rush him. Big plays here, moving together as a SWAT team. Champions here so far.
Wow.
Them in the top spot, and they are just moving around like okay, moving on to the next team. You know, that's how it is.
I know, it's like so disciplined. They know exactly what to do. It's super clean, not wasting even a fraction of second. And the other team should be scared right now because they are on a hunt to get all those teams to be bulldozed back to the lobby as fast as they can. We're talking about Team Saudi Arabia seems to be the one that seems to be very productive in the first map, but I feel like they sort of being tamed down with how Team Vietnam just seems to be all over the map whenever they want to go. There's no stopping these guys, and the thing is, it's so difficult to read out their rotation because they've been changing their drop spot depending on the flight path in the circle as well. So it's hard to predict whether they will pass by certain teams or not around stage 2 or 3.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it just feels bad for Turkmenistan. You know, they've only got 1 point here. They're trying their best to kind of stay alive, and that's what I realize about a few of these regions. You know, we've got Sri Lanka, we got Tajikistan, Turkmenistan. You know, they tend to play a little bit more passive. You know, wait for the zone, stay out of trouble, stay out of fights. But when you've got a region like Vietnam, who's just kind of driving around and finding you, hunting these kills, these eliminations, they just make it look easy. You know, they come in, pick up 2 elimination points, move out. You know, it's small. It's just it sounds like it's not much, but you know, these points do add up over time.
It actually has a big impact, and it will affect like a what you call it, the butterfly effect or dynamo effect. Was it? Yeah. There you go. The thing is, this is the issue we talked about before. Do you play waiting game or do you play aggressively like this? Because yes, it's great that Team Vietnam trying to rotate around, try to take all those eliminations as much as they can, but a lot at stake as well. If they recklessly doing that multiple times, that teams start to read out the way they rotate and kind of know who to find first around the off angle, wouldn't it actually put a stop to, you know, it's too much at risk as well, the way they actually play. It looks easy, the way they deliver it from Team Vietnam. I know. But how do you overcome the doubt in your mind that I might make a mistake if I try to go big like how Team Vietnam is doing? How did they actually overcome those doubts?
You just have to have full-on belief in yourself, and you know, as you're flying down from the plane itself, you kind of have a scope on where the rest of these teams are landing, where's the possibilities of where they could be hiding. You know, there's just so many different variables that they take into account. I'm sure Team Vietnam, they're not, as much as they want to go for these fights, these eliminations, there are times where they have to kind of hold it out. They have to be patient because they know for a fact that anybody could be in this building at any point. But this is all being kind of planned and thought out in milliseconds in their genius brains, you know, and that's why they're on top, because I'm sure it's not every time they want to go for these fights, even though they have the mechanical skills to go for it.
The fact that they did not try to tail down the rest of Turkmenistan's players just now, which left with only 2 of them, and quite heavy casualty on their side as well. it just shows that how much discipline they actually have. It's not too reckless to the point that they will willingly give away their body freely to be shot at in the open, right? So they're not doing that right now. But the thing is, would you prefer teams to play like Team Vietnam? There's high chance if everybody's thinking the same way now, like it or not, there'll have early eruptions between the team. But if you're playing a bit more conservative, at least you still have some point in the back. There's chances that you might not get any eliminations, but at least there are some contributions by the end of the day, which I think that's going to be the case for most of the teams at the bottom right now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw there was the region of Sri Lanka, you know, time and time again, they were able to get a decent amount of points due to staying alive. But the fact that they were not able to kind of get those elimination points up, they're down here on the 8th point. I think there was probably the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, they didn't finish really at the top spots, but the fact that they were able to kind of rack up kills, and right now they're on the 5th spot. They've racked up 14 points, and most of these are from elimination. So you kind of see the pros and cons are there. But if you're unable to kind of clutch it out in that final circle and pick up as many points as you can from the eliminations, then it's going to be tough for you. You're going to be kind of trailing here in the scoreboard.
Speaking of trailing and the scoreboard itself, I mean, I wouldn't mind getting whoever's at the top 3. It don't really matter right now because we do know only 6 slots available for the grand final. Sorry, for the finals, which could be the day after tomorrow, this Sunday. And right now, the point between Kyrgyzstan and as well as Thailand seems to be too close for comfort. The same goes. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the borderline. They have to make sure they open up the margin. But right now, the margin seems to be a bit stretched out between the 1st and 2nd place, not the 6th to the 7th place. But we do have a different circle, entirely different one. And this time it's going to be the Gatka Mountains. Oh, this is going to be huge. The Gatka fields and around the mountains will be a very highly congested place anytime now. I do know Saudi Arabia team seems to be very interested to go there. Same goes for Team Philippines. Everybody moving in the same direction with the same idea.
Yeah, you need to get a hold of the high ground as soon as possible. We saw what that high ground did for Vietnam on that first map, being able to use those vantage points, being able to kind of see your opponents before they're able to see you, and kind of just chuck all those utilities out on towards them. So instantly, as soon as the zone pops up, they just start heading in towards their vehicle, start making their way towards that top of that mountain. But right now, so far, tons of damage actually being done on towards Kazakhstan. So I'm not sure exactly what is going on there. Who are they fighting?
They're fighting against the cannot be shut down the blue zone, I think.
Oh, probably, man. They're probably just
you don't want to fight
driving
against
around,
the blue zone. Yeah, I know. I think they try to loot up as much as they can because this is quite sort of a generous circle where everybody can get into in every different angle. And there's just going to be saying hello and goodbye between Team Philippines. Number 1 is Team Vietnam we're talking about. It's Team Vietnam they're passing by. And they will not let even a fly to pass through unharmed for Team Vietnam right now. They definitely will try to take them down as much as they can. And look at how Bo's going straight up the Gatka Mountain. Got some information. There are a couple of teams here. He spotted out their buggies. They know there's some vehicles in between the creeks of the mountain. So they will try to slowly engage. But they can actually go for a retreat if they want and try to wait the other teams try to climb up this mountain instead as well.
Yeah, they've got to be smart now, Vietnam. You know, they know for a fact that other players have already made their way up towards the mountains. They will have the better field of view, the better vision across the lands. Bose has tucked himself quite close to this mountain, so he's got to be very careful of his positioning. And oh man, Philippines just take control at the top. This is going to be a very comfortable position here for them, especially with this 6x scope on the M4, if I'm not mistaken. He should just be able to kind of just mow players down from a long range. Very, very comfortable spot here for Philippines.
But from my experience, a lot of players will try to avoid the Gakka Mountains, knowing that there are teams already sort of capitalized that area right now. They try to avoid to just, pass by or whatever. But unless the circle will force the player to go in there, like it or not, they have to go through that. But it's still inside of the circle. And it's an open field of Gakka down south as well. Look at how Kyrgyzstan probably will engage with Team Thailand moments waiting at the edge. Team Hong Kong China is also around the corner. Just around the foot of the mountain, we do have Team Jordan joining in, but Team Vietnam, eyes locked on Team Vietnam and Team Indonesia right now. Seems to be having a huge clash between the top teams.
It's going to be good. If one of these top teams can get taken out, then that's going to allow one of the teams at the bottom to kind of slingshot their way to the top as well. Still chances here available for Turkmenistan. They are down to 2 players, but if they can play it smart, if they can find those eliminations from downtown, from long range, or even play with a circle, these points do add up eventually. We'll see how it goes here for them, but so far everybody in vehicles trying to find the best position available here for them.
Siami, aka real name High Goddess, goes Rosemary. Spot out Red Lake. It seems like Turkmenistan down to only 1 player. This is not good news for them.
That is tough.
Barely got any progress for their points as well. I think they really have to go back to the drawing board and try to change their tempo here, because it didn't work out for them to play it safe. They definitely cannot go with this strategy anymore. They have to swap it out, because there's only 3 more maps to go for them, and that's it. That's for the entirety of the tournament if they couldn't actually make progress out of this.
They've been playing it safe. I mean, if I was from 7th place to down to the 12th place in terms of the leaderboard here, I would be kind of worried. And I'm sure these guys are. Something has to be played differently. And from the 7th down to the 12th, these are the teams that you don't normally see get into these fights. So I think they kind of just have to start hunting for these eliminations, start farming those points over time. And you just can't be the one being hunted instead,
That's the thing. Sometimes you try to change things, but it just didn't work out. It feels like they're hitting a wall. I mean, everybody said consistency is super important, but nothing is consistent in a battle royale game. The circle changes, the flight path changes, the drop spot changes, everything changed. There's no consistency in all the elements around that consistency itself. On the side of Sri Lanka, I agree from the chat as well. They need more eliminations if they were to catch up to the 6th place, because we do know to be the safest benchmark, if they can finish off around the middle pack, they still have a shot to get into the finals for the top 6 slot here. And it's still doable for Team Sri Lanka. But if anybody can shut down on Team Vietnam, that will be a huge advantage for all the other 11 teams down there, because they are literally gatekeeping everybody else from getting those points as long as Team Vietnam's still in this game.
Exactly. If they're able to shut them down, there's definitely a chance here. But now, the circle has kind of made its way towards the center of the map. Philippines still very comfortable towards the top of those mountains, but they do have to worry about Kazakhstan, who are lurking very, very nearby. Hold on a second. Might actually have a fight between Sri Lanka and Kazakhstan team here. We'll see how it goes. And look at Tajikistan, slowly lurking up the mountain, slowly trying to backdoor the likes of the Philippines.
They know.
And they are completely aware. They do not want anybody else on their mountains. Philippines, they've claimed it first. Will they be able to stay here on top of the hill and claim themselves as kings of the hill?
I don't think Tajikistan can actually even pick out for a bit. They got quite an angle here on the side of Team Philippines. Unless if they pop themselves a couple of smokes there just to confuse the players of Team Philippines, that's doable. But I don't think it's worth to invest that kind of resources, since the circle is not completely covering those high grounds of those mountains area. They're probably just gonna go for a retreat and just try to find a different entry. But back to a sort of another team that seems to be hitting a bit of a wall here. That's gonna be Team Jordan. They tried, but I don't blame them. And never mind, back to Tajikistan. They do want to challenge, I guess.
Yeah, the zone slowly is closing in on them, so they have no way. They just got to force themselves towards the Philippines team, and already knocked one of the players down here from Tajikistan, looking for more, and these utilities just doing so much damage. You can see they just weren't even able to spot any of these players towards the top of the hill, and that's how strong this vantage point is. They do manage to pick themselves up. Can they find it? Can they close things out? Isma, Maisie gets actually a big knock on it towards Baldove. A chance for the side of Tajikistan.
Oh boy. I thought Philippines had it before, but never mind. Vietnam does arrive.
Vietnam.
Oh, speaking of timing, they were somewhere else just now. They were at the foot of the mountain. The moment they heard those shots just now, immediately they are directing their course straight towards the back. Back into on top of these mountains. Tajikistan as well as Team Philippines all seems to be backing off. Nope, we don't want to fight you. You guys got plenty of points already. They are the only teams with 4 eliminations right now. Enough to get into the entire team, but when it comes to tops, those hand grenades is just remarkable. He knows exactly those angles to hit them hard and keep it going. But here comes another shot coming into. What can they do at this point? Do they have those utilities for Tajikistan to just recounter this fight?
Man, it's like I'm watching the NBA here. It's just filled with the professionals from the Vietnam, throwing these Kobe's all across the board, just making it look so easy. We saw Philippines at the top of that mountain early on, and now they just get taken down to 1 remaining member. It is just insane, but very well played there coming in from Vietnam. But now, changing things up, we've got Sri Lanka in a bit of a pickle. 2 of these players stuck inside this small little house, getting just nades thrown in, nowhere to run, incredibly low. Do they have the meds to stay alive? That is the question.
Oh, but is it worth it to fight outside of circle right now? And Kazakhstan seems to be just passing by. I mean, they can get kicked from the inner side of the circle and steal away from those long shots. They can actually do that, and they are planning to do so. They are planning to actually pull over and just take down both teams at the same time. It might be a lose-lose team for both side of Kyrgyzstan as well as who's they fighting against? Kazakhstan in this state and Sri Lanka. 3 teams. Well, there you go. Sri Lanka down into 1 corner. Perfect. Doesn't seem to be in a perfect mode right now. It just immediately annihilated at that point.
Points though for Kyrgyzstan. That's 3 eliminations already, so slowly they're farming up those points, but they've got to be careful because we saw earlier Kazakhstan was moving as a unit, 4 different vehicles kind of just making their way towards the zone, and that's a good shot there by Joker. Shuts down one of the Indonesians here. Slowly racking up those points. It is tough. This is where things get a little bit dicey, and you can see the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Prestige just by himself, trying to make his way out of this difficult position. Nades being thrown, big amount of damage already done towards Lezo. The rest of the squad should be able to kind of help assist, and yes, they do.
Seems like they're all mushed up together. For Saudi Arabia, Team Saudi Arabia, Muri have to do something about this. They still have to push themselves in entry into the circle, which seems to be blocked by a lot of teams. But unfortunately for Team Vietnam, they're not showing any sign of slowing down. They got on top of 8 eliminations right now. This is not the main event yet. But look at this, the margin between the first and second places is huge.
It is insane. You know, we've got a couple of teams, a couple of regions already waiting in the main event. China, South Korea, Chinese Taipei, Japan, they must be watching this, and I'm sure they are shaking in their boots if they were to go up against Vietnam. Big kill though coming in from Kazakhstan. They do find out Zerich with those nades. Will they be able to finish him off? That is the question. Teammate does come in to kind of heal him up. They're down but not out just yet. But they are in a bit of a tough spot, being surrounded by the Kyrgyzstan players. She only have one player alive here for Kyrgyzstan. Can he make it work? Oh no.
Vietnam is still in action, man. They taking those long shots as a third party. Even though it's Kazakhstan versus Team Kyrgyzstan right now, but the ones winning is going to be Team Vietnam shooting from afar. And speaking of Team Kyrgyzstan, IFAC will be just that collateral damage coming up from 3TN. Finish off Kazakhstan. Team Kazakhstan can go for recuperation, but there's not going to be enough time because they do have a lot of gatekeepers to go against, including Team Hong Kong, China. But next up target, Team Saudi versus Team Jordan. Seems like both teams, it's going to be a 3v4. Team Jordan seems to be a bit more healthier than Team Saudi Arabia right now. And I hate to break it, but Team Saudi Arabia do have a bit of a tough spot to get into the circle, unless if they use their vehicle to go up north all the way, longer rotation, but it might be a bit dicey because stage 6 blue zone is going to be super painful already right now.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they have the vehicles available or if they can even make it out of there alive, because it's ID7, he's got the AUG in his hands. He can definitely spray them down. But the thing is, even if KSA were able to kind of stop the Team Jordan from getting out of this tough position, if they were able to shut them down, how about themselves? They're in a bad spot themselves, and oh my goodness, for stage. Pixel so perfect shooting, just so good. Do manage to knock down one, and
it's going to be Team Vietnam. But Win is winning again. We talked about Team Jordan get attacked from behind, but the one in the front is going to be Team Vietnam. But they're running low that ammunition right now. Look at Tops and the rest of Team Vietnam. Their rifles barely got enough. You got no more ammunition there, Win. The only thing he got left is going to be the S12K. It just shows how much work they've been putting into it. 12 eliminations right now. We're down to 5 teams. But Prestige will try to challenge the Titans. Yeah, the number 1 team right now up front. He can actually do this. Will Team Saudi Arabia finally putting a stop for this crazy run of Team Vietnam that non-stop getting themselves these points right now?
Oh man, he's on the prowl right now. Prestige, he hears the engine running. He hears the players being picked up. He does have a decent amount of nades. That's his last nade, and it does a big amount of damage on towards Zeus. Can they get the 2v1 on towards him? And oh, he does manage to take down Valve. Looking for more, looking to shut down the Vietnamese squad, but no, it does not work out. Tops is still alive. And the teammate here for the Saudi Arabian team, just nowhere close. Tops should be able to get the revive here. Can ID7 make it there in time to finish things off?
Oh, he doesn't have any troubles as well. If only he can actually pop even one smoke, it would be very helpful to the side of Team Saudi Arabia, especially Prestige is going to be their best player there. Unfortunately, but wait a minute. How?
He made it there in time. He popped the Tops popped the smoke, but he was just not able to get the revive in time. You know, he got Mormon in this position. He's just shutting them down as well. ID7 coming in hot with the DBS, and now we saw Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They were the ones going for the hunt. They were the ones kind of looking for these eliminations towards the top of the mountain. But now it's just one player by himself, and he is the one that is going to be hunted instead.
Yeah, but at least he's trying to hunt one player that he can actually spot out that seems to be separated from the rest of them. That's going to be Hong Kong China. Team Hong Kong China's Yao Jia. It's a bit too far from the rest of them. But we do have on quite a good view up here. There's going to be Mormon coming from Team Thailand. They still have a full squad well and alive. Unfortunately, I have to agree with you. Team Kingdom of Saudi Arabia seems to be at a very tough spot with one player left. But at least if Team Hong Kong China cancelled out Team Thailand, he might have a shot at winning with a double down. That is a good throwable drop by Shrubs just now, getting a discount there, 1 for another free one. But Xiao Jia will fight back, taking a bit of a trade between these two teams. It's gonna be a 3v1. Zhang Touré, he's a very rabbing right now to fight against the rest of Team Thai.
Oh yes, Thailand, they were in the 7th spot here in terms of the leaderboards, and with this amount of points that they've already gathered, 27 points in this map itself, you know, that'll definitely allow them to make it towards the top 6. And oh man, The nade limb just coming in from Schweppes, making it look very easy. It's just Rare by himself, just getting demolished here by the nade of Norman and the push of his teammate. Winner, winner, chicken dinner secured from Thailand.
I don't know, man. It's down to the elimination points, I guess, because last time I saw I think you noticed as well, Team Vietnam, I think they scored more than the chicken dinner points. It was definitely double digit. I mean, do you even need a chicken at this point? They're still consistent at the top. Who can stop them from getting more points? Because they just keep stretching it further and further from these guys to catch up on. And even though they didn't score the chicken just now, the MVP is still going to be coming up from Team Vietnam. Zeus with 4 eliminations by himself, almost 8,000 damage. If you compare with the average, that's like what? 3 times, almost 3 times more than the average.
100%. I mean, those guys were on fire, but we have to give our props to Team Thailand. You know, they just being able to gain, farm and loot all the utilities. They use it with so much ease. Very, very similar playstyle to Team Vietnam. You know, they're not afraid to get into these fights, and they just make it look so easy when it comes to those close range to medium range fights. So very well played. And that will definitely allow them to secure their spot in the top 6 at least, because previously they were top 7. And I think for the rest of these squads, you know, it's not about trying to stop Vietnam from securing more points. I guess it's for them. It's about trying to make their way to the top 6, because remember, ladies and gents, this is Group A. In order to qualify to the grand finals in 2 days' time, they need.
I'm going to disagree with you that upfront face. I'm going to disagree with you.
Why?
Oh, okay, I tell you why. If there's nobody stopping Team Vietnam from gaining those points, there's not enough points for the other teams out there. That's the problem right now.
Fair enough.
That's the biggest problem in Battle Royale. If you're not stopping the teams that's bulldozing all the other teams out there, how can you get a point? Because all the points will all be just taken out by these guys instead. There's no room for the other teams.
So I think you just have to kind of start hunting early on, looking for Team Vietnam. You know, as they're looting, try take them out early in the early stages. But it's tough because you can see the way they're rotating, the way they're winning out these fights. They're confident, and they are definitely not here to kind of play around and give away freebies to the rest of the regions.
Right now, we're just halfway through. We're done with only 3 maps. There's 3 more maps left for the rest of the teams, especially the teams at the very bottom, to make a comeback. And the only way I can actually see that happen, just try and just challenge Team Vietnam at their initial draw spot. That's the only way for the other teams to start to catch up. Because if you look at the margin, if you look at the gap between the first and second place, it's just huge. So there's no room for the other teams to gain points. I'm not trying to tell them to catch up to number 1. Leave that alone for a bit. Just try to gain points is just by making sure the points are getting the most elimination being shut down early. That's the only way to go.
But it's tough. I mean, if you're one of the teams that are not in the top slot, you can see every time in the feed, it's just Vietnam's flag coming up, popping up. You know, getting those frags. Do you, as a team that's not in the top 6 right now, want to kind of face your fears and top performers of the groups? I would be shaking. I would be like, you know what? Let's let another team do it. Maybe we'll just wait for them in the last circle. You know, hopefully we can take them out. Oh, man.
Xin chào Hiếu. Có thể nói là chúng ta vừa kết thúc 3 game và lúc này thì bạn vẫn đang team bạn vẫn đang đứng đầu ở bảng xếp hạng. Vậy thì có thể chia sẻ cái bí quyết như thế nào để cho team của chúng ta có được một cái thành tích ổn tính đến thời điểm này?
Yếu tố thứ nhất là vì màu cờ sắc áo, và yếu tố thứ hai là do vòng bo may mắn.
Chỉ như vậy thôi, chỉ là cờ sắc áo và do may mắn, đúng không? And this is an interview for player, and I asked that Hiếu about after 3 months, and his team is leading the standing right now. And I can ask him about what is the key point to get the best result right here. And he said that, and about the rush in presenting in Vietnam and about Lucky a little bit. Và câu hỏi thứ hai dành cho Z Hiếu đó là và chúng ta chỉ còn 3 game nữa. Vậy thì với một đối thủ mà đang bám đuổi các bạn rất là mạnh như vậy thì chúng ta sẽ cần phải chuẩn bị những điều gì để cùng thi đấu với họ trong 3 game cuối này?
Bây giờ thì chuẩn bị ăn xong rồi chiến những game tiếp à.
Chỉ như vậy thôi, là ăn cho đủ năng lượng và chiến game tiếp thôi đúng không?
Yeah.
Rất là dễ thương. And I asked Hiếu about the preparation for the last 3 games and he said that and his team will eat a lot to have the energy to fight with the opponent until the end. And let's fight for Vietnamese team. Và cảm ơn Z Hiếu rất là nhiều và chúc cho Z Hiếu cũng như là các đồng đội của mình sẽ thi đấu thật tốt trong 3 game còn lại nhé. Cảm ơn bạn rất là nhiều.
Just insane. I mean, we were talking in between breaks about how healthy the Vietnamese food was.
Yes.
And I think it's definitely working out there for them.
And the fact that they are the points taken there, how they can perform so well is because they ate prior to the. I mean, they ate every other teams in the game as well.
They're completely full, but I'm sure they still have a little bit of room for the rest of the squad in the upcoming maps. But yeah, just this previous match, incredible display here from the side of Thailand with 22 total points. You know, obviously 10 points from winning chicken dinner and 12 eliminations across the board. Just ruthless. Very similar to, almost similar, very close though to the performance of Vietnam in that first match, because Vietnam in the first match, they were able to take down 13 eliminations. So, you know, they definitely are a top contender that we definitely should be watching out here for. And I'm sure the team from Thailand will not stay quiet here throughout the rest of this group stage.
God, the overall rankings, it's exactly 20 points between the first and second place. That's crazy. And when it comes to 6th and 7th place, it is so minute for the margins. It's so... it's definitely agitating for Team Philippines, Kazakhstan, and even Sri Lanka. I think down to even... It's so within reach, even to the side to the 12th place, Turkmenistan as well. It's so reachable. But like I mentioned before, the biggest issue is where Team Vietnam just overtake everybody else's point. That's the only reason right now. So what they have to switch for the teams on the second page to get into the A list, just to give them a bit of the light at the end of the tunnel to get into the top 6 by the end of the day?
Oh, I have no idea, but clearly it's got something to do with the diet, you know, with the food that they're eating. Because the Vietnam team, they definitely know what's cooking. But yeah, nonetheless, that's gonna be all here for game number 3. I'm FaZe, that's Choo Choo. This is gonna be the Asian Games Esports Qualifier here for the PUBG Mobile in the Asian Games edition. We'll see you guys right after the break for more PUBG action.
He's on the move. This constantly like they're not even there. What a brilliant piece of skill. The Stannis himself takes aim. And he strikes.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen here. Welcome back to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, PUBG Mobile. This is the Asian Games version. I'm FaZe, and alongside of me is surprisingly Contra. How's it going?
Yeah, and it's been great so far. We've been watching some of all these intense action, and overall, it's been an amazing time over onto the course of these past couple of rounds. And of course, when we take a look at how it's been so far, Team Vietnam has been trailblazing the entire Group A at the moment, and I think like it is quite safe to say that they will be looking forward to that qualification into the finals. But then again, the big question is, once they go to the finals, what other competitors are waiting for them from the side of Group B? But for the meantime, it's all about the rest of the pack, who will also join Vietnam in these upcoming rounds.
Yeah, I think almost like 100% that they've kind of secured themselves a spot in the grand finals for sure. But yeah, just insane. I'm just kind of excited to see what's going to happen for the rest of today, because obviously this is going to be our last map of Erangel, and then the final two maps is going to be Miramar, and that's going to be something that these teams are maybe not used to playing, because over the past couple of days, since yesterday as well, we had rehearsals, and that was actually the practice maps were kind of being played on the Erangel as well. So it's going to be something new that we could definitely see these guys go up against.
First squad of Thailand has been looking absolutely sharp as well, where we saw game one didn't went according to plan, but they've been thriving ever since. They've made adjustments, they've improved from the get-go, and you saw how well they've been able to adjust.
Myself.
Shapeshifter all of a sudden, you know?
Now, this is the play that everybody's waiting for. The one with the very cute puppy headband. That's going to be Tony K. And this is the first time we're witnessing Tony K and Tony K going to play together. And to see Tony K after a very long, what you call it? I forgot the word. I couldn't find the word right now. After his long rest, hiatus, there you go.
Yeah.
He has not been in action for not much at all for this year, to be honest. So this is going to be one of his debut of 2026 after such a long time for the side of Tony K. And he did wanted that very long break before, and I hope he come back now and feeling refreshed. Since they do have Joker stand out as a subs right now, I hope in the side of Thai teams, this definitely will change their dynamic as a whole, because Thai teams so far been doing okay. I would say the greatest, but they're quite consistent still for the past two maps of Erangel. Out of the three maps here, they got themselves in the top 4 multiple times. But the most consistent, we still have to give it to the team of Vietnam right now.
Yeah, I don't know how any of these teams are going to catch up in points, but I guess, you know, it's not about catching up to them, but maybe taking them out early so you can farm yourselves some points. Remember, this is the top 6 of this group do qualify in the next 2 days to the finals, and the winner of those finals will be able to qualify to the actual official Asian Games that is going to be happening in Japan. So this is just a step to the next stage, and they really have to start stepping things up here, as we're down to the final games.
Now, we do know when it comes to the tips coming from the Team Vietnam side, they did mention about they ate plenty of very good healthy food and diet, of course, before getting into the first map of the day and just snowballing every single team out there. Now, when it comes to the tips for the other teams as need the catching up to do, we're talking about team at the very bottom. We're halfway through, so it means it's still halfway to be done, that they still can make a comeback if they want to. Right now, it's down to whether they have what it takes. Can they go even further? Will they push themselves out of the comfort zone to just rank up and make sure they got themselves in the top 6 by the end of today? Now we're heading into our 4th Erangel.
Final map of Erangel. This is going to be followed up for the full final maps, which will be placed in Miramar. So if they've got to start getting comfortable, and we can see that Vietnam have definitely enjoying themselves in the top spot, and they definitely love this map. We'll see whether or not they can keep up the same performance in Miramar, and maybe that's the issue for some of these teams, that they're not exactly the best players when it comes to Erangel. Maybe they prefer Miramar, and that's where we might see some of these teams kind of pop off in terms of points, in terms of eliminations, to kind of slingshot their way to the top 6 of this group.
But wouldn't it be a bit of a risk to just overpowering yourself in Miramar, but not so much when Erangel seems to be the map that played most this tournament? So, I mean, to bank it up all into one or two Miramar in a day is just
risky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
but
my
I mean, when we talked about Miramar later on, I did mention to you before that this is not the best map for Team Vietnam yet. They do prefer, last time we saw they're rising up, always going to be in Miramar map. So I don't know what can stop them at this point.
If this is not their best map, then I am very much worried about for what's to come. I mean, just looking at the eliminations, top eliminations from Z is from Win 11 and 9, and there's Schweppes with 8 for himself. Most damage, all of them from the Vietnamese squad. These guys are a powerhouse, and they are not someone you want to be messing with at all.
I guess we can give a bit of point the fact that if you have a twin in your team, it's always going to be, you know, slightly stronger chemistry in terms of their team play.
Oh, they're
Aside
twins.
of, they're twins. Zeus and Bo's actually are identical twins.
That makes a lot more sense now. They're using their twin energy, their brain waves to communicate. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh man. That's why they're in the top spot, and we can see a bit of damage, actually quite a lot of damage being done on towards Barode, and he actually gets knocked down from far.
Okay. But you know what? Just like how Contra bluffed us before, never mind. But it's always going to be, sometimes it happens, you know, hiccups actually adds in the flavors of the tournament itself to give us a bit of a memorable moment. But we talked about the teams. We're going to remake the lobby just now, just to update you guys what's happening behind the scene. We're going to have Erangel at play once more, which means we might have a different flight path, a different circle entirely. And so far for the entirety of the day phase, we don't have a single circle that seems to be repeating itself yet, which is quite unusual in PUBG Mobile. I'll say it straight, because usually we do have, if it's a straight map back to back for the entire day, there will be some similar circles. At least map 1 and map 3, or map 1 and map 2 circles seems to be very similar to each other. But today, I mean, in Asian Games version, it's totally a different circle entirely.
Yeah, I guess that's the beauty of this qualifiers, you know, and the beauty of battle royales as well, because you will never ever have a deja vu moment, or a moment that repeats itself, because there's always going to be a new circle, there's always going to be a new situation, and it's always a different situation that you kind of have to adapt yourself to. And with the experience that these guys are kind of bringing into the playing field, they've gone through all these different types of situations. You can see Vietnam on top when it comes to the circle, making their way towards the mountains. We saw the Philippines, we saw the Turkmenistan, if I'm not mistaken, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and even Vietnam kind of fighting for that spot on that hill. And Vietnam, as soon as they saw that Philippines were up there, instantly falling back, waiting for the third party. They were waiting patiently. They knew it was an important spot, and as soon as the fight between Philippines and Tajikistan actually happened, Vietnam came in for the third party and ended up winning that spot on the mountain. So all these different kind of situations, they've gone through it, and they're definitely showing the experience here, and that's why they're at the top of the leaderboard with 53 points.
Yeah, throw them any type of circles that you can think of. These guys know how to play alongside with it, and being very adaptable and flexible to play around whatever circle being thrown at them. We're talking about not just the circle itself, even the flight path. We know for a fact that sometimes the flight path seems to be a bit further than the circle when it comes to the first stage, but they made it happen anyway. So far we haven't got ourselves an SMB circle. A lot of them in the main peninsula. So
Yeah.
The first one was quite a bridge, but then it kind of go back to the main peninsula. I do want to see if the other teams, we do know a couple of teams prefer to drop themselves in SMB. One of them, if I'm not mistaken, was Kazakhstan and Jordan. Now, can we see these teams to start to rise up based on a different type of circle entirely down south all the way? If you want to weight it up on Miramar, I think it's a bit too much at risk there, because there's only 2 Miramar maps per day and there's 4 Erangel. So like it or not, they have to work around this Erangel.
Yeah, but the difference between the top 6 and the bottom 6 is the basically the difference between 6th place and the rest of the bottom places are very, very minuscule. So if these guys, there's definitely a chance for them to kind of farm points in Miramar, but of course this is the least suggested strategy you should be bringing in towards this qualifiers, especially since there's only 1 day for Group A, 1 day for Group B, and if you don't make it throughout this session here, this day today, it's going to be tough for you. You know, you're just going to have to enjoy the rest of the scenes in the beautiful city of Ho Chi Minh City.
I mean, there's still a plus point from my end. Looking at
I wouldn't mind, that's for sure.
Yeah, I know, it's so pretty. And you know, probably I wouldn't mind if I'm the player myself. I'm probably gonna ask, like, how did they actually train for the Team Vietnam themselves? How they're being so consistent? Because I do know when it comes to their regional qualifiers for the pro league scene, it's a very tough competition in the Vietnam region itself to be their qualifiers. So not just that, regarding this is the time where the players get to mix and mingle to get to know each other regarding how their schedules, their usual day-to-day basis, their daily life as a pro player for each regional and nation is very different. If you compare for example, the Vietnam team, even the diet, they did mention about how healthy. We do know how healthy the diet can get, right?
Yeah.
How it will actually impact the calmness or even the mental state of a play. It actually affects a lot in terms of a digestive system and everything. They can actually exchange knowledge for the players. That's what I love about big tournaments, which we do have in the case of the qualifiers for the Asian Games here. They can actually learn from each other a lot, but probably a bit of a barrier that's going to be a language barrier. But we do have a lot of translators in AI nowadays. That's
True.
pretty easy to, you know, communicate with, or between you and another person that don't have the same language of communication.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's just, this is kind of the moment where you it's LAN, you know, it's quite rare to have a LAN situation in esports, and it costs a lot of money, so shout outs to the organizers, and this is the opportunity for them to kind of get to know each other and you know, make connections and learn from each other, like you said. But there's also a chance for you to kind of, you know, make your way slither and get a contract for another region, you know, if you want to.
Hey,
that.
that's true.
You gotta make your connections, you know.
Or maybe they'll be exchanging jersey, not their national jersey, but I think they're probably gonna have their extra own club jersey that I feel like they're probably gonna have exchange and trade between the players. Yeah, I would do the same if I'm there as well. So imagine that. But for the players, I think they are prepping up for the last Erangel. Now, we do know when it comes to the loss of a certain map here phase, things might get really wild or really quiet. It's either or, that's it. Usually when it comes to the last map of Erangel, things can get really extremely wild, because everybody knows that it's the last of Erangel. They are more confident in this map rather than going into Miramar. So I expect probably a couple of skirmish in the first stage.
Yeah, to be fair, I feel like it's a lot more comfortable even for me as a player to play in Erangel. You know, there's a lot more different positions you can hide yourself in. You can tuck yourself in towards the grass as well, especially if you get the ghillie suit out of the loot box. When it comes to Miramar, man, it's just full on dry. You can easily get spotted from a mile away in the yellow dunes of Miramar. So I guess, yeah, you're right. This is kind of where it gets a little bit crazy. Yeah, definitely need to farm some points here, and just.
And so far, we haven't seen any.
Vietnam, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing. I want to see who can be the kryptonite for Team Vietnam so far, because we haven't seen anybody that can actually just slam them down completely, taking all those points away from the other teams. And that's a bit of an issue for especially the teams at the very bottom. And now, speaking of the teams at the very bottom as well, this is the time they should realize they have nothing else to lose. So less pressure for them. They probably can perform better when there's less pressure, because like it or not, it's make it or break it time for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is, even if you're at the bottom of the point system, you're definitely learning a lot. You know, you're gaining so much experience for you to bring back home, for you to bring back to your future games, and it kind of just have the experience to be able to play in a LAN setting is just completely different than playing at home. So, and something that we got to think about as well, it's the time difference. You know, maybe
true.
between the players from MENA, the
Jet
newcomers
lag
here,
issue,
you know,
yeah.
jet lag is just something else. And I'm pretty sure they arrive maybe 2-3 days before the tournament. Is that enough time for you to get through jet lag?
I hope I think they have plenty of rest. You can see at least they look energetic for the players. For Kyrgyzstan, of course, there's gonna be the rising stars, newcomers. They're having fun. I like how everybody's just, you know, have so much joy. Even though it's a tournament still, yes, they get to meet each other and they get to see each other physically and face to face. And also have the experience of, like you mentioned, LAN tournament or on-ground tournament, because it's not every day we get to see on-ground tournament with a lot of players in one particular game. That's going to be Battle Royale. The only Battle Royale in this event during the Asian Game, that's going to be this event right now. And to have massive players compete at the same time, man, that's not easy to deal with.
Oh yeah, definitely not. It is just something else. So I just hope that you guys at home can just rally up together and support your regions here and kind of push them on their journey towards the Asian Games that is coming up in Japan, because we have to just appreciate what this tournament is doing. You know, it's giving us at home some imagination and kind of uniting us as a nation as well for, you know, a bright future ahead for not only yourself and of course the players of your region. So shout out to this tournament. Appreciate
True.
what's happening in front of us, because this is history in the making.
That's definitely true, especially when it comes to esports. I mean, nobody knows esports back in 10 years ago? And after 10 years, now it's in the Asian Games. Imagine that. Imagine that. And imagine the future for the younger generations as well, that some of them are not into sports, but electronic sports might actually offer them something different, and they can actually still represent and have that sense of national pride to compete at this high stage as well. But if only we are younger.
Yep. Take me back. How old am I now?
Oh, I wish we're like in our teen years. Yeah, I mean we are veterans, the OG of a gaming generation.
Even if I minus 10 years for myself, I'm still old, too old, you know? I kind of minus a good 15 years from my life, then that's when I can be a rising star. But
I think we are at the stage of uncles and aunties right now for the players.
I soon might be a grandpa to these people, man.
But imagine this, Faze, the fact that this industry once upon a time was something that nobody can imagine it can go this far. Imagine in the future as well how much things have changed and how much we have grown as a community for PUBG Mobile as well. So you guys, like Faze mentioned, this is where you want to cheer and support and rally behind your national teams. Because if you ask us, or if you were us 10 years ago, you probably don't have this opportunity or
definitely not
this experience. So definitely don't take it for granted. It's definitely a huge historic milestone for all players, not just in PUBG Mobile, but as a whole industry of esports as well. And I'm looking forward what's to offer in the future when it comes to the Asian Games. But speaking of the future, the Philippines seems to be also having a bit of ups and downs today.
Yeah, they've been looking pretty good. There was a couple of instances in map 1 or map 2 where Barode was able to kind of pick up double eliminations as they were rushing him in towards the small shack. But you know, they've been pretty quiet since then. But they're definitely not afraid to go for these fights. You know, it's just when you're up against a powerhouse of Vietnam on their own home soil, you know, it's tough.
Yeah, they definitely have the drive for the Vietnam team, especially. I mean, it's sort of a double-blade sword sometimes when you are the host nation. It's either you have too much of a pressure, mounting pressure from the audience, or your birthplace, so you want to show that you bring the glory for your birthplace. But there's also the case where you get comfortable too. For example, that you can get access to your family, your support circle, and the food, the usual things that you're exposed to. It's something comfortable for you, so they don't feel as much pressure because of those comfort is quite nearby compared to the players that have to fly all the way across the other side of the sphere. And just to be here, like you mentioned, jet lag is another issue they have to really go against. You can see the players yawning as well. So okay guys, stay strong, you can do this.
What is the time difference between Turkmenistan and Vietnam? I'm just gonna go quick Google.
Go ahead, I'm curious as well.
Oh, well, it's only 2 hours.
Is it?
Vietnam is 2 hours ahead of Turkmenistan.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
so
not that bad.
So they basically pretty much just 1 hour time difference from us then, I assume.
Malaysia, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. They're okay.
What is that man being tired for? Maybe he didn't have enough fuel in his system. Maybe he needs to have some coffee. He's just gonna be popping off.
Pho and banh mi, probably. Yeah, we have to taste the food there one day. I hope one day we get to fly just to try.
100%.
Yeah, because it's not the same. No matter what the cuisine is you try around your local area, it's not the same when you actually try the authentic dish of a certain nation and region. I think that's something that the players should definitely experimenting as well. I mean, they definitely walk around and try the different culture, learn about the other different cultures, about the other nations too.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's like ordering Vietnamese food here where I'm from. At the most expensive restaurant is probably taste the same as something very normal for the locals there in Vietnam. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, this. Yeah.
True.
So it's best we go there. So, hopefully we get called up. You know. Anyways, ladies and gents, we're going to be heading into our final match of Erangel. This is our 4th out of 6 matches here for tonight. We will see if this final map will be a stomping ground, a chaotic round, or will players tend to take it a lot more slower here as we close things off.
I think it depends on the circle, perhaps the first one, whether it will force the player to just go into one direction or not. I do prefer that kind of circle, but tucked into one corner and the players will force to move into one direction only. That's going to be fun to watch. But today has been a very generous day for the players because it has been quite a generous circle, quite in the center of it. And do we have, I think even the flight path seems to be very nice for this last wrangle of the day.
Oh yeah, 100% straight. Basically straight down the middle, making their way towards SMB, and we know for a fact that the players from MENA do like to drop down towards there. I think earlier we did see Turkmenistan or Tajikistan kind of making their way towards SMB, but this time around Tajikistan do hop out a little bit early on. Yeah, you can see Kazakhstan now off the plane.
It's Kazakhstan and Jordan usually, and SMB if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And HK, Hong Kong, China is always around either Ferry Pier or Milta, just around farm, around that, the bridge side, the other side of the bridge. But Circle still have not popped yet, so I'm curious about, please let it be SMB Circle for once.
That's going to be insane. Oh, there's a chance. There's a chance.
It's a 50-50.
A little bit of the SMB, a little bit of the main island as well. But most of the squads are in the circle itself. You can already see everyone kind of making sure they have their vehicles to have their way to move around the map. And Kazakhstan instantly, this is what they usually do, drop towards that military position, grab the vehicles, and just start looting across the rest of that southeast side. But down below, we can see three different nations: Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Jordan as well, kind of looting towards that SMB side. So we might see some action there soon enough.
I'm surprised how many teams actually drop themselves in SMB, because the usual ones we saw like only 2 teams before. It wasn't as this much, but there's high chance there's going to be a 50-50 like we mentioned regarding the circle here, and I'm looking forward if it's still going to be 50-50 up to stage number 4, because if stage 4 the circle's still kind of undecisive whether to go to the main peninsula or the SMB, that's going to be a very tough decision to make by the IGL, because there's a chance for stage number 6 or 7 for the circle to completely enclose into one side only. If you pick the wrong side, then you're done.
Yeah, definitely, especially trying to cross the bridge towards the main island. It is going to be tough. It's just going to be gatekeeping upon gatekeeping, and the team that's kind of holding off that blue zone from SMB should be able to get quite a decent amount of elimination points, but we shall see. Still, the zone has not made up its mind.
So far, Vietnam team has been dropping himself. The initial drop spot has been always the same. So it's going to be a Snaya Poliana for the past few maps of Erangel that we've seen and witnessed right now. And I'm surprised no other teams try to engage with them in an early fight. I mean, the only team that we do not able to be shut down by these guys just getting those early fights, because the moment they loot up, I think stage 2 or 3 when they start to migrate, it's almost impossible to wrap them around, because these guys just know what to do, exactly where to stand. It's just incredible timing as well.
They've got the mechanics to do it as well. Oh, here we do see Tony K and the rest of the Thailand squad do have quite the control over school here. They have tons of loot, decent amount of nades being picked up, and they should be ready to go basically for any sort of fights across this map. But he did swap out one of his teammates. I think it was Joker. So this is going to be our first time seeing him in action here.
You know what? This is something that I have been looking forward for since last year, to have Tony K and Turney K to play in the same team. Do you know the story between these two players?
I have no idea.
Okay, I'm just gonna make it a TLDR version. So basically, Turney K, the one with the E, Turney K, idolizes Tony K. And Tony K is one of the prodigy in PUBG Mobile Southeast Esports scene for years now, and still one of the youngest players, still among one of the best up there. And he never take any day off until recently. For the past, I've casted this game for 7-8 years, and Tony K started coming in around year number 2 years after PUBG Mobile. I think it's going to be 5 years he's been in the competitive scene. Never once he actually not play in a big tournament. So
wow.
Turney K, he put his IGN as Turney K. We asked him this question in an interview before. He really looked up a lot towards Tony K. To get to play with your idol in the same lineup, and not just that, you actually get to catch up to his level to be in the same team within years of practice. That is some achievement, man. It's going to be definitely one of the biggest milestones for Tony K as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's kind of what this is all about, being able to, starting things off as a player, you kind of imagine yourself up there on the stage, and eventually you do end up being able to make it to the main stages. Back in the days, we were playing tournaments for prize pools of 500 USD, 200 USD. That was a lot back then. This time around,
true.
Like, there's millions on the line nowadays. So it's just a bright future here for esports, and being able to have PUBG Mobile in in the Asian Games is just super meaningful, and I'm sure these guys are enjoying every single moment of it, because I'm sure they just did not imagine themselves to be up here on stage.
You know, I love the tagline that the moment you have that imagination, as long as you are united to go towards the same goal of imagination, it's definitely going to be a bright future ahead. You know, that's definitely link up all well together. It's the unity that actually make the bridge in between. That's why you guys are super important at watching at home or wherever you are at right now. Make sure you guys keep the support and cheer in a very positive manner, because it does give an impact for the entire industry, even in the long run.
And because of that, I mean, we can see the dedicated developers and production team of this tournament. They've provided holographic projected theme, player presentations, emulations, and departure effects, you know, dedicated to the Asian Games. You can see the hot air balloons with countries' flags on them. We can see
we didn't get to see a lot of the hot air balloons yet, right?
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, we can see them spread across the map.
Yeah.
But
I do want to see the interior of it, though.
Ooh, that would be pretty sick.
And you know what crossed my mind is that there's a hot air balloon. I mean, we do know about the graphics, right on top, when we saw there's like those LEDs and those holographic. But imagine if the players actually try to drop down from their own flight and they try to get into those air balloons. Is it possible though?
I wouldn't be surprised if this was a mode for the casual players like us at home. You know, I'm sure I would definitely be trying to land myself in a hot air balloon, you know, with the Malaysian flag on top of it. You know,
I know, and then you're probably gonna stoke up all your resources in the game as well, so nobody can catch you from above, right?
Exactly.
And make sure you got yourself an AWM at that as well.
Yeah, it's over. I'm winning the game, that's for sure.
But we do have still a 50-50 circle when it comes to stage number 2 here. So it's quite a hard read for the teams. Everybody seems to be clustered around of the fork of the road between Farm and Milta there. So the bridge, whoever tried to cross it, I hope Turkmenistan will actually go for a different route entirely, because I don't think the bridge is safe at all at this point, and they needed points. So the best way for them to actually gain points is wait things out right now. That's going to be the best solution for Turkmenistan.
Yeah, definitely. And slowly, all teams are kind of making their way towards the circle. Soon enough, I was about to say we're going to see some action. And Warrior has downed one of the players from the Jordan region. We'll see how that continues to develop.
Back to it, Team Vietnam. I'm really surprised.
They've set up a gaming house here. Each and every one of them has their Lamborghinis. Yeah, their cars out and ready.
Okay, how to start Team Vietnam? Okay, for this lobby right now, it's definitely going to be a slightly tough, but we do know that tomorrow is going to be a different group. Now, finals, when it comes to only the top 12 teams for each group, there's only going to be top 6 to advance to the finals on Sunday. Now, I want to see how Vietnam fare competing against Group B. We 100% know they're going to make into the finals here for Vietnam, of course. There's no way they're not getting into the finals. They are 100% there.
Yeah, top 6 for sure. I mean, it's going to be tough. I mean, just looking at Group B, the amount of powerhouses in is insane. You know, we're talking about Mongolia, we're talking about Malaysia, alongside Nepal as well. I heard those guys were pretty insane as well. So it's going to be a tough, an uphill battle in the in the final day. And that's the thing. You kind of have to stay locked in. The way they locked in here today, I'm sure they can definitely make it through, because top 8 qualify to the main event.
Mormon, Tony K. Now it feels like reverting back to Vampires. That's going to be the current lineup for Team Thai, except for Tony K, of course. It's nice. It is sort of a nice reunion as well for Team Thai, with having Tony K in the lineup here. When it comes to Mormon reunite once more with Tony K. But when we talked about Team Vietnam, now I do want to see if the Thai teams can actually try to challenge Team Vietnam. But we do have first contact mate. It's going to be Team Saudi Arabia. No, I'm not surprised. They're always going to be the first one to start a fight.
Ooh, already eliminated one of the players from the Philippine squad. Unfortunate there. This is a pattern that I've been noticing. You know, Philippines, they tend to lose a player quite early on, and as we head into the later stages of the map, it gets a little bit difficult there for them to kind of win out fights. You can see down below, Turkmenistan is still in towards the SMB side of the map, so it's going to be tough for them to cross the bridge.
They can wait.
Gonna be,
Do you want to pass? Do you want to cross that bridge with that kind of colors around the minimap? I would be scared. No, never mind. No thanks.
I would be swimming and kind of just hoping that I make it into the circle.
It's like you're literally walking to your deathbed just to cross that bridge at this point. And the only way, yeah, I agree. I mean, swimming is an option, but there's probably going to be a lot of eyes watching around the horizon too.
100%.
Yeah, so they have to be extra careful regarding the timing. I think probably stage 4, even though they might be in the blue zone for Turkmenistan, but it's still bearable to tank out the blue zone around stage 4. But stage 5 onwards, not so... Wow!
Long range.
Scar L with 4 times?
That is the next level, and look at that. They down the Xiaojia down here in towards the warehouse instantly. They pick up their cars, pick up the keys, warm up the engines, and instantly just rush them to make sure they secure the elimination. That's 1 point already here for the side of Vietnam. Not that they need it, but the aggressive playstyle is just insane indeed.
That's almost... I think that's slightly over 200 meters apart with the Scar L. Note
They
that.
make it look easy, man.
They're not even sweating at this point. Vietnam team is just playing it for pleasure at this point. They're not even having any pressure at all to get into the top 6. They know for a fact they're already in the top 6. They're just getting it more.
Yeah.
But for the
Just
other
rubbing
teams,
it in our faces at this point, you know?
it's like flexing it out. But
Yeah.
hey, for a good reason. I mean, it shows as well how well disciplined they are. No matter how their situation is, they will try to perform their best. But whilst they are still getting points for Team Vietnam, we're talking about the number 6 and 7 there. 6, 7, and now back to as a point. I'm sorry, I have to just put it out there. 1 point difference, phase. And even 8th place, Kazakhstan is too close.
Yeah,
it's
they
just
have a
2
chance.
points.
Sri Lanka as well, you know, getting a couple of kills, staying alive, that can definitely shoot them up to the 6th placement as well. So they're down but not out, and that's the beauty of this tournament. The fact that you have 6 different maps to kind of farm points out, and looking at Sri Lanka, they're in a pretty decent position in that circle, and they should be able to kind of take down any stragglers outside of the zone. Gatekeep, get some eliminations here, farm some points, and maybe make their way to the top 6. Still, this is only map 4 out of the 6 matches that we have tonight.
True, and that's gonna be Turkmenistan. The moment they left the SMB, that's why they've been waiting it for a bit longer time here. There's too many teams around the end of the bridge. Where Red League finished off one of the players of Team Turkmenistan without breaking any sweat at that. There's still 3 players, and they're still waiting around the bridge area, knowing the fact one of their scouters actually gave a lot of information regarding the survival here. But we do have a couple of contacts made between Team Saudi Arabia, spotted out. It's going to be Team Tajikistan, who seem to be in the same boat as Turkmenistan right now. But I do know these guys, the teams at the very bottom, like it or not, they have to stop be engaging. Prestige taking out the star player of Tajikistan and sorry, I cannot even pronounce his name now. Anonym. There you go. Having some trouble. They cannot afford to lose Anonym at this point for Tajikistan. It's one of the best players out there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're gonna go up against a fight up against the likes of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's going to be tough. And Prestige gets a nice nade from downtown to actually take him out and eliminate him for good. One of the best players are out. Turkmenistan and Tajikistan, oh man, they're just getting taken down from different angles. It's just so difficult for both these two teams to even gain a point, to get a little something, some signs of life for this qualifiers. It's not looking good here for them. Kazakhstan taking one more player away. Just incredible scenes.
Just feels like endless vortex of unknown abyss right now for Tajikistan and Turkmenistan right now to try to fight each other. What Maisie managed to finish Davamuru right now. At least there's an opening given by the side of Tajikistan if they want to fight back. ID7, there's an opening given by the side of Tajikistan if they want to fight back. ID7 hoping it will somehow connect with us towards.
Boy,
What
yes, indeed.
That's just incredible trajectory.
Yeah, this man knows the ins and outs of this map, of the buildings. He is the man who has the hands on the blueprints, and he is making it look so easy. He's already good for one, and he's looking to find that last remaining player, Isma of Tajikistan. Oh man, the fire is out. It forces him out of that corner, and there it is. Tajikistan has been eliminated from map number 4.
It's a long, but it's still doable. I mean, I don't know whether we should thank Team Vietnam in this case, but due to them just howling over, just having a big haul of all these elimination points, so all the teams around the 6-7 place, the middle pack, the margins is not too big. Down to the very bottom as well, it's still doable. If they want to catch with only 2 more Miramar maps, it's still possible in this case, but they have to bring their A game. They have to go back to the drawing board and figure out for the teams at the very bottom what to do next, especially for the teams that have been eliminated just now. That's going to be Tajikistan. At least they have time to revise regarding their Miramar. But looking at the circle that just shrunk on top of farm, majority of the teams coming up from the south, not many coming up from the north.
Yeah, definitely. Most of the northern players have already kind of made their way in towards the circle. It's just these three teams right now: Jordan, Sri Lanka, and Turkmenistan. I think Kazakhstan as well might have been part of the squad that's outside of that zone on the south side. They've got to make their way, and Sri Lanka kind of have eyes on these on the Jordanians here in towards this compound. So this is something that they definitely have to be watching out for sure. Well, all this is happening. Thailand, Tony K, the rest of the gang, kind of enjoying a nice scenic route, trying to figure out where exactly is the best place to position themselves here in towards the circle, because obviously you have to watch out for these gatekeepers as well. You have to use these vehicles as cover, especially in these open lands.
Wow.
They are just getting shot from afar. You've got to figure out where all of this is coming from. I think it's the team, the Sri Lankan team, just shooting, taking down, doing as much damage as they can here to the vehicles, to
Oh no,
players.
it's Team Vietnam. It's the Vietnam.
Of course.
It's Team Vietnam.
Who
They
else is
were
it gonna
quite,
be?
yeah, they are quite slowly almost getting to the center of circle. They pretty much got all the information regarding all the edges of circles movement as well. Even oh wow, that's bold and ambitious. But coming up from the side of Team Thai, I feel sorry for Tony K. He just swapped and sub into the game. Unfortunately, he's the first one to go out here. Hopefully, he can make a bit of an action later on when it comes to Miramar map. But for Thai teams, that's a heavy toll they have to pay with their Terminator or their Fragger taken out quite early here. But you did mention about Team Sri Lanka. They seems to be stuck in between, but I don't think Team Vietnam noticed them yet.
Not just yet. They've been doing what they like to do best. Be passive, try their best to gatekeep, and it's gained them a decent amount of points. They're at 9 points right now, and the difference between their spot and the top 6 is about 7, 8 points. So still very, very. They can definitely catch up here, and this might be the game to do it.
Speaking
It's
of
gonna be
the
difficult.
game. Now, my eyes lock into 6 and 7. I do know we have 2 more maps to go, but just imagine, Face, if we ended up... Only top 6 will advance to the finals on Sunday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine you are 7th place, but you are tied points with 6th place.
How does
Yes,
that
there will
work?
be a couple of tiebreakers. First, we're going to see the chicken dinner, of course.
Okay.
After the chicken dinner, if they still have the same amount of chicken dinner, then they're going to go for the placement points. If they have slightly more, then they definitely have the advantage. But it's still going to be a tiebreaker if it's still a tie for their position points, then they're going to go for the eliminations. In this case,
So it
right
all
now,
really matters.
every single attribute matters this extent, but For the side of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, they both don't have any chickens yet for today.
That is true, but so far, Kazakhstan, they're kind of starting to heat things up.
True.
One of the Kazakhstani players were able to get a knock on towards the Sri Lankan players, and it's tough to be in a position of Sri Lanka. You got the Team Kazakhstan shooting you. You got Team Jordan kind of standing by, waiting for you. Oh, they've already started throwing their nades. So just watching out for you to cross. Both these two teams want those elimination points, and you're kind of walking into a sandwich, unfortunately. And there it is. You can see Red Lick from downtown, from far range, 3x scope, just mowing them down, doing tons of damage, downing perfect, just trying to get as many points of damage done through the smoke. Oh man.
Oh no, Sri Lanka.
This just feels so bad to be.
Yeah. They got sandwich top, man. The left, right, center. Now, even Dastro, the last member standing for Sri Lanka. That's going to be a different team completely just took it out. That's going to be Team Saudi Arabia. There's 3 teams gone, and like literally pinning down Team Sri Lanka. I know, it's like they're definitely in the middle of the crossfire, where everybody can just see them as clear as day, but we're not done. Where everybody can just see them as clear as day, but we're not done yet. Jordan taking out Team Kazakhstan, while Team Hong Kong trying to finally make some actions here against Team Saudi Arabia. Rare taking on Westron, but they are taking out Prestige as well. Is that the last? No, never mind. I think Team Thailand also taken out by Team Vietnam once more. Look at Team Vietnam. They're not slowing down again.
Oh, definitely not. But while all this is happening, we do have some fights here between Team Philippines and Team Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan trying to rack up some points. They're 7th place right now. Just very, very close to the fact of Team Philippines in terms of points. So they've got to win out these fights. They are just trying their best. DBS is out. Close range combat. And oh my word. Philippines make it out alive. And they gain further points here in the top 6 group. Kazakhstan was doing very well. They gathered 19 points, but with that team elimination from the side of Philippines, they managed to stay on top here of the top 6. Oh,
last player
to be XYZ right now.
Yeah, it's so difficult to be him with nothing to heal himself.
He can clearly see Red Lick.
But he couldn't do much. He doesn't have utilities. He doesn't have that much throwables. He picks out. He might get pinned down. Ooh.
Oh no!
I think Red Lick still has. Oh, never mind.
Oh, unlucky. That's the name of the game. You gotta watch every single angle. And speaking of angles, Hong Kong, China up against the fights here, up against Indonesia. Both teams have kind of gotten 1 or 2 players down, but right now Indonesia's down to 3. Hong Kong, China down to 2. This is going to be tough, and of course these guys are just incredible when it comes to these throwables, when it comes to the utilities through the windows, through the wall. They make it all happen. They somehow make it work every single time.
But when it comes to CQC, I'm hoping. Oh, never mind. Yami got knocked down instantly, but at least Rosemary. Oh, never mind. It's gonna be Team Vietnam taking out Team Indonesia from afar as well. Well, Pratama, aka Zeta, will try to buy time, and I hope he can find himself an exit out. He's in the circle, but unfortunately, he's been surrounded by Team Vietnam, by Team Hong Kong, China. There's also rotation done by Team Philippines going up, entering from the northern side. Now, what can Zeta do? He got himself a couple of smokes. No more the nades, just to buy him time. He only got 3 more smokes to go. He needs to find an exit out or just fight it head on. That's the only way to go around and try to survive. Right now, we do have 6 teams left, but 1 against the world. That's going to be really tough for Zeta, aka Pratama.
Yeah, it's difficult when all eyes are on you. At this point, he kind of just has to try and survive, because with all the eliminations coming in from the side of Hong Kong, China, they've gathered themselves and made themselves towards the 3rd place, and slowly you see Indonesia kind of falling back down towards the 5th place. So every single kill, every single elimination matters at this point.
Speaking of every single point, man, 8 points right now for Team Vietnam. and not sharing any points for the other teams. They're definitely not going to give any points for any other teams here. We're talking about Team Jordan. They still have a shot at getting the points here. We're talking about 5 eliminations in their bag, but they needed more. Unfortunately, top spotted out Linello, and there's going to be Team Vietnam really flattening out all the other teams out there. Even though their munition's running dry, but they know exactly where to look at, and Tops just keep taking them out while Bose and Win will set things up for Tops. There's going to Team Vietnam plays all this while they've been playing tag team, giving information, even such a huge explosion there, but Win taken out with AUG. Like I mentioned before, they set things up. Win or Tops will do the eliminations and translate it into the point. They have such a great teamwork.
Yeah, top performers right now, Win and Bao's, just making it look super easy. These guys had the most damage, the most eliminations in this tournament, in this qualifier here so far, and they are not slowing down at all right now. Hong Kong, China just pushed down. Pratama stuck in towards the top of that compound. Nowhere to run here for him. Indonesia is a down and out here for the count. Philippines as well, and it's down to the final 4 squads here.
Jordan.
It's tough, man. It's just Jordan has been looking very good in this round, in this match here so far.
Yep.
They've kept themselves pretty healthy. They've got a decent amount of kills, but eliminations and points, but Vietnam is still out here.
Yeah, they're working as a trio, and none of these teams remaining right now have a full squad. I mean, the most they have right now is going to be Team Jordan and Team Vietnam, with each of the teams respectively have a trio. But for the solo players, it's going to be HKG, Hong Kong, China, Mankey, and Kazakhstan, Team Kazakhstan Red League. They are praying and hoping that Team Vietnam and Team Jordan will force a fight against each other first, and they were starting it off with Tops getting a better barrel control over that. Leif hoping he will actually go from the back, and he didn't manage to secure one of the players. Now they do have the same numbers. It's going to be 2v2 between Team Jordan versus Team Vietnam right now.
Oof, this is tough, but there are some signs of life from Team Jordan. Oh no! Instantly,
Tops.
a big nade from Tops. Huge right hand here for him. And Baos has found himself in a very strong positioning. You know, there's some pros and cons to this. You can see the whole playing field, but at the same time, everybody can kind of see, and then they have the information on where you are.
Okay.
It is difficult.
Let's do some mathematics phase. We look
Not
at
very
elimination numbers. 14 right now for Vietnam.
Oh my
If they
goodness, most
finish
of
off
the
with a
day.
chicken, it's going to be ended up with a 16 elimination plus another 10. That's going to be 26 points.
Oh.
Right now, the gap between the first and second place, it's definitely over 20 points. I don't know how much further they are dragging all the other teams down there, making sure they just try to get even further away. Like, they are on the moon right now for Team Vietnam.
Oh no, that nade just might finish things off. And yes, it does. Vietnam, that's their second winner chicken dinner of the day, and the most amount of eliminations that they have
Crazy.
gathered here so far. Previously, they kind of set the record with 13. Thailand was close with 12 eliminations, but now I think
got
it was about
16.
15 or 16 if I'm not mistaken.
16. They ended up with a chicken, which means the other 2 players, the solo players, got demolished by these guys. How did they precisely know the perfect timing to start finding players and get those points? Because if you look at the timing, they weren't too early and yet not too late. They weren't engaging or not too active in the first few stages. They've been watching and observing. Look at the damage by this guy, Tops.
Oh my goodness.
1,000 over, and the average stats is 241. He got himself 8 out of that 16 elimination. Half of the bag of eliminations just by Tops only.
I mean, it's you can't just blame it on the food or your diet at this point. There's got to be something else. It might be some genetics going on.
We had an interview, right? They said it's luck. Do you think really it's luck? You got 2 chickens in a day.
This is Ho Chi Minh City. This is their main ground, their home ground, and man, are they just showing up completely, just demolishing the rest of the competition. It is insane, and they definitely deserve to be in the finals for sure. Wow. If the rest of if the Group B is watching this, then I'm sure they are sweating.
Okay, Group B is going to be a different ball game entirely. I don't know about that lobby yet because we're going to have it tomorrow. In case you guys don't know the teams that you are looking out for, some of you guys that asked about Team Pakistan or Team Nepal, they're going to play tomorrow, guys. So make sure you guys stay tuned for tomorrow as well. But for today, Group A, I feel like Team Vietnam is just
overpowered, you could say that. The rest of the teams, you know, they're doing very well, but when you've got a titan like Vietnam kind of just taking away the points and not allowing you to set a foot on this map, it's so incredibly difficult to do so. And you can see the amount of utility that they bring, the amount of travel distance that they've done to kind of position themselves in the right spot to loot the right amount of utilities and nades. And I'm pretty sure, you know, the amount of nade kills that the Team Vietnam has is just the most out of the rest of the squad. So they are definitely using these utilities to their advantage and making it work time and time again.
From your perspective, I know you play a lot of a PUBG. So from your perspective, what do the Team Vietnam actually has that feels like they are setting themselves apart from the others that the others don't really have yet?
I think it's the confidence. The fact that they're on home soil, the fact that they are mechanically skilled, and I think it's not something that they have. I feel like it's something that the other regions don't have. They don't have that confidence. They don't have that momentum to kind of build up, because so far Team Vietnam has just been stealing the shows, taking the spotlight for sure.
That's the thing. I mean, they weren't that aggressive in the first stage, but they are a couple of seconds outside of the blue circle here, which means they do play not too early as well. They've been taking slightly a bit of the blue zone. So I think that's something probably all of us can actually learn from Team Vietnam here, despite, I mean, yeah, they are coming up from a club which called Team Flash. They've been playing together for a long time, so chemistry-wise, they are definitely up there as well. But when it comes to them and the rest of the teams, all pretty much in the same boat at first. Nobody knows about everybody else. I mean, they're unsure about all the other teams' rotation. They're unfamiliarized themselves from the other team's rotation. But I agree. I mean, confidence is, yes, we can see it actually in play. But there are teams with confidence too, like Team Saudi Arabia do seem a bit more confident with their firepower, aggressively try to be proactively finding those points early on. But they did not ended up right up there.
Well, I mean, they're definitely not up there, but they are farming those points. You know, the goal, the aim of the game right now is to get yourself to top 6. And Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they're doing just that. You know, being able to get a couple eliminations here and there, position themselves in a nice place, work together as a team to gain those points. You know, they got 5th out of this match, but I'm sure overall they are right now top 6. You know, if you qualify to the finals day, you have to be top 8 to make it to Japan. So just being able to survive and kind of follow that pace is definitely what you're aiming for. You don't have to go for first place here. Just make sure you cross the finish line is what it is. And
wow, 40 points
is immense. The difference is too much.
40.
Oh,
that's,
man.
God, and mind you, just to remind you again, this is not their best map yet.
My goodness, insane. 49 eliminations. It's only the 4th map. We've got 2 more maps to go. I wonder how much points Team Vietnam can just
I do want to see if Team Saudi Arabia have the courage to actually go and face them early on, because they are the teams that actually do have the second most amount of eliminations compared to all the others. I think they are the only one that feels like a bit more daring to just challenge Team Vietnam straight off the bat the moment they land down. Yeah, but they're not willing to do so yet.
There was one moment where we did see Kingdom of Saudi Arabia get aggressive, and they did manage to take down the Vietnamese squad, but that was kind of at one of the final circles, one of the final stages of the game. So at that point, I think Team Vietnam were already able to kind of garner enough, pretty decent amount of points. But yeah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia just doing very well here so far to keep themselves alive in the top 6 positions. And I'm excited to see what they can kind of continue bringing in the next couple of maps, because it will be Miramar.
Yeah, after this break, we're going to head over a different map entirely. Will the tide change? Will it still be number 1, the same team, or will somebody else will show up in a different map? See you guys after this break.
We're down to only 2 more matches remaining here on the very first day of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifier for PUBG Mobile's Asian Games edition. And of course, FaZe, I think it was quite the thrilling ride that we've gotten ourselves into, where the host nation of Vietnam, they're not leaving crumbs for everybody else. And I think it's really safe to say right now that they're definitely moving into the finals with the amount of points that they accrued.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just 79 points over the past 4 games, and we are not even at the finish line just yet. Yeah, they're very far away. 40-point difference between first and second place, but from 6th and 7th place and the rest, there's a 1-point difference right now. Indonesia on 22 points, Philippines at 7th place with 21 points, and then there's Jordan and Kyrgyzstan down below with 19 and 17. So there's chances for Philippines, Jordan, Kyrgyzstan still very, very close, and they're still very doable here for them to tough it out, to make their way to the top 6 spots to qualify for the finals day. But it's going to be a difficult task if Vietnam is just kind of all around the map taking out names. It's just insane.
Yeah, it was absolute chaos as well for the teams who are frantically searching for these points, where every step in the wake of them attempting to garner those points, they were met with challenges coming from multi directions. If you step a little bit out of line, you're just basically getting a couple of pots being sent your way, right? So that being said, though, I think like the conversation from the middle of the pack all the way down to the teams who are sitting at 12, they do have opportunities, but the opportunities are becoming slimmer as we are only down to those 2 games. So let's talk about potential, right? Because we take a look at some of the newer faces in the global scene, such as Tajikistan as well as Turkmenistan. I think that they're definitely taking their time to adjust to their surroundings, and also the entire global lobby that's been looking absolutely stellar. So the only opportunity for Tajikistan, Sri Lanka, or even Turkmenistan is to score a chicken dinner in one of these rounds, and then after that, maintain the order. And then we take a look at the center of the pack when we talk about the borderline of the 6th spot, which is currently held by Indonesia. You are absolutely spot on that it's only 1 point that separates the Philippines as well as Indonesia at this current point in time. So there's definitely plenty of opportunities out there, and it boils down to this shift of scenery that we're moving into, which is Miramar. And when we talked about Miramar, I think Chuchu has highlighted the best that this is one of the favorite maps of Team Vietnam, where they've absolutely had great stats, just like how we saw back in Wrangell.
Oh yeah, I mean, just looking at the stats down below, those 8 eliminations from Tops himself, and he was just making it look super easy when it came to the long range firepower, the Kobe's from downtown. I mean, yeah, just looking at the overall rankings towards the left side of the screen, this is what we were discussing earlier on. It's very, very close. Remember, the aim of the game hit top 6. So there's definitely still a chance for Jordan, Kyrgyzstan, Philippines. And even though you're Kazakhstan or Indonesia in the top 6 spot, you have to make sure you keep your foot on the pedal. You got to make sure that you keep kind of going for those eliminations. And the placement points as well, very important to deny anyone else from taking your spot instead. And that could happen in a blink of an eye, in one single map. It all comes down to this, man.
It definitely does, as we dive right into our penultimate round of Group A. As we've already seen plenty of action back in Wrangell, and I believe that when we move into Miramar, we're also seeing tempo shifts as well, because this is by far one of the largest maps playable in PUBG Mobile, where it's a landmass of 86%, I would dare say. I guess like the percentage, I'm pretty close to it.
Pretty much.
Where it's only cover the sound inside that's gonna be covered with water, and likely than not, we don't really see too many of all these endings to be circling around those corners of Puerto Paraiso, even Partona per se. So very likely than not, a lot of its teams are eyeing out on securing grounds, especially towards center stage, where you have Picado, San Martin, as well as Power Grid to be some of the popular areas that teams will definitely occupy. But overall, we're not really seeing too much of an altercation despite the shift of the map. So maybe if there's going to be any shareable grounds, we're going to be keeping our eyes onto whether if teams are gonna take their hands onto a vast area like Los Leones. Did I just jinx it?
You definitely did. This is a disgusting circle. I mean, this is only the first stage, and half of that zone is not even you're not even able to occupy that land. It's basically in the water. This is basically stage 2, stage 3, basically stage 4 almost. You know, it's gonna be tough. And we did see 1 or 2 teams, you know, towards the top northwest side of the map. They've got to travel all the way down towards the bottom side of the map. It's going to be quite a journey for them, and I can just only imagine the amount of gatekeeping that's going to be happening. It is this is going to be something else.
I could only imagine. And the fact of the matter is that flight path does not allow majority of these teams to get that direct access into the zone, which makes it even more painful of an experience, right? If they have troubles looking for vehicles, they're going to have a long couple of miles of a walking distance. Of course, in Asia, we still use kilometer. So we'll let our dear observers as well as admins to keep track of their progression overall. But of course, for those viewers who are watching PUBG Mobile here in the Asian Games Qualifiers for the very first time, I think part and parcel of Battle Royale, what makes it really challenging to play, whether it's casually or competitively, is that you're managing resources, you're managing your vehicles and your utilities, and now you gotta play in such a tight spot that we talked about this map being so huge, and it just been brought down to size towards the point that I guess it's kind of familiar for them since they had some challenges back in Wrangle, but this is an entirely different ball game. I do think that whoever gets first dips onto some grounds like Impala by the edge of the beach, that will be the perfect point of hole for them to really survive to the end game.
Oh yeah, 100%. But it kind of depends on who can get there first and whether or not you can get a decent amount of end game loot. So that's the thing when it comes to battle royales. You know, I think 90% of the player base kind of has gone through 10 minutes of looting to make their way towards the zone and just get instantly taken out in a blink of an eye. So this could possibly be one of those situations here for these professional players, you know, representing their region. So I hope you guys are sitting back and making sure that you guys support them all the way through, because they're definitely going to need all the support that they can get. Philippines now, they've got themselves a nice little convoy making their way towards the safer side of the map, towards the zone. We'll definitely secure a safe position.
And of course, looking back at their journey in the esports realm back in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League, it's been a great year so far for the team of National, which is Team Philippines is majorly consisting of. They also do have added members coming in from Misfit International. They're definitely no strangers into very, very critical situations where you really got to fend off for every drop of points. And right now, their closest competitor is also a fellow Southeast Asian in the form of Indonesia. So if we compare their form, I think that both have very great firepower when it comes down to strategy as well. I think like you were spot on when you pointed out that Team Philippines, I think like some of the major issues that they were facing was the problem of rotations as well as movements, because they always had like 1 or 2 players getting taken down very early in the midst of it. And in a map like Miramar, I think it's least likely to happen in the early game. So I think that's good news for the Philippines to recuperate, especially now you could just focus on making sure that you keep yourself safe throughout the terrains.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Team Sri Lanka is doing, keeping themselves safe in the terrains indeed, as you see one of their teammates kind of just driving up the mountainside, and a little bit of fight happening between the two of these regions, Hong Kong, China, getting taken down to a little bit of a slightly low HP, but they will be able to kind of heal themselves back up. Just a couple of pop shots to kind of make sure that they're up. It's kind of just shows some show of strength, you know, scare them away. Yeah, this is my territory, get out of here.
What some of us like to call it is puffer fishing, right? Like you just want to show that you are going to be a threat. You don't want anyone to just come anywhere close. And I believe on the mini screen as well, there was a tag onto Vietnam, and as we're seeing on screen, Tops
is
over
down.
on the hillside, and it's going to be Westron that secures it. So that's going to be a great work coming from Kazakhstan to open up their accounts, scoring one, and that is huge news for everybody else because Vietnam, they've been raining on everybody's parade, and this time they are just shrinking their manpower for the meantime.
Yeah, definitely. With one of the players down from the side of Vietnam, maybe they're going to be less confident to kind of take these fights, but they're very, very smart and methodical here. Even though there are down numbers, they always end up with these fights. They'll play very patient. They know when is the perfect time to go in for these fights, and they just wait for two different teams to kind of fight it out and go for the third party, beat the third party team to kind of just sweep up 2-3 kills, 2-3 eliminations, to gain themselves those points. Not that they beat it, but, you know, Team Vietnam is ruthless.
And it does seem like it's going to be a little bit more of a precarious situation for the side of Indonesia, as they're also opting to find a little bit of a safe route in. I do believe that they're in a really good spot at the very least in order to make their passage into where it deems to be the best spot possible, Impala. So they're around the factory grounds, and this is a really good choke point for people to find a spot for them to really get those big numbers to be churning into their territory. And Team Thailand's just going to be able to just hold out for the meantime.
To the squad, they make their way towards the bottom side of the map, and the zone shifts towards this, and it kind of leaves everyone scrambling to make their way in towards the zone. It's going to be a lot of movement, and there's a lot of movement. It's going to be a lot of fights. And speaking of coming in big with again elimination, that will be their second point here to take one of the players from Kyrgyzstan.
Beautiful work coming out with the spray. Westron so far has been on the high work ratio, especially when you're playing around the region of Los Leones. It's always gonna be a maze because you have so many different types of buildings that you have to sift through, and it does seem like Spix has been spotted out by Win already, but decides not to reveal. Spix has been spotted out by Win already, but decides not to reveal his location just yet. Might have actually missed the opportunity to nab a point up against Kazakhstan for the time being. But for now, I think it's a wiser choice because this kind of engagement in the early game may actually be detrimental to the standings, although Vietnam is definitely holding on to that #1 spot right now. As for Kazakhstan, 2 added points to be put to the tally for the moment brings them a little bit more comfortable at 5th, which means there's going to be a little bit more of a chasing to do for teams like the Philippines, for Indonesia, and right at this moment, Ragnarok rocks up the hillside. And little does he know that bows have occupied this compound. Does seem like it's going to be a little bit of a patience play coming out of Team Jordan as well. Ragnarok might have actually have an inkling of the said member of Team Vietnam, so they choose not to fully extend right into the office building just about yet. I think that overall, over onto the high ground terrains is where Jordan can still find a little bit of an edge. Speaking of which, XYZ got himself into an accident. He flips over, and that is the worst of timing, especially bypassing the territories of Kazakhstan and Westron. He almost gets that securance as well, but it does seem to be a case where it's just a mishap coming from Turkmenistan that was not being capitalized by Kazakhstan instead. Tritian, as well as the rest of Kazakhstan, they're soaking in the blue zone for the meantime, and it does seem like it will be a little bit longer before we actually get ourselves into the take of the foe, since it's only going to be stage 2 for the meantime. Now we're going to get a little bit more of that update of the zone. Kyrgyzstan feeling a little bit more comfortable holding over on the area, but there will be some challenges coming in from Hong Kong, China in a short moment. And it does seem like we have already set our sights onto those open fields where Team Philippines, they're going to have to hunker down onto those flatlands, and maybe if they could just find just enough time, there will be just about enough challengers over onto the edges to keep each other at bay, and then they will have their own openings as well.
Tanking the damage, but luckily for them, still not a lot of damage to be done from these early zones. But we do see Team Philippines kind of squared up inside of this building, and something that they've got to be very, very careful about, because early on when it came to the map of Erangel, they were kind of losing these players early on. This time around, there's still 4 players up and healthy. Win has quite a strong position up in towards this construction building, but he does have to be careful as the zone is slowly closing. He was thinking of picking up 1 or 2 eliminations here, but the rest of the boys from Vietnam will do so, and this is exactly what we're talking about. Getting in towards position, just gatekeeping the zone, these players from making their way in and just getting those points. That's instantly 2 eliminations here for the side of Vietnam, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, in my mind, that is how information gathering rewards teams with some of all these great setups, and that was perfectly played out coming from the side of Bose, where we saw Win was just basically fitting whatever information possible from that construction site initially. And that's kind of how Vietnam, once again, thrives in some of all these battles. And of course, unlucky for the side of Kazakhstan, they lose 2 members very early here in stage 3, as we haven't really seen too much of a commotion from the rest of the field, the rest of Thailand, though. Gotta keep their eyes peeled out for some of all these stray tags running into his own teammate as well. Mormon's got no other choice but to give him a little bit of bump, and it's like, okay, thank you very much. I am safe. I am okay for the meantime, but they need to still be very, very diligent on every single movement that they make from here on out. Since they got that stray shot, you can see they're on that reserve for the meantime.
Yeah, 100%. And oh man, Zeus looking for the hunt. He hears the vehicles. He wants to look for more eliminations. Has the player in his crosshair, but unable to finish off the job. Hong Kong, China making their way in towards the zone from the outside. Quite a few of these players. Sri Lanka has found themselves in a pretty decent spot as well. But while all this is happening, Team Vietnam looking for more action. I guess at this point they don't really have much to lose. They've got all the points in the world, and at this point they don't mind getting aggressive, going for these elimination points, and just doing as much damage as they can to shut down the hopes and dreams of the rest of the regions.
I definitely think that certainly is the case, and overall there's definitely pride at stake as well, where you want to maximize your points. Usually in the 6th round format, you will see at maximum you see 90 over points, but I think that Vietnam, they're looking to break the 100-point ladder. And going back towards the side of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they're gonna go in for the tussle. They spot out Turn EK, couple of stray shots being fired out as that spray down doesn't seem to connect. Meanwhile, Tony K preparing himself with that grenade, and it will be perfectly cooked up as it lands onto Amori.
Hold on a second. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they were in a safe position, but now they are currently having their home seized from the region of Thailand, and they are making it work. Schweppes, Tony K doing big amounts of damage. It's all down to 2 remaining players. We got Marth alongside Wine Moore, but does he have assistance? That is the question. Oh my goodness, this man is just finishing off the dreams of Thailand. This was initially a 2 versus 3, and he's turned it into a 1-on-2 situation, taking down the Thailand region. Just insane.
My, and that was a collateral. It was a very desperate attempt coming in with the Molotov being tossed to the ground. Meanwhile, we go into another battle between Sri Lanka as well as Indonesia being amplified with all these setups, as we do see one member of Sri Lanka go down to Haikal in the close quarters as he's looking to land a tag with his DBS. Not about time just yet, as there is a couple of all these nades being tossed through those windows, and they're being very, very careful with their approach. But meanwhile, on the sidelines, Zilhak arrives in the nick of time, and now in the close quarter, he wins the duel and takes 4 points for Indonesia to push right in front of Philippines once more and creating a big gap of 5 points for the meantime.
Oh my goodness, while all this is happening, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia again having a tough time inside this compound. They keep getting tested, but time and time again, they are just winning it out. It's all down to Prestige. Can he close this off? It's a 1-on-2 situation here for him. DBS in hand. He's got to find the elimination at least on one of the down players of Zero. Molly does come out and he wants to get aggressive. He's found himself some high ground, but oh, from the side, they will take down Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Decent effort here coming from them. They've secured 40 points total, but will it be enough? Because we can slowly but surely see Kazakhstan and Indonesia slowly firing up and gathering themselves some points here as we make our way to the closing stages of this 5th map.
I'm starting to really become a fan of the KSA members. I mean, overall, you see how exciting they've been playing. They are never shying away from some of the battles, and even when they are outnumbered, you can see that they're never truly outmatched in some of all these battles. They really brought up the fight up against Hong Kong, China overall, because you saw if he wasn't denied that space with the flames being thrown right into the window, then I believe he might have actually held on for a little bit longer. But overall, so far, they've got themselves pretty much well and secured at 40 points for the meantime. So that will not be shaken for the moment until perhaps we see some overtakes happen towards the late game. Kazakhstan's only down to 1 member, so realistically, we're talking about maybe a squad like Indonesia if they could hold on towards that late game. Speaking of the late game, we're also seeing improved survival time coming from both Tajikistan as well as Turkmenistan on the drive-through, and now arriving to the scene. We saw that 2-2 split going on from the side of Team Philippines. Will they now be outnumbered in this duel? There's a couple attacks over onto the side of Laville as he tries to drive his way past as they escape from harm's way. Fusingan now having his vehicle all punctured up, and he's also the next to follow suit. But Road now tries to trade back, but it was a lost cause. He could not salvage his fallen comrade in that sense. So Tajikistan, they nap one, and they could find some build up from here on out.
No, while all that was happening, it wasn't actually Tajikistan who was able to get the elimination. It was a player from Jordan and Kazakhstan as well to sweep up those 2 eliminations on Team Philippines, unfortunately. So they had the right idea to go for the rush, to go for the 4 versus 3 situation. They had the advantage, but they were not able to secure the down or the elimination. So just completely unfortunate there for the Tajikistan side. But you can see they're down but not out just yet. But it's a little bit late here in this qualifiers.
It is really looking very rough, especially for Turkmenistan right now, sitting at only 4 points and only with 2 remaining members. and they're also by the edge of the zone. I believe that they've played too conservative for the past couple of rounds back in Erangel, and it certainly have costed them moving into this penultimate round, where even if you want to make haste to try to start searching for those points, but in truth, right now, the only way that you could basically conserve yourself to gain points is through the survival time alone. But of course, the rest of the teams aren't going to make it any easier for them. As for HKG, I think like this is a team that has been on the up and up from the get-go, and they've always had a lot of smart setups that really resulted in multiple skirmishes win for the side of the region of Hong Kong, China. Speaking of which, we're going to see another update following through. Jordan is in the best spot possible, directly in the center, and they will take charge from here on out. But take a look at who else is joining them. It's Team Vietnam.
Oh, yeah, and instantly speak about Vietnam. They pick up their 5th elimination here on Miramar, and they are not looking to slow things down as they have ample amount of ammunition and one of the better spots here towards the top of the mountain range. It's going to be very difficult to deal with them, to kind of to reach out to them at least. And oh no, Haikal did manage to down one of the players from Tajikistan. It hasn't been a great tournament. I can see that there are a little bit of changes in their tactics. You know, they kind of stick together and stick a little bit closer to these fights and try to go for these third parties. But just in that previous third party setup, they were not really able to secure any elimination points, and they're just getting shut down.
Oh boy.
One by one.
And they're just basically full sending it into the territories of Jordan because they got no other option to defend themselves right now. And speaking of which, that's only the buggy for Isma to hold out. I'm believing the fact that Main's got problems with his own, so he's just gonna hightail it to send it right towards the rocks instead. So he's hoping for a little bit of reprieve, but there's none to be found. Chappie lands the final blow, and I believe mathematically it is going to be Tajikistan to not be able to find their qualification marks. But it's been quite the journey for them, a learning lesson here in Ho Chi Minh City. Could it be the same for Sri Lanka? We'll have to wait and see, because there is still potential with those 9 points. Team Vietnam, though, still taking charge from the high grounds, whereas the rest of Team Hong Kong, China, the region itself, are looking for a little bit of a brawl up against Baldove, as the nades are being exchanged from one side to another. It does connect, but this one's coming from Jordan instead.
Somehow, some way, Jordan finds a way in towards a fight. They find a knockdown, but will they be able to secure the elimination? That is the big question. They definitely need the points right now, sitting at 8th place with 22 points. To catch up, they need another 7 points to kind of tie things up to 6th place. So there's still a very big chance here for Jordan or Philippines to slingshot their way to top 6 in one of the final maps. It's very important for them to stay alive, and I think both these two teams know it as well. You can see Philippines taking a much safer approach, trying their best not to really initiate these fights or to continue the longevity of these fights, because if the players from HKG were to call their members for backups, that's definitely going to be a big spell here for Team Philippines. So they are just hightailing it out of there.
Now, Chappie is going to have to take on the rest of Indonesia all by himself. Haikal is not going to let that happen, as he will be able to secure that point for the knockdown member of Turkmenistan. And just like that, easy does it for the side of Haikal. While there is still commotion by the roadside, however, Zilha goes in for the exchange, takes one member out from the side of Team Vietnam. So that's going to be a little bit of a tussle, and when he tries to hold it out all by himself, the grenades are now being prepped from both ends. He's still got the UAZ to drive out of the situation and maybe, just maybe, reach out towards Bose to get him back on track.
Team Indonesia eliminated. HKG still fairly healthy in terms of HP wise, but they are down in terms of numbers. They've got 2 players left, and they are still looking for these fights. They're still looking for these elimination points, because they know second place is... They may not be second place for long. They've got to keep up the momentum. They've got to keep up the plays that they've been making, and the consistency as well. So far, they have a little bit of a thorn here in the rose, and then by the name of Barode, and he takes down 1. He will be managed to get the trade. They will be able to finish him off, but Moldova is here. Moldova does manage to find 1 point at least to secure for the side of Philippines before they get eliminated, and it's all HKG. Look at the remaining teams. Jordan, they've secured themselves top 3, and they are relatively healthy here in towards the map now. 4-on-3 as the final 2 regions going up against each other. One of the top dogs, the bottom of the point system, up against the big dogs themselves, Team Vietnam.
I'm loving this late surge coming in from the side of Jordan, identifying that they know for a fact there's only very little teams left, so they want to secure that top 2 spot. And right now, this is going to be their biggest hurdle up against Team Vietnam. They do have the numbers advantage, though it's going to be Win that they're training up against. Ragnarok, he does not suspect Zeus from the other layer, but there is that perfect lock that does actually take a chunk of HP bars coming in from the side of Win. Over on the back, the rest of the Jordanians are looking to provide just about enough backup, but they're currently hiding right behind the slopes just to take a little bit more cover. So Bose, he's got to find a magical toss with this nade, and once he does, the floodgates will open, and Vietnam, they're looking for that opening pick.
Yeah, this Bo still has 3 nades to kind of use to his advantage, and the fact that they got the Jordanians, they're stuck in a bit of a sandwich position. These nades can roll down and just do massive amounts of damage, and yes, it does take down Ragnarok. Clever has also been downed from the DBS in the hands of Bowles, and it's now down to a 3-on-2 situation. Magically, with these nades, these utilities just being thrown out, they've got the uphill advantage. They have the higher ground, and they somehow make it work. Can Lath clutch this out? 1-on-2 for his region. Looking to get close to use the DBS to at least delete one of these players. Good for 1. Gets the point, does he? Yes, secures the point.
He can actually go for safe right now. And perhaps this might just be them overcoming the hot favorites of the hometown crowd. Vietnam also looking for that revive, but he's just a couple of meters away. So advantage given over the side of Jordan. Now they got to seek out, and perhaps with the uphill vantage point, they will be able to secure their very first chicken dinner as well. Or could this be the hat trick that Team Vietnam has been looking for all this while? This is going to be a nail-biter, my friend, but don't count out Zeus just yet, despite the odds. But take a look at his chamber. Only 2 bullets left.
Oh, my goodness.
There's only 2. What's he going to do with that?
Oh, he's going to need a miracle here to survive this one. If he can make it to one of his teammates' bodies and get the loot from them, pick up the ammunition from them, then there's definitely a chance, but he has to be incredibly sneaky about it. This is a tough game here for Zeus to clutch things out. A 1-on-2 situation, and they've got a car to work with. Searching for him, looking for the last remaining player, and he knows it. He's got to make his way to the loot box.
Found him.
Oh no, he's been spotted, and Jordan has secured themselves a winner chicken dinner here for match 5, and that will definitely boost them here in terms of points to make it to the top 6. But this is all not confirmed just yet. We're gonna have to wait for the final standings, but what a game that was from them.
Jordan, they've managed to break the streak of Vietnam and clinch their very first chicken dinner here at the Asian Games. And you can definitely see some huge sigh of relief as well as some confidence regained from this win itself. And we talked about the battle of nutrition, but this is very much the battle of attrition, because you saw there was just too many of all these resources that were slightly mismanaged in a sense from the side of Team Vietnam, where they were just taking too many battles to the point that they know that they do have the potential to really go all out, but it's just that their resources does not allow them. And you can see Win was slightly frustrated, but he knows that, okay, there's not much that can be done towards the tail end in that 1 versus 2.
Yeah, just insane. I mean, they had the right calls. I think it was an insane play coming in from Team Vietnam in that final couple of fights up against the likes of Team Jordan. But yeah, Zeus was just not in that fight. Initially, it was, I think, initially it was a 4v3 if I'm not mistaken. For Jordan, they had the upper hand advantage. 4v2 being the fact that Zeus was so far away. Technically it was a 3-on-4 situation, but Zeus was just nowhere to be found. He was kind of popping shots from long range. The two players from the Vietnam were able to kind of thin down the numbers, but Zeus from downtime, it's just unfortunate he ran out of ammunition. There was no loot box here anywhere nearby him to at least kind of gain back the ammunition there for him. But at the end of the day, you've got to be very, very smart when it comes to not only your utilities but also the bullets that you have in the chamber. So unfortunate there for him, but Jordan were just on a roll. They played it super safe, and they were able to kind of get themselves into the final couple of circles without getting into too much trouble, and keeping 4 players alive, just using that advantage to their advantage. And well, there it is, winner chicken dinner there for them.
Yeah, I think it was a beautiful run, to say the very least, right? Because it was not only Jordan that have clinched a massive chicken dinner right here. We saw improvements coming in from Team Philippines to also bounce into the top 4, and also the tenacity of Hong Kong, China overall, where we're seeing them being so consistent round after round, where they've been trying their level best to trail the rest of Team Vietnam, and they still did manage to clinch a top 3 position. When I think like one of the instances of a highlight for them was the battle between themselves as well as Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, because that was almost a 50-50 towards the point that they have got the final player on that chokehold, towards the point that they've been able to best them in that compound. But overall, great utility usage coming in from across all 4 names listed onto our screens, and I believe that the rest of the party as well, they've been able to gain quite a chunk of points. But we'll make some comparisons here, because right at this moment, surely it looks a little inflated since Vietnam is currently the top contender the entire course of the evening with 59, as well as 17 eliminations, which a bulk of it was gained in this round itself. But what's intriguing is the number of healing being done by Jordan is that they were tanking blue zones, they were prioritizing survival time, and look at that, that's 10 minutes 22 seconds spent outside of the blue zone. I think like when they don't need to deal with the blue zone, they look so much better.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, they just get themselves into a secure position, a safe and smart position that they can kind of, instead of being picked off themselves, they're able to kind of pick off a couple of players of different regions across the map. And I think they're kind of maybe learning a little bit from the play style of Vietnam, you know, getting themselves in a better positionings and getting those long range fights like we normally see Bao's and Zeus do. And right now, this is just the rankings here. 10 points here, placement for the side of Jordan, getting that winner chicken dinner, of course. 5 eliminations as well, so that's 15 total points. If I'm not mistaken, that should have put them in towards the 4th place. But man, we had some signs of life though coming in from Turkmenistan and Tajikistan. You know, they kind of changed things up a little bit. They decided not to take too long in terms of loot and kind of join the fights a little bit early, but they were just not ready in terms of the firepower that the other regions were able to kind of bring towards them.
Yeah, it's also pretty unfortunate for Team Thailand as well as Team Kyrgyzstan, because they have been quite on the roll back in Wrangel for a couple of rounds, but moving into Miramar, this is where a little bit of that fluctuation where they didn't really gain all too much altogether. So perhaps this may actually impact them on that overall standings as we take a glimpse right now. So once again, take a look at the borderline. 5th, 6th is only 1 point shy. Kazakhstan has been pushed into that 7th position. That's all due to the fact that Jordan, they've bounced all the way up to tie it together with Team Thailand. And of course, needless to say, the top 3 has been performing absolutely stellar with Vietnam, Hong Kong, China, as well as Kingdom Saudi Arabia clinching those steps. But right now, it is very, very tough for the competitors here to look for the final chicken dinner. Like, if we talk about chances here, I dare to argue maybe even the likes of Kyrgyzstan, if they land a chicken dinner with high volume of takedowns in a single match, they still have quite the percentage of probability that they could still qualify.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely have that ability in them for sure. I mean, these guys have 15 eliminations in total. Of course, in terms of placement points, it does not look great. That's why they're down there. But they have the firepower to do so. So I would not be surprised if Kyrgyzstan, Philippines, or even Kazakhstan were to just go all out in this final map of the night to kind of just push themselves, if possible, to the top 6 to qualify.
That's true. And of course, we're going to take a little short break. And then when we do come back, we'll bring you to the final match of Group A here in the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifier PUBG Mobile Asian Games Edition. And of course, we'll see you soon. Thank you for joining us once again here at the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version, as we bring you all the action here. It's FaZe as well as Contra, and early on we also do have our dear friend Choo taking on the Des as well. So far it's been quite a significant milestone for all of the teams involved, and as well as for the game itself, PUBG Mobile, to be the only Battle Royale title to be competed in the 20th Asian Games that will be happening in Aichi, Nagoya, Japan. So FaZe, I think like last round we saw quite the interesting battle between both Vietnam, who was looking for their triplet chicken dinner, or should we even call it turkey by then, with their streak. Finally, that streak has been broken by Team Jordan, who was initially placed at 8th, but because they got that chicken dinner, now they skyrocket through the leaderboards into that 4th position.
Yeah, it's a very super tough for the boys from the Jordan region there. They were able to kind of play it safe. They managed to position themselves in a decent spot, you know, as we're heading in towards the later stages of the circle. And it just kind of shows that these kind of rounds can definitely slingshot you quite a decent amount of points up. And from 8th place, just because of one map, that they've secured themselves a top 4 finish. But the thing is, can they stay there? That is the question, because hot on their heels, you know, we've got Indonesia, we've got Philippines, we've got Kyrgyzstan as well. There's definitely a chance for them to kind of catch up and push them down to the bottom 6 positions here. And you have to be top 6 to qualify for the finals here in a couple of days.
True enough. And of course, when we take a look at the stats itself, we see a great contribution from each respective members of the Jordanian roster overall. I think Ragnarok have always shown his competency when it comes down to global tournaments as such, since he's had prior experiences in the international circuit, and of course they've been able to really make a mark in their Mediterranean circuit back in MENA. So they're definitely showing off what they've got finally, as it was pretty much about time. It came at the right moment, and I do believe that gives them a little bit more reprieve going into this very final match without too much of that pressure of racing up against the rest of the pack. But we still got to keep our eyes out on the rest of the party, because when we bring out this match ranking so far, this was what went on in the last round, where Jordan, they've been able to match not only the strength of Vietnam, but they've also been able to match them in the form of numbers, just 1 point shy, despite the difference of the couple of all these movements. I do believe that we do have a little bit of switcheroo coming in, where Vietnam, they kind of get a little bit of the extra added bonus of point due to eliminations alone.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's where it kind of comes in handy when it comes to eliminations. You know, this, even though they did place second, the fact that they had quite a decent amount of eliminations kind of gathered them enough points to kind of secure that top spot. So you have to kind of keep that in mind. You can't kind of just be lurking around and watching other regions get taken down. You kind of have to get into that action as well to secure yourselves those elimination points, because it's just down to a couple of points. Look at Philippines and Kazakhstan. They're 4 or 5 points away from that top 6 position. If Indonesia were to get taken out early on, you know, this is just hypothetically, then there's definitely a chance for Kazakhstan or Philippines to catch up and make their way towards the top 6. So being Indonesia right now at the border of that top 6 position, you have to make sure this game, you have to survive, and you have to make sure you get as much eliminations and points as possible to defend your slot from the side of Kazakhstan, Philippines, or Kyrgyzstan.
True enough. And overall, when we take a glimpse of the Filipino roster in general, they're keeping their hopes pretty much up. We still see smiles coming in from each respective members as they're making the last minute preparation for what they will need to implement into this final matchup in Miramar. So this could be their moment right here. And of course, some may walk away as the victors of Group A to qualify into the finals. And of course, for the rest of the party that does not get themselves a qualification, it will be a long weekend for them to spend in Ho Chi Minh, but I'm pretty sure they've been able to gain a wealth of experience that they will never forget to bring forward to perhaps the next one. So, of course, the journey goes on, and when we take a look at the potential of the teams that are involved here in Group A, it is limitless, as we are looking at even the likes of Vietnam. In 6 matches, they're about to break the threshold of 100 points, which has never been done by a lot of teams in an international circuit in a 6-round format. And here we go, FaZe. It's about time we go to our last map of the evening, Miramar.
95 total points in the hands of Team Vietnam, looking to secure triple digits, looking to create history, and looking to make their way to the next section here of this qualifiers. Flight path going from the bottom right towards the top left to La Cobreria. The rest of the teams now, it was pretty spread out in that first match of Miramar. This time around, we're going to be pretty much the same. But this is all, it comes down to this map here for a couple of these teams that we've got to keep our eye on. Indonesia, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Philippines, Kyrgyzstan as well. And I think Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they are on 40 points. They've got to step it up a notch, because it's anybody's game at this point here. There's for a fact, we know for a fact KG alongside Vietnam, there's nobody touching them. It's just these players down here as well to try to keep their tournament lives alive.
Yeah, pretty much that will be the case for Hong Kong, China, as a region that has been stable throughout the entire course of the evening. And for the fact of the matter, they were never really a squad that is flashy to make big plays. And looks like it's a day of opposites here in Miramar, just like how it was back in the previous round. This time, it's going over on the southern side, and I still see some body of water, but very likely than not, if you disregard the riverbank, which a lot of teams would love to play around Minas de Vals, Chumacera, as well as La Riela, I think like it's really all about that high ground terrain that will be values worth for the squads that get themselves booked there early. So on their journey is going to be Philippines that will be securing their loots from Picado. Team Hong Kong China has got the longest route to actually get into the circle, so that will be a concern for the meantime. But like you pointed out, I think the points are sufficient with 51 points, whereas everyone else, they cannot just sit still. They need to really work hard for every drop of points possible.
Yeah, so far right now on camera, we've got Team Sri Lanka not exactly having the best tournament here so far, but I'm pretty sure they themselves are learning a lot. I think earlier Choo pulled up the chat, and a lot of the Sri Lankan supporters are really rooting for their region, their nation, and saying that they need a lot more kills, and I agree. But it's just the fact that you guys were in chat and kind of supporting your region is kind of what it's all about. I'm sure they had the motivation to do so, but man, when you've got these insane teams in a lobby like this, we hope that for the next one they can just learn from this experience and come back a lot more stronger for the next Asian Games.
Yeah, of course, we wish them nothing but the best in every single tournament that they partake in. Meanwhile, we look over onto so many different squads, which we have mentioned to be, star-studded rosters. The fact of the matter is that Thailand has built a squad around E-Arena, and also including a few more coming from other teams as well. You also do have Indonesia, which I felt like there was a lot of hype surrounding the all-star roster of Indonesia, but I felt like they haven't entirely hit the mark of expectation coming into what we at least expect out of them, as they're sitting in the middle of the pack. We're already looking at Turkmenistan getting themselves a couple attacks onto Sri Lanka, taking down 2 players from the get-go. Oh, it goes from bad to worse. It does seem like there's some exchange being given towards Turkmenistan, but it wasn't enough to find the knockdowns that's required from Sri Lanka.
Okay, some signs of life from Turkmenistan. You know, we haven't exactly been the team that got aggressive or went for these early eliminations. This time around, managed to secure 2 points of them for their own. Who knows, they could go for a miracle run and catch up, but that is depending on how much eliminations that they can gather. If they can get the chicken dinner as well, you know, nothing is impossible here in this battle royale. But still, at least we're getting to see them kind of get warmed up a little bit here in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see a couple of teams to be circling around that Puerto Paraiso region. They're taking that long stretch of a highway to try to sweep in towards the southern portion of the zone, but that may have a ripple effect where you would see clashes such as this. Germany getting caught off guard. Finally, a little bit more of a reprieve for Sri Lanka to back their first point for this final matchup. Maybe there's still more good news for the rest of Sri Lanka. We'll keep our eyes onto them, but that's also tough for Indonesia to digest the fact that they just lost one, which right now they need every single member on deck to try to hold to that spot, because it only takes 4 points for Kazakhstan to look for that equalizer.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they want. We've seen Kazakhstan play fairly well in the past couple of maps, especially on Erangel as well. You know, they were never the top contenders when it came to placement points, but when it came to eliminations, they were basically side by side with countries such as the Hong Kong, China, and Thailand as well. So they are not a team to be reckoned with at all. These guys currently down towards 7th place, but that can instantly jump in the span of the next 10 minutes. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, I mean, all these regions, they've been really working very hard to get to where they need to be. Hong Kong, China, in essence, so far, they've been finding that perfect formula, a fair share balance of ranking points per round, and also just about enough volume of eliminations per round in order to get by. And the one fun fact to digest from the past 5 rounds is that Vietnam, they have a total of almost 60 eliminations. That's like, you're talking about more than 10 takedowns per round. That is some incredible work rate that I've not seen for a very long time. And if they could do that in the main event, surely we'll see them secure themselves the ticket for Aichi Nagoya. But it looks like there is going to be another commotion here. And that's a big nade landed onto Clever Jordanian's side. They've already gotten their chicken dinner, and you can see that they're getting a little bit feisty as they toss a perfect nade into the window, but that healing came just in the nick of time for him to just hold out Sadia. He's basically soaking everything, including the blue zone, and there's barely enough space for him to work with.
What can you do here, man? If you are Sadia at this point, you kind of just have to take the fight to them, and instantly he does. Manages to at least get 1 point, gets the elimination on the Jordanian team. He will get knocked down. But at what cost? That was insane. That may very likely cost the late game here for the side of the Jordan team. You know, they instantly, once you lose your member, you're not really able to get a revive off or anything. You're just down and out. So going into the later stages of the game with 3 players rather than 4, that might just cost you your tournament. So
yeah,
still on 4th place for now, but you know, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Thailand, they can definitely catch up and push you down the ranks. So he's got to be very, very careful moving forward.
Yeah, I was just basically keeping my eyes onto the leaderboard because you see teams flashing in blue. That means that they've been spending time on the outskirts for a little while now. The only good news is that it was just stage 2, so the damage isn't all too significant, where it's still pretty much tankable. But if it's going to be that late sweep that these teams are looking for, it's going to be a very risky task for them to really journey up ahead, because they go into the zone without much of an information on who's already booking some of the prime spots. So there's a lot to avoid. I do understand, and then you can definitely tell that teams are also taking that defensive stance where they want to be conservative. They don't really want to take risky measures. But at the very same time, if it's going to be a hive mind that does that with a couple more teams, then everyone's basically meeting each other onto some really precarious spots. And the last thing you want is like teams fighting outside the blue zone where nobody's really winning. So I'm hoping that's not going to be the case.
I think it was one of the first matches that we saw. One of the players actually, he was down to the last remaining squad mate himself. So it was down to one of the final zones. So instead of giving away a point to one of the rival nations, he actually just stayed in towards the blue zone and just got eliminated by the zone itself to not give a point to either one of the other regions. So I think that's a smart way to do it. But you know, sometimes sacrifices have to be made, I guess.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that it seems to be the case for the less fortunate in some of these scenarios. And that's the beauty of the game as well, where sometimes you win, sometimes you learn, sometimes you just basically get some really, really crazy action that does actually either reward you or maybe punishes you in certain instances. As for the side of Hong Kong, China as well, the last we saw of them, they were kind of lurking around the mid sector, but ever since that zone has closed out, they are also lurking around the blue zone, and they've taken quite a chunk. Speaking of which, Jordanian side, they've of course got that big win, which puts them into a better lead. And initially, when they started off this round, they were just tying it with Thailand. And now, with that 1 point gain, it's safe to say for the time being, if both teams were to bow out at the same spot, then they will still have a slight upper hand. So Indonesia gets themselves into action with a couple of sprays over onto the vehicle. And this is looking really daunting for either party because Indonesia,
look at this flank.
You want to get those points in.
This is a big flank coming in from Haikal. He does not want to risk anything just yet. He calls a little bit of assistance. Kind of gatekeeping Turkmenistan from the circle here. And they want to get those points because right now, Indonesia currently 6th place. They have secured top 6, but they need the points. They need all the points that they can get. So they want to get these eliminations as well. Turkmenistan looking for a fight. Does spot out one of the players, but he's taking just too much damage. And there it is, the knockdown coming in for the Indonesian side. Take down one of the Turkmenistan players. That's exactly what you needed. 1 point could be the difference maker here, as it is the final map.
That was such a crucial pick coming from Zilhak, right? Because when we take a look at the minimap, the rest of Indonesia, they were forced to take this bridge to go up against Turkmenistan. So now you see Haikal getting tagged up in the middle of nowhere. I believe there's no saving grace left for him. Chappie on the mark, looking to at least exchange 1 point for another, as that will be pretty much confirmed. Pratama now looking for a late dive coming in from the back, though. It does seem like they want to fully commit to this, but you got to keep in mind, they've only got 2 minutes if they really want to subscribe into a battle. Doesn't seem like Turkmenistan is all too interested in committing much further, so they're going to drive the other way around, wrap towards the hillside, and call it a truce, which I think is a fair shot because overall they've gotten 3 points accrued already. They can definitely play for that late game potential, and if they find themselves with a couple more elimination points, and hey, if the Jordanians have gotten that big leap with just 1 chicken dinner, there's still maybe some hope left for the side of Turkmenistan.
Definitely, but so far, Turkmenistan, they have been a thorn in your finger, on your feet for the side of Indonesia, for the side of Jordan. They were able to take down one of the players early on from the Jordanian team. They took 2 players from the side of the Indonesian team, and those are the teams that are really fighting for their lives right now, fighting for their tournament lives. This is the final game that means so much to them. And these eliminations from Turkmenistan really just put them in a tough position for the late game. And I think Pratama wants some revenge. At this point, he's looking for a frag. He's looking for an elimination on towards Leza, but he does do a decent amount of damage, but not going to be able to finish him off.
Ooh, big shots now, as Pratama is just basically forcing the rest of Turkmenistan to just retreat and turn the other way around. Meanwhile, Sri Lanka has been caught out. And of course, we thank them for joining in for our 20th Asian Games qualifier rounds as they finished their hurdle with a total of 12 points throughout their circuit. A respectable run, as that will be the conclusion of their evening. So better luck next time as we continue with the rest of the pack. Now, the Philippines, they got themselves directly in Minas Valley, and that is the playground for our closing round, alongside with the rest of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well as Thailand in the zone. Meanwhile, we go back into the take of the battle with Vietnam, finding the mark up against Kazakhstan as they've been able to plow through and seek out for more. But Seek, he's just going to be able to trade back, and that forces Zeus to go for that retreat.
He has to fall back. Instantly heals down to about 25, 20 HP. We'll be able to get the heals up. P6 in a bit of a tough position there, but Baus has found himself cornered. Members from Kyrgyzstan from the top of that mountain kind of just doing so much damage to his vehicle that he's forced to make his way out of there. While all this is happening, Zeus has the information. He wants to go for the flag on towards P6. Oh, hold on a second, Rare. And look at these players from Turkmenistan. They've kind of put themselves in a shack that is very, very flammable. And flammable indeed, as the Indonesian team do manage to get the revenge, do manage to take them out, and do secure at least 5 elimination points here so far. So good here.
I love the retake and the amount of confidence being displayed from the side of Indonesia, where as much as their backs were against the wall, but against the blue zone, they have been on the hunt, on the prowl, and they've been able to back more and more points. 5 points now added to their tally, and they're climbing all the way up to the top 4 for the moment. But now up against the side of Team Hong Kong China, they managed to get the knock over on the Rare, and I think that the rest of Hong Kong China, they don't really want to commit further. This is not a fight worth committing towards, so he's going to go in to find that resurrection. As Rare, he's pretty much stranded there for quite some time now, so this should be no problem whatsoever. We finally get to see Sin's getting themselves a little bit of playtime, as he's been one of the top players in the European region, and now he's back here with the rest of the Hong Kong China roster. And I think, like, well, it's better late than never to make your mark here in the Asian Games.
Kazakhstan is down and out for the count. They're stuck on 29 points. Thailand is still kind of on that borderline 34 points, and Philippines is still in it to win it here. So there's a chance that Philippines can get a decent amount of eliminations, get a decent placement to kind of knock Thailand down to that 7th place position. Will they be able to do it? That is the question. But for now, most of the top scoring teams still alive and kicking.
That's right. Meanwhile, for the side of Vietnam, they did definitely suffer a little bit of casualty there with another nade coming in from Effect that's been so potent on this engagement. And there we go, Effect still trolling onto Bose. Very risky maneuvers, as it's going to be the last stand coming in from Vietnam. And I think they've done just about enough throughout this entire circuit in order to really land onto the top of the podium. But of course, it'll be even better if they could finally land into the triple-digit numbers. So I do believe with a couple of eliminations, they might be able to get by already. The zone now shifts further into the high ground terrains. The Philippines waiting for their moment. HKG as well conquering over onto the eastern terrains, while Thailand is also just by the edge over onto the northeastern corner of the map, which will be met with the rest of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in a short moment. So this top 9 is going to be a very close battle between everybody that's being involved in the field.
Yeah, definitely. In Kingdom Saudi Arabia, we've seen them kind of go in for these eliminations, go look for points. And this time around, they've been very, very quiet. You know, they know for a fact that they don't want to lose too many players. This is a very important game for them. They know how close the scoring point system is. So just keeping 4 members alive and healthy, similar to the likes of Thailand here, could very much change the course of the late game stages. So very, very well played. It's a completely different strategy of of what we're used to for the Saudi Arabians and the Thai players, but it is something that must be done. They want to secure top 6. That is the aim of the game. This is going to be a very interesting fight as we head to the later stages.
Yeah, it's been such a sad news for the supporters of Kazakhstan, as well as the fans that have been rallying on them. They were so close, yet so far. They've dropped out of this matchup with 29 points, where we were keeping our eyes peeled out for them. And now, I guess we can also set our sights onto Kyrgyzstan as well as the Philippines. As we talk about the Philippines, they have been holding onto this high ground for a very long time. And Tajikistan, they've yet to garner any eliminations just yet. And this uphill battle is going to be a really risky task up against the Filipino side. Meanwhile, look at the rest of the party. Jordan, final member in the blue zone. I'm not quite sure if Stage 5 is going to be good enough for him to tank for the moment. If he does have a couple of first aid kits, then maybe he should be able to last for the moment. But for now, it's absolutely safe for the side of Team Philippines to get themselves planted over onto this course. And it doesn't seem like there's going to be any challengers that will be able to rock them out of this way.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, Team Philippines, they definitely have what it takes to win out the match. They've got the firepower, they've got the skills to do so, and I feel like they've just been very unlucky, or just, I think Vietnam has just been a little bit too strong here for them to deal with. But in terms of talent, they definitely have what it takes. And oh, hold on a second, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they do manage to knock down one of the Thai players here. Will they continue go for the pursuit? Looks like they're getting a little bit closer there. You can see towards the top right of the map, but they don't exactly want to continue the push at all. They just want to make sure they stay safe. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks, and kind of just make sure they are in the zone.
Wow. I like the fact that with the circle drawing into the north terrain, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they actually garner 50% of control of the zone at the moment, so they don't really have to risk it up against Team Thailand like you pointed out early on. So the onus is on Team Thailand to push out of their compound, and they've already been marked by KSA for a long time. Meanwhile, speaking of pushes, Clever barely surviving, and he still goes for the trade, and it's Tajikistan with the last stand to take out the Jordanians this time around. But there's still more battles taking place from the outskirts. The third party gets involved. Meanwhile, Hong Kong, China up against Thailand, and they are looking to shred out Mormon. Last member remaining. It's all down to Selja. Can he find the mark on the spray down as he is tracking onto Mormon, and he trades back, bring him down to size, and this will be it. That is the conclusion for Team Hong Kong, China as a region to be at least in the podium steps with a total of 54 points. And this is only a top 8 finish to conclude the final match of the evening.
Oh man, luckily here for the side of Thailand, 3 members were knocked down, but I'm sure they should be able to pick up the rest of the 2 players that have been knocked down. But I don't know, time is of the essence, and I think he has a bit of an inkling that there are watchers in the sky above the mountains. The mountains are watching, and he knows for a fact that this is not safe. Kyrgyzstan going into a fight up against the likes of Team Vietnam. They will get the trade on towards him, and Kyrgyzstan will be able to finish Vietnam off down to 99 points. They could not break the threshold, but Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan still alive and kicking, looking to get a decent amount of points here in this final match, and to just get the most out of their time here in Vietnam.
And you take a look at this, the Jordanian side, they've been suffering casualties, and they finish off at 6 points, at 6th place at the moment. So it's really down to the Philippines to try to form an overtake with potentially 6 points, and if they do make it to the top 4, that 6 points might just be absolutely feasible. Zerish now getting all the attention given from the side of Team Thailand, and they will be able to get that clean finish. Now, on to the top 5, and the rest of the remaining squads that are still inbound, they could be soaking in a bulk of income in the form of rank alone. So it's all about at least finishing into the top 3 for the side of Philippines. And perhaps that should be sufficient for them to try to form that overtake up against Jordan. But where are they going to find those points right now? They are getting themselves pretty much in a good state where they're uncontested. And you can see Prestige and the rest of KSA, they're drawing some lines there, some boundaries into the upcoming zone, and this is definitely going to be the next big task for the Philippines to overcome. Meanwhile, for the rest of Thailand, once they've been able to bounce back from that fight that they've had with Hong Kong, China, they've set their sight against Saudi Arabia once more. So they've been on a long exchange for at least a good 6 minutes by now, and I pretty much am sure that they both know on each other's current locations, at least in the close proximity. There we go. Turning K with exchange, and he gets the upper hand. Joker with the backhand flank, looking for more up against KSA.
That is a big a trade there coming in from Joker from a long range. Schweppes is going to be able to comfortably at least get the elimination point there on towards Marth, but the rest of the KSA squad are just ready and waiting, looking on the prowl to kind of assist to stop this aggression from Team Thailand. Right now, 38 points is the number to beat to secure top 8, and Philippines is just 3 points away. Can they make it work? But for now, 4 players still alive and healthy, looking for those points wherever they can find it. Thailand and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they are looking to get aggressive here from Thailand. A big flank here coming in from Joker. They do hear the steps from Joker. They get the nice little nade there, damage on towards him. That stops him for a second. That stops the push, stops the aggression, and it's just a bombardment of nades from the Thai squad on towards KSA. It does take down Enjoy down to about 1 HP if I'm not mistaken. He's still alive. Just trying to get the heals here. A little bit of damage is all it needs to be done, but no, he's still up and ready to look for more action. Big shots there coming in. Mini 14, did he get the knock? That's the question. I don't think so. Tons of damage being done here, and they just overrun the mountaintop, and they take over the position.
Team Thailand,
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
they're just absolutely putting their pedal to the metal, and they're just running their course up against Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Only 2 members remaining, but they are dangerously low. Nilo finds the mark, finds the target, takes down Tajikistan, and now they're in the top 3, and perhaps a chance at the chicken dinner as well. Team Thailand, they sweep it clean up against Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and now we have an all-out affair between both Southeast Asian squads, Philippines versus Thailand, for the dinner.
Oh man, I'm not sure whether or not Philippines has crossed the threshold yet to secure their top 6. I think with this placement, there's definitely a chance here, but they will need to secure this chicken dinner to secure their top 6 finish, to make their way in towards the finals to qualify for Japan. Can they make it here? Thailand, they have been a menace. They currently have 7 elimination points, 47 total points, 3rd in this group, and they are not slowing down just yet.
It's all about bragging rights as well. You want to hit home and say, I've won a chicken dinner at the Asian Games, and I believe Thailand, they've already gotten one. The Philippines are definitely hungry for some as well, but more importantly, they won that slot, that qualification into the finals this Sunday, and it looks like Schweppes, he found his target, and right now it seems like Fusingan, he's stranded out in the open. He tries to bait out some shots, but the rest of his teammates were nowhere close to interact with his actions as well. So this is now advantage given over to Thailand.
Oh, 100%. I think it was they had a decent amount of nades here from the side of Philippines, but with that player getting knocked down early, I think he was holding a good 3 or 4 nades in his hands, and now it's going to be a little bit of a tougher time to kind of contest the players on top of the hill, but they're making it work. Moldova coming in for the run, looking for the attack, spots him just throughout the smoke, but whips out the nade instead. Just unfortunate timing, and 30k will secure a knockdown on towards Moldova and alongside Moldova. What can you do if we hear Philippines just stuck in a shack? And there it is, Thailand secure their second winner chicken dinner. Incredible performance. Certainly the kings of the hill.
Absolutely sublime coming in from the finalists of Thailand. The land of smiles now rejoice as they've already planted themselves into the grand finals with that double chicken dinner that they've just secured within a span of 6 matches. And of course, by the time they hit to the finals, they'll look for that rematch up against Vietnam, where they are definitely one of the strongest contenders out there. But the biggest question remains here: who makes it into our Sunday round of our qualification run? And of course, tomorrow it's gonna be Group B that will be taking themselves to the stage to get themselves some action as well. So I hope that with the bar now being set up high, can the rest of Group B also pack a punch and put it even more, because that's 99 points that we saw coming out of Vietnam. And right now Thailand are also making their surge here in the late game, and the man of the hour was Mormon with some huge numbers in the form of damage and elimination points.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, this guy was just insane. 515 damage, not too shabby. I think it's pretty much spread up pretty evenly across the board, because we did see Schweppes earlier, you know, being able to get that one of the final knocks on towards the player of Team Philippines. These guys are just a force to be reckoned with, you know. Earlier on, this is Southeast Asia, and they are known to be having that firepower, that skill to kind of shoot from long range. And yeah, just looking at the stats, the amount of utilities that they had available, they definitely used that to their advantage when it came to getting towards the top of those hills, fighting up against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to secure that top of the hill position, to secure that chicken dinner. So incredible team performance there overall. 40 kilometers traveled is just insane. But of course, this is a pretty massive map. You can see that kind of spread across the board pretty evenly. But Tajikistan, you know, they were very, very quiet for the past 5 maps, and they decided to just show up here and show up in this final map to be such a pain for the rest of the squads. You know, finally some signs of life from Tajikistan. I think that they were able to kind of find their footing a little bit too late, but I think when it comes to the next Asian Games, you know, they'll definitely do so a lot better for sure.
Indeed. And of course, when we make comparison between the final 2 teams that were surviving in that last run, we are definitely seeing them having pretty much similar stance on how they like to take positions, as well as how they love to take fights in a close to mid-range battle. And what's interesting to also note is that Thailand has taken plenty of time healing, either if it's time spent in the blue zone, or maybe they just succumb themselves into too many battles that they gotta have that inventory to have plenty of first aid kits as well as band-aids in order to keep themselves floating into the match. Whereas the Filipino side, the Team Philippines, they've been pretty much elusive, so the total healing is only 328 in comparison with, you know, the rest of the party that has majority spent a lot of time in the blue zone. So I'm liking for the fact that overall, you know, these 2 teams, they prefer to be within safe proximity around those circles rather than on the outskirts.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just a lot of different play styles that we've been seeing here throughout the day. We've got Tajikistan, we've got Turkmenistan, and I think it was Sri Lanka as well. You know, they were a lot more passive when it came to these 6 maps. You know, looting, trying to get into the circle very last minute, and kind of gain points in terms of placement. But you know, when it comes to the home soil players of Ho Chi Minh City, they don't really care about how much points you get in terms of placements. They're here all about those elimination points. But this time around, though, we do get Thailand getting first place here for the side of this match 6. 11 total eliminations and 21 total points all overall. That's 2 chicken dinners here for them. So props to them. I think being if I were in Group B right now, I would definitely have to watch out for Thailand as well.
Yeah, I think like with Indonesia securing 8 points, they would be in a safer spot as well. So we'll have to really look at the overalls. And the big news of this matchup was the Philippines making it into the top 2. Those 10 added points. Is it enough? Oh, it's a tie. It's a tie between Jordan and the Philippines.
Jordan had the winner chicken dinner.
Oh, heartbreak for the team of Philippines. They were short of at least 1 point in order to make the cut, and it seems like that was not enough. They needed the chicken dinner up against Thailand, then that would have been it, or just one more elimination point from that battle and they would have made the cut. Such a sad news, but of course, elations for those who have made it. Congratulations to Vietnam, Thailand, Hong Kong, China, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and I do believe Indonesia is also going to be partaking in the final run over on a Sunday to see if they will get those tickets for Aichi Nagoya for the 20th Asian Games happening in Japan. Face, I believe it's been a long day out for all of our dear audiences, as well as for all of you guys who have spent a lot of time with us. Now it's about time for the host to take the stage to close off day 1.
Finalists have been decided.
Xin chúc mừng Việt Nam,
Congratulations to Vietnam,
Thái Lan,
Thailand,
Hồng Kông, Trung Quốc,
Hong Kong, China,
Ả Rập Xê Út,
Saudi Arabia,
Indonesia
Indonesia,
và Jordan.
Jordan.
Và chúc mừng cho các đội tuyển đã xuất sắc vượt qua thử thách đầu tiên của vòng loại Asian Games 2026, nội dung PUBG Mobile.
These 6 teams have earned a place in the finals and moved one step closer to achieving the dream of competing at Asian Games 2026.
Và như vậy là ngày thi đấu đầu tiên của vòng loại Asian Games 2026 nội dung PUBG Mobile đã chính thức khép lại. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho 6 đội tuyển xuất sắc nhất đầu tiên của chúng ta đã giành quyền góp mặt vào trận chung kết vào ngày 21 tháng 6.
And with that, day 1 of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers PUBG Mobile Asian Games version has officially come to a close. Once again, congratulations to the 6 teams who have grabbed the tickets to the finals.
Với các đội tuyển còn lại thì hành trình ngày hôm nay của họ có thể dừng lại. Thế nhưng những màn thể hiện trong suốt 6 ván đấu kịch tính vừa qua chắc hẳn đã để lại những dấu ấn tích cực đối với tất cả khán giả.
As for the teams whose journey ends here today, thank you for your determination, your competitive spirit, and the performances you delivered on this stage.
Và một lần nữa chúng tôi xin được cảm ơn toàn bộ các tuyển thủ và các quý vị khán giả đã đồng hành cùng với chúng tôi trong suốt ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Hẹn gặp lại tất cả quý vị vào ngày mai, nơi mà 11 đội tuyển còn lại sẽ bước vào cuộc tranh tài để cùng xác định những tấm vé còn lại hướng đến trận chung kết. Còn bây giờ xin kính chào tạm biệt và hẹn gặp lại.
Our sincere thanks to all players and viewers for joining us throughout today's competition. We'll back tomorrow as the remaining 11 teams enter to the battle for the last spot in the final. Until then, thank you for watching. Goodbye and we'll see you tomorrow.